I'm a big man with a big role. I connect it, make some big throws. I'ma roll hard, make some big dough. I'ma show you what you're coming in for. Make it hit hard, never quit though. With my jaws on the lock like a pit bull. I'm the highlight, got my mind right. 20/20 eyesight when I got my vision on the go. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah. Take control, take the chance. Level up if you wanna be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up, be the champ. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah.
I ain't never about to fold. That ain't something that I'm on. I'ma keep it going strong. I just been up in my zone. I'ma get right to the goal. Yeah, that's all I really know. So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, heart of a lion, I'm ready for whatever. I'm always on go, no need to go together. Seeing like there's a fortune, and I'ma pull the level. I'ma shine whenever it rain. Who need to see the weather? Bunch of consecutive losses make a winner. In this game, there's different levels of pain. I'm no beginner. On the rise, keep that fire inside, protect your ember. When it's time, keep that hunger in mind. And I remember what it's like to have to fight. I can't forget it. Images in my mind have been embedded. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't edit and cut it out, but it hide up in some crevice. That's what really keep me on top of my game for real. Cause if you never go through no pain, what you gain for real? My tunnel vision look like a scope cause I aim for real. No matter what I got on my plate, I'ma make a meal. I ain't never about to fold. That ain't something that I'm on. I'ma keep it going strong. I just been up in my zone. I'ma get right to the goal. Yeah, that's all I really know. So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. It ain't no excuses not to go hard. If you don't move your feet, you ain't gonna go far. Better do it now like it's no tomorrow. I ain't never heard of leaving battle without no scars. It ain't no excuses not to go hard. If you don't move your feet, you ain't gonna go far. Better do it now like it's no tomorrow. I ain't never heard of leaving battle without no scars.
This for the champs, this for the kings, this for the winners, this for the teams, this for the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop, can't stop. On my way to the top, I can't stop, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the champs, the kings, the winners, the teams, the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop, can't stop. On my
champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up if you wanna be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up, be the champ.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Hover League.
Years long, we will never never settle. Hard days, no way with a heavy metal. Real life mainstays, tear it up, rebels. Like a torch to a flame when it burns hot. We won't stop.
Hello PUBG Esports fans, it's that time again, time to kick off another year of global PUBG Esports. It all starts with PGS 7 and 8. Who will make a statement and take a big first step towards the year's finale, the PUBG Global Championship? 6 of our global partner teams will be returning to the PGS stage, along with 4 new global partner teams and 14 regional series qualifiers, with 3 from EMEA, Korea, Americas, APAC, and 2 from China. The PGS format remains the same this year. The 10 global partner teams and 14 regional qualifiers from 5 regions will be divided into groups and compete over a 3-day group stage, where they will play 18 matches across 4 maps. The 16 teams with the most points will advance to the final stage and play 18 matches in 3 days, after which we will crown our first PGS champion of the year. The teams will once again compete for the $300,000 PGS prize pool. 300 PGS points will go to the winners, giving them a massive head start for PGC. In Shanghai, China, PGS 7 and 8 will kick off a whole new year of PUBG Esports. PGS 7 will be held from April 28th through May 4th. PGS 8 is up next and will run from May 12th through 18th. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports. And welcome to the 2025 Global PUBG Esports.
Oh, what is that?
Wingardium Leviosa.
Forward.
你会明都没会明白。
What's up guys, I'm Falcons Tiggleton and this is Pro POV.
Hello。
Hello.
大家好，这来自漂流的明明。
안녕하세요. 디엠플릭스의 살루트 우재현이라고 합니다. Hello guys.
Wow.
Hi, I'm example.
So clean.
Always just like hello. Alright, how are you guys feeling to be here?
Very excited.
Yeah, excited. Banger.
이거 잼플 선수나 티글튼 선수랑 하고 싶습니다.
最想跟死路特吧。
Hello. 你有女朋友吗？我有的。Beautiful.
我觉得我们俩一起应该有信心。
1, 2, 3.
out.
不是一个人赢吗？
1, 2, 3.
We're cooked. Example wins, no? He did paper, we both did rock.
Тиглтон. Я думаю, нам будет проще, потому что можем между друг другом коммуницировать, потому что английский мы будем использовать, а другие друзья не смогут, я думаю.
I hope you've been learning Chinese.
倒了。
倒了。
右边。
You'll be a...
I can speak Chinese.
OK.
我是中国人。
OK.
Давай.
Yo.
Yo.
Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
One more M. 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 F. Let's go.
Jump.
Okay.
W.
Okay.
Go. Forward. He went forward.
Go.
Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
S. Okay, good.
Look at him in the sky.
W, S. Okay.
Open your inventory immediately. Open your inventory right now. Loot the MP5K.
Let's go.
Loot. Ammo. Hollow side. Reload.
And stop.
Three lets.
Jet. Z. Okay. W.
Okay, look the best.
And
Okay.
F.
Shoot.
F.
And hold. Peek left and hold.
Yeah, D.
Okay.
Okay. ADS.
Okay.
Yeah. When he peeks, to the left.
No, D.
Yeah, D.
Okay.
U, I.
Okay.
Let's go. Oh, AUG, get.
Okay. Apple.
Apple.
Okay.
And open the door. And see monitor.
Okay.
Okay.
One.
Open the door.
No, one.
Okay, one. Reload.
R. Okay.
There's no helmet. Okay, just push. Leave the door. Давай. Forward. Okay, open the door. Turn left. Forward. Go. Давай. Open the door.
No, there. Da. Okay. Okay.
A.
Through the doorway. Turn to the right. Go forward.
Okay.
Turn to the right.
Okay.
He's in the room. Go forward. Take the room slowly.
Okay.
To the left.
Okay. 你窥屏都没窥明白。
언제 왔어? 아. Let's go. Jump.
Okay. W. F. 공格跳。No.蹦 No. No. Yeah. F. W.
Vault on this.
What is your vault button?
It's not mine.
S. 转用 W.
Okay. Left. Left. Stairs. Left. Wheel.
W. 哦，看我哥哥！
Easy. Oh. What is this? What is this? What is that? What is that? Brother. Okay, easy game. Easy brother. Easy. Hey, you guys. Where's Mayweather? Boxing.
I'm gonna smash you.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm Mayweather, you McGregor.
No.
Double.
Oh, yeah.
Aim to yellow.
W. D. Yo. W. Yeah. W. F.
G. Yeah. W.
I can't press W. It's not going down. Bro, what is this?
Hey. Okay. Aim. Yeah. Like that.
Dude, W's not working.
G.
Aggressive.
W. Punch. W.
F. R. Yo. Ingarde Leviosa.
I don't know.
Thanks. All right, hold on. Very good. Okay, nice. Cool. Thank you.
PUBG.
Babaji.
PUBG.
No, just kidding. PUBG.
8周年。
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 8周。
More steps toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. Destructible terrain on Tago. And a new way to hide your vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.2 patch report. First up, we're continuing to work toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. This update adds vending machines, previously a Miramar exclusive, to Erangel and Tago. You can also keep an eye out for medical vending machines that distribute first aid kits, bandages, and med kits. All these machines still have their chance at a jackpot, so test your luck when you run into one. In addition to this, Erangel is also getting Tago's destructible pots. Breaking these has a chance to give boosts, healing items, throwables, and even secret room keys. So embrace your inner Link and smash away. And speaking of destroying stuff, destructible terrain and the red zone have made their way to Tago. As before, explosives and the Panzerfaust will alter the terrain they hit, adding a bit more realism to that big, cool explosion. We've also added the pickaxe to the map for those who'd rather dig their trench a little more discreetly. For now, destruction on Tago will only affect terrain, so don't worry about the building you're in caving down on top of it. And on the topic of discreetness, you can now find vehicle camo netting on Erangel and Miramar. Deploying the camo netting to your vehicle will help it to blend in with the terrain around it, making it harder for enemies to see while obscuring tire positions. We've also toned down C4 a little by making it a deployable weapon that requires 4 seconds to set. This adds a little more risk to the reward instead of it being used as a nuclear grenade. There's also a new survivor pass, enhancements made to the inflatable boat, some improvements to the flare gun's UX, and lots more info about everything else we talked about. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.2 is here. So pack your favorite explosives and get ready for a little light terraforming on Tago. Just make sure you hide your getaway vehicle from the other survivors. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
17 Navi lined up against each other.
我在你门口外面。罗顶看到我了，罗顶看到我了。你看房顶，别让房顶上有多大。打这个一楼来，还有一个。楼顶，楼顶。他们接着就闪了，没事。有架楼顶。能补吗？补不了，在门打外面，在外面过道。我四边防在外一个。防他背后。留边，楼顶。第9就来了。最后一个。
Navi is also going to go for another drop in. I respect it. And this is a very hefty drop.
没服，我跟你。不下了，就下了。好的，有个残血。到了，他对我来了。空照准备6。来，救人。30多外，我背白了。我背白。他防1了，出去帮忙了，帮忙背后。啊，3位，还有一个1打1。
Справа. Ждите, там Т3, подожди.
У них смоков
На счет 3 только, парни. На счет 3. Го, раз, два, 3.
ขวาได้ป่าววะเคเอารถไปเล่นขวาได้ป่าววะแม่งมีลิงไงเฮียพี่จะมีสมองปะพี่แทนปั๊มยาน้ำก่อนไหมเอาให้เต็มก่อนดีกว่าจะมีสมองเปล่ามี5 ลูก
Вижу слева. Метка.
All Xavier's fantasy owners are screaming right now as he just takes the knock and the flush right at the end to the solo player.
สมองละปานิดหน่อยมันอยู่ได้แค่ในร่องนั้นเว้ยเนี่ยมันจะเอาลิงออฟด้วยเอาไม่ใช่ปะผมเนี่ยนะไม่ดูไว้ผมเนี่ยดู
Gets spotted a good grenade here from Kiss.
У меня блюшка еще есть, кстати. Пойдем по правой, батут, на агрессии. Пойдем по правой.
Сейчас, подожди.
ปีโลปะกี่ปีโลนะ
Смотри слева. Проходи по смоке. Я по правой, я в опыте пока бегу.
И посмотрит слева.
Ты меня кидайся.
ผ่านปะวะเคเอาชั้นมาใครเยลิติตัวเชิญя
нокнулся.
ปาปีกตายหมดหายหมดป่าตัวนึงแล้วก็เดินทีซ้ายเลยตายตัวนึงเปิดแล้วป่าตัวท้าย
Lou is the last one. It's a 1v1. Lou is down to half HP.
Прямо мне вы сейчас смокащик. Флешку ебало.
Хуёвая блюшка, нормально.
ทางเราได้
Вот ставлю прям на него. За спрей. Щит, он за щитом, там щит.
За домом ухирища.
Один бежит еще, ребят, бежит.
So crazy. We're in the second to last game. 16th, 17th, 18th, and 20th are all still alive.
천천히 해 지금부터는 2층 각 조심하고 쓰레기통 내려놨어 한번 깡통 뒤
왼쪽에 던파스 안에서 해.
이렇게 하나 기절.
내가 1번 기절 나비부터 가야 돼 나비부터
게임치를.
나비 하나 죽었다.
하나 기절했대 2층 집 트라이 해야 돼
일정 들어가 보든가.
판이 너무
이거 안 할게. 너 창문 걸치는 것도 조심해.
핫길이고 저희 왼쪽이 등포 오는 거 생각했는데 둘 남았어야 돼
Нави, переживай, да, нормально. Датек. Еще один. Еще 2.
당겨줄게.
나한테 됩니다 얘들아 썼어
당겼어. 끝에.
왼쪽 아래 필이야.
머리 봐줄게.
머리 봐줘.
왼쪽 끝에 페
왼쪽 기절.
잠깐만 이거부터 재현아.
머리 봐줄게
천천히.
삥 나와줄게 재현이 형
아, 피 괜찮아.
야 살짝 깔아줄 수 있냐?
이번 쪽.
머리만 봐줘.
나왔어. 끄자 얘들아.
Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds, goals as we're headed back to the apartments right on top.
Если пойдут они.
Они на лестнице, Тёма зачекали. Чё дают?
Флэш. Не флэш дали.
Seemingly, I think Perro has a maybe slightly better job.
У нас мы в центре, аккуратно.
Надо перепрыг смотреть. Я еще одну флешку хочу накинуть, смотреть перепрыг.
Может полутаться еще, если надо. Быстрее, да.
Слышали? Надо перепрыг смотреть.
Да, мы слышали.
可以误大厅懂吗？就误你们这正中间，然后往楼下面的。对。Смок дают. Я флешку даю. И за ней хаешку буду давать. Отойдите.
Давай.
And the continual, I guess, evolution of the hot drop between Petrichor Road and Twisted.
Батута пушит. Заходи.
Его хп на мне, убей его.
Добьешь, сейчас добьешь.
Hey, what's going on? Quick update for the med battle.
It's still going.
It's still going on. Oh, and Petrichor
Стреляй, победа.
Сейчас кажется, что... А, нет, ты не можешь, да?
Еще на будке, да?
Рез, Тём.
Да, у меня слухов.
저길이야?
3번 차이 하나.
나 오른쪽 파도 돼?
네. 추가 3번만.
나 오른쪽 팔게 이거.
너 기다려. 3번만 라스트.
Vega Pudge just trying to work from the low ground up. Hans all the way across. Seeing if they can use his teammates. Two hearts already crossed down, so they own both sections of the
어디야?
형들 앞에 옆하게.
라스트 해오고.
옆.
천천히. 나이스.
야, 우리도 치킨 먹어보네. 그쪽. 야, 막이다. 진짜 뭐 찍은 거야, 사방? 깎아 기다려. 빙 돌았다. 너가 봐줄게. 살짝 폭 가져도 돼, 끝까게.
Will the next one hit him as well before the heal comes off? There's a lot of damage coming through.
风过脸，风长眼。
左边边有个烽烟的，兄弟，四边有个烽烟的。
不往四边那边靠着钻。
他烧了一个，别急，
右边那个毒倒了。
救
可以救，抬位置，还有一个应该在右下要帮他的。
啊，有。나 기억할게.
从右边找机会扶起来。
从先从右边打，一起。
我要扶起来，小伟你慢，小伟别打血了，他在扶人。
别急，
可以吗？
我可以打个包，
我帮你打一下。
더 해볼게, 나 도와갈게.
알았어.
살짝 머무르지.
안 돼.
사운드 들.
风头后烧火了，烧着了。
여기.
不知道救起来没？
리바 하나 오른쪽에 하나.
아, 둘이다.
형이 혹시 간다 오른쪽이.
我救兄弟。我不动了，等我爆团。
别急，等。
我救兄弟，右下。不要离，第一。
标2、3标附近，找一下。
左边。
一滴血。
别给机会，有位置呢。
After hot drop was 17, now they've managed to make it. Trying to make a send for the... Oh my goodness! Now is the arena still trying to get rid of what's left of Petrichor Road? There you go, Nurins will find the...
Control. It was that whole top bridge, it split everything.
bodies stacked up on top of each other. All they can do.
Up a little bit. Good grenade throw. It's right on point. Flashbang favor. And comes in a big way. Guns are out. Blue. Ball's wheel. He can get involved in Wentworth as well. It's all down to going to be a 1v1v1. Cleaning up some points. Nice spray up in a pit.
我比你高，我比你活得久，都是
起波，后头有9这位置玩出花了，最后一个。
起波压枪又被击崩倒了，赢了！哇，P1反制成功！
接住 ，some jog around the corner. Kiss, wow, with a barrel, then he gets another, just running him down. Molly, yeah, indeed. Oh, perfect. Oh, BL's gonna get off his feet, but he's not. He's gonna.
Couple. Leopard, we saw you happy with down 2. I think we're beating the team. We're now BB says, okay.
Hard peeking around that rock. He's gonna find Zizzy. Zizzy tries to get him with the drive.
Freaks? Got to be fairly gun for freaks, or what do you?
Ni hao, I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
PGS 8 so far has been deadly. Give any of our teams here the side of a blade, anytime, any place, they'll be making the other teams be pushing up boulders, as we have got ourselves an opportunity to witness 16 teams moving through into that grand final. So far, T1 and Daytrade at the top, they've been able to sheathe their weapons and walk away laughing. Now the rest of the lobby is going to have to step up to the plate. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, and joining me, I have Avangar to join me. How are you feeling, dude?
I'm feeling great. Excited here for the last day of the group stage, obviously. And yesterday, some teams left it to the very last game. It could be potentially that's what's going to happen as well today, to see who's going to be able to jump into that top 16.
But first things first, let's talk about everybody that makes this happen. Thank you to Crafton and Hero Esports for making it all happen right now.
And to OP.GG for overpowering our game.
No, definitely. We've got, of course, Aorus joining us as our official PC partner for all of the PCs up on the stage.
And to AMD for powering the PCs with the best processors in the game.
Yeah, Zowi's up next as well, as we keep them as our official monitor partner throughout the ages.
And while the gaming is happening, you're going to be comfortable with that, and you're comfortable in NSCs, of course.
Yeah, finally Lexar joining us as well as our official memory stick partner. Make sure everybody remembers where they need to go at all times. So it's all good indeed. Now let's talk about exactly what is going to go down throughout the day. As I mentioned before, 16 teams will be able to make it through into that grand final. We do have some shored up names for sure, up at the very top of all of this, Martin. But we also have an opportunity for some of these teams to try and move on forwards, because we're not quite sure of that cutoff yet. We'll get to talk about that in a moment.
Yeah, 90 points here obviously for T1. No one on triple digits yet.
Yeah.
And that's obviously one of the interesting things. A lot of teams here in the very bottom, and obviously Bestia already being out in 19th, no more games to play for them. I feel though like that it could be very likely that our current bottom 8, I don't see many teams jumping in to the top 16 that are currently out, right? Maybe one, maybe max 2 teams is what I feel like. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with you. I mean, a team like Petrichor Road, right? Obviously, we would like to see them move on up. But let's take a look at some of the highlights that we were getting from kind of the previous stages, because you've got teams like Falcons coming into today, looking fresh, looking clean. They only need a few more points to push them to the grand final.
Yeah, and yesterday I had a quick talk to them in between games. They said, yeah, we could have gotten so much more. We should have gotten 70 points so far. And yeah, sometimes there are obviously a few moments when even we just talked to Shrimpsy before going on here. He said, yeah, I threw a bit of games here. We could have done better. But the fact is that they actually had 56 points. Out of the 16 teams playing left now, they are one of the best performing teams coming into that, which is kind of impressive, right? We had a 59 point for Daytrade. One of the lowest group stages so far in terms of like overall points, which means that the cutoff could be even higher this time, depending on, of course, if some teams, they do go out and soak. Falcons could be one of those teams. I feel like they told me yesterday, we want to break into that triple digits because group stage matters a lot.
Just saw T1 there prior. Great to see Type back on form, I think it's fair to say. I was watching as that was going down. 7 kills for him in a game as well. Brilliant stuff to see. And then on the other side of things, you got teams like BB Team that were kind of expecting big things up after PGS 7.
Yeah, and 46 points for them so far in 6 games. They're very close to this kind of hypothetical cutoff in the early 60s, what we've been talking about. And also, Gen G, of course, got absolutely demolished yesterday.
So, yes, now let's talk about this, right? Because there are a few GPT teams down towards the bottom that we're feeling a little bit rough for, and Gen G is definitely one of those.
Yeah, they were obviously still being in finals in 6, 5, and 4, but here so far 21st. Not a lot of points for them so far. 28. Even if they double their standings and the points that they got yesterday, that would not be enough to our hypothetical cutoff point at 60 points.
And of course, at the other point of time, we have 4 AM, who's another team that we're thinking to ourselves, okay, something needs to change probably moving forward to try and get yourself to those top spots. They've been all right here and there. It's a little bit spotty on some of things, but 19th during PGS 7, it's not where this team wants to be, especially on what is considered home soil.
Yeah, and 25 points for them so far. Again, they need to have a fantastic day to jump into that 60s plus, right? We're looking at, if you want to be really comfortable, 65 points is kind of where you want to be at, right? But even to get to 60, they need a huge one. And yeah, as we talked about here, Gen G yesterday obviously completely demolished with one of the most epic nades we've seen in a very long time. A single nade with a bit of support from Lukarooks off the side. They were damaged a little bit, but still, Ibiza being able to throw this one here was huge, Kale.
Yeah, definitely. Almost a throwback to Face It Global Summit for this one. Not quite Ibby doing that, but...
Captain, oh Captain.
Good old Captain. And this nade was on the money. The perfect thing about it is everything lined up, right? You watch as Gen G here, okay? Watch, puts the gun away, ready to heal. They'd only just arrived, just after the scout, the nade, perfect. And that is just a terrifying prospect for Gen G to go up against.
Nixie.
He celebrates more than Ibby does.
Yeah, he's like, go heavy, go crazy. And to be fair, this was the situation where it's like this put them across that 65, 75, or 65 or 67 point mark. This made them safe. This was the qualifying game. And it came down to this one here. And obviously, for them to be putting themselves in a great spot, they had some great opportunistic moments with them, but they fought for it. They took a lot of chances. They put themselves into some kind of open areas where they had to fight. They pulled up on one of the Bakuba guys as well. And then taking control on North, pushing Daytrid as well. Also, of course, Beamy being able to get fourth with all those boxes that EBE left behind for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think last time I looked at it, they had 11 kills alone in that game. So brilliant points coming in for them. Let's take a look at the participating teams for today. Of course, Groups A and C will collide head-to-head. There are definitely some potential conflict here that we're going to get to talk about in a moment. But for the most part, some of those conflicts kind of sorted themselves out a little bit.
Yeah.
One of them we have our suspicions about.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I guess it depends how great of a start are we going to see in some of these guys, right? How big of a tournament are they going to have here in the group stage, or kind of leave it to anything? But we have PGC champions, back-to-back PGS champions. Falcons obviously coming in here after Esports World Cup's success last year. Tickleton did great so far. Hackatory was an absolute standout for obviously not being able to hot drop, not doing the hot drop, choosing to say, okay, we're going to go out and play big here. Hackatory, he dropped an insane amount of kills.
I mean, think about this, right? Across these two groups, as you take a look at the numbers from Tiggleton and Hackatory, which we really do have our eyes on for sure for today, because they've been performing very well. But think about it. Across these two groups, 6 out of the 7 PGS champions, because 3 of these teams have won 6 of them, right? But how crazy is that to say? The only team that we miss from these is Cerberus, out of all of our PGSs.
Who is no more. Well, slightly forming.
Well, they're
kind of forming under
shocked
AGG.
Pikachu face. Oh, Hackatory joined AGG. Crazy.
Hi, Saki.
Sorry, yeah, hi, Saki. Anyway.
We're looking at Hackatory. I get the confusion here.
Yes.
But yeah.
Begins with H.
Yeah. But yeah, for sure. Obviously, these guys are looked after, also in fantasy, right? These guys have been high performers for such a long time, and especially after what we saw here with them, like it's been pretty impressive. You know, in a situation where you're playing 6 games, you're dropping this amount of kills. It's just it's next level. So yeah, it's good to see that these guys are able to kind of pump income. And for me, one of those 2 guys could be the top performers if we're looking at the overall stats from the group stage. If we look at fantasy, most damage done, or even the top kills.
I mean, what a difference it's been for a guy like Hackatory and the Na'Vi roster as a whole when it comes to PGS 7. Well, hot dropping. PGS 8, you come in. I mean, even on Erangel, they're not the drop that they go to as a backup position. It's still very central. You can still go for it, and look how much it pays dividends in the end.
It does, but even on the other side, right? You're looking at 17, not contested in the finals, and they're dominating. Obviously, it came down to the last game, but Looting Central can pay off hugely here.
Let's talk about the cutoff.
We should, yeah.
Because currently you gotta go into Wonderland and
Sure.
look for a certain creature, and right now that creature's sitting at around 60 points here for E-Arena. So what do you make of today? Where do you think we're going to end up?
I mean, a lot of the talks between the teams today is obviously going to be we're going to be chasing the Rabbit, we're going to be chasing E-Arena, we're going to try to get into that 60+ points, right? I feel like E-Arena could very well be the 16th or 17th team, or if we don't have teams soaking up, if we don't have that many teams going into triple digits, I could see them even going into 18s because I feel like with the amount of teams that we have in our mid pack that only need a little bit, we're going to see a lot of that cross, and then we're going to see a few teams in the bottom also have potentially some big days. You know, Twisted Minds, I don't see them not having, 65, 70 plus points, right?
Yeah.
And so all these teams are going to be crossing, and then the teams in that bottom pack currently that's going to be playing today, that's their goal. 60+, we could be safe. That's the static goal, because the goalposts are not moving or they're not spraying, right? So,
do you think E-Arena makes it?
I think they're 17th, to be honest. Like I feel like that's the cutoff right around that. That could even be 18th, right?
Well, let's take a look at another conflict that we were mentioning before. At the moment, it's 3-3 for Hot Drops for Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds. So this will be the one occasion in group stages here they meet each other. PGS7 was an absolute war between these two.
Yeah.
And, let's talk about what Batulin said, right? Not the first bit, but he said that they're going to fight them.
Yeah. And now here with them being in the first time, it's 3-3 so far. Once we end today, where do you think we're going to be ending up, actually?
I mean, I guess it depends if Petrichor Road continues to commit. For me, I do think there's a world where they leave a little bit of it. But at the same time, if they do commit, Twisted Minds is going to commit, and I think it will be dead even once again. I don't think we move from this. Both squads are very capable. Hot Drops are very volatile. So chances are you're going to end up in a 52.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like it's very much a mutual destruction, right?
Yeah.
The case with Twisted Minds is obviously they want to be in the finals, but with the amount of points you can get from just Hot Drops, and they are in a lead, right? So we're looking at a situation for them where if they win out early on, they could see them in the dust here. And some teams, obviously Pero, they are a strong contender, and they kind of don't want to have them there. So if they can make sure with the Hot Drops that they are not getting them there through getting the kills to it, and then maybe on some of the wildcard maps getting some more points because it's a little bit different. Some slight changes, we'll see.
They do fall into what we were talking about GPT teams, right? And not really having the best of situations going on right now. Gen.G, kind of down there. 4AM, kind of down there. Petrichor Road, if it wasn't for these Hot Drops, maybe we wouldn't be a little bit disappointed in their performances, but it was a disaster of a finals for them in PGS7.
Yeah.
And now we're here again where they might not even qualify into the finals.
Yeah. I have a question for you, though. You see Ming joining this team. What are you thinking? You're thinking potential contender for PGS, though, right?
Yes.
Is that what they've given you so far, right? Because we're looking at 24 points after just 6 games. Last PGS also not impressive.
No.
Yeah.
I need to see more.
Yeah. Ixlev, the machine that he is, Ming, what you've seen from him through 2021, obviously winning PGC. And now we want to see more from Pero, of course.
Well, let's take a look at today's matches. What's going to be coming up? We have ourselves 6 games, as always, starting on the grassy pastures. Then we got the wild cards. Then we got the dusty dunes coming up at the very end here. So, I mean, for all of these teams, though, obviously, it's definitely do or die time, because there is only one more shot on international PUBG soil to make something happen for the next few months or so until we get to EWC. So when it comes to today, what are you expecting, Avenger?
Just one impressive stat I want to share. After 6 games, Molotov and Tanwu had both 14 kills, where the most kills after 12 games was 18. So looking to these guys here to follow up today.
All right, well, thank you very much. That is how everything shapes up for today. One more opportunity to try and get yourself into the grand finals here for PGS8. The competition is fierce, but let's get to those games here for day number 3 of the group stage.
Play together, fight together, and slay together.
Has a lot of bodies stacked up on top of each other.
来吧，飘柔，准备干了。
Got an example on that window spot. Gonna find a second. Going for the shot. She finally.
对于跳点上的冲突，我是绝对不会让 T1 进入到 PGS8决赛。
Uploaded, he's got it. Free Fire's around the corner, has one down. Oh my goodness, within a matter of seconds,
KL dispatching T1.
당연히 저희는 멸망전 뺄 생각은 없고 당연히 붙을 수 있다면 붙는 게 맞다 생각합니다.
不要惦记不属于你的跳点，就算跳点给你了，你也把握不住。
Ми хочемо максимально сфокусуватися на своїй грі, але якщо хтось буде заважати нам, ми їх знищимо.
Hakatori defending great. Oh, and he's got the final.
ก็คิดว่าคงต้องพ่ายแพ้ไปก่อนครับจนกว่าเราจะพร้อมที่จะคว้าจริง
He gets punished. Jacob says, hell no. Shuts that one down. Zone Junk's gonna go down.
We're like a snowball team, so if we have a good game, some good games, we're gonna be really good.
In PGS 8, all the teams are our opponents. Em nghĩ là việc mà bọn em tự tin thì đấy là do bản lĩnh của người Việt Nam.
If we play to the best of our abilities, I think we'll win most tournaments.
PGS 8에서는 꼭 우승컵을 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
한번 더 땡겨줘 그냥.
Ni hao, I'm Tiger and Lily.
No, Lily.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to sunny Shanghai, where we have our final day of these PGS 8 group stages left to play. I am Porosaurus. Joining me again is Paper Thin, and we are here to bring you all the action to see who will be the teams to make it to that grand final. Paper, T1 in first place. I know
that's right.
This has to make you very excited.
I had a good day yesterday. You know, it was a pretty enjoyable day for the Korean teams. So I'm vibing. I mean, Group B in general did very well. So most of those teams seemingly sitting pretty. Just kind of comes down to how everything shakes out here today as A and C. This is our last chance. This is it. You know, you either get through today or you're done for the rest of this event. You're going home. So a lot to do. A lot of teams need a lot of points because there's so many from Group B that are just blowing the doors off of things.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, your cutoff, I think the boys on the desk were talking about it. E-Arena obviously looking like the most likely target at 60 points currently right now, but then right above them is Begopa with 64. That's asking a lot, it feels like. What kind of cutoff do you think we might be seeing? I mean, we see the traditional cutoff in those mid-50s right now, but nobody's really kind of taken the reins on this thing and taken a hold of it. Do you think we'll see that kind of like 60-ish point cutoff?
It could happen if you have like 3 or 4 teams that just kind of blow the doors off of things today, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, you're talking about, what is that, 7 plus 4, 11 teams that are already like above 60. Well, maybe it'll be like 57, 58. We'll see.
You think we can go low? You think E-Arena's safe? How about that?
I think so.
You think so?
but I'm not sure. It just depends. I mean, if a couple teams just go ham today, like let's say, who knows, you know, Twisted or somebody just goes nuts, or this team right here,
that team right there,
absolutely possible. So if one of those teams kind of goes nuts, then that could lower the bar a little bit. But if it's a very even day, who knows? That 60-point mark might be in danger.
It might be, and then we throw in that additional factor of these APAC teams seem like they haven't really shown us what they were showing us at PGS 7, right? Like it almost feels like the only real team to step up in the same way has been Day Trade. Everybody else has just been kind of like middling. I mean, E-Arena is the highest ranked team beyond that. Now, obviously they still have another day of games left to play, but it just doesn't feel like that APAC dominance that we were seeing in PGS 7.
Yeah, I mean, I feel somewhat comfortable about the Expendables. I'm glad they just showed them because I was just thinking about them. I think, their play style is going to net them enough points that they're probably going to end up being okay. You never know. Some of the other teams like Forest, who was able to get through last time, hard to say. They kind of had a rough first day, so it has to be a pretty huge one. That being said, we've seen what they can do when they're at their best, and that's, lock down some games, get some big wins, outplay some of the best in the world. So certainly that's possible.
It also feels like, and I'm probably going to get flamed for this somewhere in some message board, but it feels like China's slipping off, man.
Oh yeah,
like kind of in a pretty big way. I mean, you're looking at 17. Obviously, 17 can't take PGS 7 away from them. They were dominant. They looked amazing. Now the rest of China, Taikula is kind of like they're going to be fighting for it, man. They're sitting at 39 points right now. That's not a bad day. That's not a bad one-day score. But with everybody else kind of like log jamming here in the center, it feels like that might not be something that's a given. And then of course you got 4 Angry Men, just a very bad performance. 27 points, or what was it? 27, 30, 25 points. And then Petrichor Road, who's just been slipping and just hasn't really shown up to either of these tournaments really.
No, Petrichor Road looks a little bit lost sometimes. I mean, they even had their drop spots in Erangel, and they had an okay first game, but after that, they were pretty quiet. I mean, they were having a hard time in team fights. They weren't really kind of finding those huge impact plays that we would have come to expect from players of the caliber that Angslept and Mingming are going to bring to you. They'll have some moments where it looks like maybe they're going to get something big done, and then they just get shut down. So they need to really readjust and find their footing, because whatever they're doing right now, it ain't it.
Yeah, I know their fans have to be frustrated, especially considering, as you said, the caliber of Angslept and Mingming just not really finding the groove. But you heard the hooting and hollering going on behind us. That wasn't just for me. No. That is the game starting. We have players in the plane, and we are going to get 2 underway to start off the day here on Erangel, followed by Tego Rondo, and wrapping it up on Miramar. But keep your eyes glued to that cut line, guys, because it is going to be very, very close.
Yes, this is probably going to end up pretty similar to what we saw at PGS 7, where it really is going to come down to every point you can get. If you're one of those teams at the middle of the pack, you got to be fragging, you got to be playing smart, or else you might find yourself on the outside looking in.
Well, this is one of those times where it is desperately important to make sure that you finish your kills. Knocks are not going to be enough to do it here. You've got to make sure you finish those. Don't get those stolen away. And at the same time, you got to be putting yourselves in good positions to hopefully maybe steal a couple of knocks away from others.
Yes.
Because it really does feel like it's going to come down to 1 point here and there, just like, as you said, it did in PGS 7. T1 missed the cut for that grand final by 1 single point, and it's always that way. It's always that way. So making sure that you secure that single point is could be the difference between finding yourself in the grand final and finding yourself watching from home.
100%.
Here we go.
That's what makes it so exciting, and I was kind of wondering if this was going to happen or not today, and it looks like it is a bit of a split, though, with the Twisted Minds crew going over to the school. Petrichor Road is going to claim apps. I don't know if that means there's going to be more of a big fight. By the way, a couple of the Twisted Minds players are going for vehicles as well, trying to make sure that Petrichor Road can't grab those guaranteed vehicle spawns that are up just to the north. Oh my god.
Okay.
What?
Let's get it. Let's start off the day in a special way.
You're the cursed circle bringer.
I love
for this one.
You know what? I'll take it. If it means we get this level of entertainment on the line when there's so much on the line in these games. I will take it. We got hot drops on Millie too. Goodness gracious!
Oh my!
Well, Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds both have that multi-view. So if you want to watch how that hot drop plays out here on, well, I guess cold drop really, because Twisted Minds knows Petrichor Road has nothing really to lose. So no reason to take that one there. Meanwhile, Taikole, they are not scared to hot drop. I mean, they've brought it to T1 neighborhood twice. Now they're bringing it to Furia. Fortunately for Furia, that is some long-range shooting coming from Spaceman, and it looks like they should be able to get out just fine.
Yeah, you got a couple out there, but you're leaving behind Posa and Zakraken, so
true.
You have to try to find some damage here from up on top of the hill. You've got some DMRs available, Gizera, but not a ton of ammo there. And a shotgun to back it up. This is kind of an awkward spot for him, and just a hollow on that Mark 12.
I think they were stopping down just long enough. They had the dossier. They just wanted to make sure that their boys got out of town, and now they will go ahead and do a little bit of looting on that northern side of Military Island, where they are joined by TKL, obviously, but they've got BB Team over in Novo and have Prio on that radar tower, that high ground that we see get placed so much. And then they also have Theraton 5 on the south side. So 4 teams already on Millie, and looks like they're about to be joined by Na'Vi. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, after missing out on their they went over for a play date, and the friends didn't show up, man. You feel bad.
That is feels bad. That's like when you have a birthday party and nobody's there.
That ever happened to you?
Not that I remember.
I know it didn't happen to you recently because I was at your birthday party.
I forced you all to come. So
well, you didn't force me. I would have been there regardless. I would have been there with bells on.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But I mean, I think this is kind of interesting. By the way, for Taikula, this isn't their normal drop spot here.
No.
This is a consequence of the plane path. So this isn't, I don't think, meaning much, other than maybe just kind of staking their claim for an alt drop going into the finals if they can make it. Because normally they drop South George.
They do.
Yeah.
But I feel, and just looking at the plane pass, I feel like South George was on the table. Like,
it was.
Not incredibly far away.
But maybe they just thought, maybe they just gamble. They have that gambler's fallacy in them where they're like, we haven't had a milli circle in a while.
I mean,
Let's try that.
Hey, it would have been real nice if it would have paid off and they were able to get 1 or 2 off of Furia. But if nothing else, they have a spot inside the circle. As we see Rock getting a little bit close to Furia, they try to make their way across the bridge, and fortunately for them, Furia not really set up to do any type of camping here. And now RBN taking it from up on high. BB Team finding a angle on that as well. As BB Team, they had a great day yesterday, obviously 46 points, but this is kind of building off of what was a great performance in the PGS 7 finals as well.
Yeah, no. They're just a really well-balanced team. I mean, you rarely see them make bad decisions, especially in the early to mid game. Like, they are just so smart about finding their moments, taking good fights, finding some long range damage. Maybe not necessarily always collecting on the knocks that they're getting.
Sure.
But that doesn't matter, because when you're doing a lot of damage in PUBG, I mean, this is why you got to look at the damage stat just as much as you do the kill stats, because when you're doing a lot of damage, that means you're often clearing space.
Yeah, zone control.
Exactly.
Right. It's one of the things that you see some of the best teams in the world that play the edge, right? That's what they do. They get that this is our base, right? This is our base. We're going to defend our base. We're going to push out from this just far enough, but we're never going to leave too far away, and we can always retreat back to it. But this is our area. If anybody comes near this area, we're gonna open up on them. Yeah, they're gonna get lit up like a Christmas tree, and that's what BB Team does. And when they have that high ground on radar tower, that's a little bit scary, as Longs will get picked out by Falcons. And now actually 4 a.m. still not out of the woods, because they're very close to Petrichor Road here.
It's a good day to last minute sub in kickstart onto my team. Maybe we'll see on my fantasy team, but just kind of a rotation trap that 4 a.m.
Never a bad day for that.
Yeah, that's true. It was a bit of a rotation trap there that 4 a.m. got caught up in, and maybe even worse news is you've got a clown car for Petrichor Road that's not too far away, or a 2-2 car not too far away, so it is going to be a little bit tricky, but seems like they're going to go in opposite directions, and now you got to find your way over towards Sosnovka, most likely. We don't know for sure yet. Stranger things, but it is kind of all about getting to that pivot position for some of these teams that are still stuck up on the north. Of course, if you have an emergency pickup like Twisted, you're good to go.
This is what I was a little bit worried about. It looked like all these teams were coming down here, but Tiggleton going to spot out HS. They, yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, just let them know. But yeah, 4 a.m. They're in the bin right now. It is not looking good as to start off the day here. They're down to 2. Petrichor Road down there, and Divine also starting to track down in that same Milta Power location. So we'll keep an eye on that here as Navi fighting for position here. Zone control, as we were talking about, on these hills just to the north of the actual base.
Yeah, and not a lot of meds there on Hakatori. Only had 1 first aid, so they got to be a little bit careful with how and when they take those fights because they can't afford to, kind of go through battles of attrition as this one wears on. Furia already lost to Kraken, and also I was worried about Furia's equipment status because we saw them have to leave so early from the military base, and, what are they going to be able to get for loot out of the back of that? Not much. I mean, I think 1 blue zone in the guns is all we saw there for Posa. Twisted just going to drop into Novo. I don't really see...
Yeah, they got it pretty clear, it looks like.
And I don't think BB's messing with them.
Yeah, BB kind of brought everybody up to that mountain, and then Rock hasn't really made their way over completely into Novo. Theraton 5 off to the south, never really entered in. So good call on the E-pick up there from Twisted Minds, and they get everybody in and do it pretty much scot-free. 17, meanwhile. They've got not really a whole lot on this western edge. If they keep going a little bit further east, they may run into New Happy, but it looks like they're content holding the line here. There's still a number of teams on the mainland that are taking their time coming over. The Expendables, Forest, Gen G, Divine, Open Lippo, that Sonics 4 a.m. Petrichor, they still haven't left Milta. So some teams just kind of taking their time with this one and not really committing to making their way over Millie just yet.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that the Expendables are being as patient as they are, other than maybe this is some kind of trap play towards the western bridge.
That's what it looks like, isn't
They were
it?
just driving around wild and out on Miramar yesterday, so I kind of was hoping that maybe we'd see a little bit more of that to start. Gen G, though, might be running into Divine and Lipovka. We'll have to wait and see. I see that up on the northern part of the map. New Happy ahead of 17. Also 17, I want to keep my eyes on how they play this game. This is a difficult circle for them. They're going to have to play edge. Are they going to be able to fight their way through? We've seen them be successful in many situations throughout the event, but kind of curious how that one's all going to play out. And this is a little bit scary for Gen G.
I think it might be more scary for Divine. I think they spotted out wonderful. Yeah, they did. And Americano will pick him out. Orca will flush him down, and that'll be a point in the bag for Gen G. Now, do they stop this? Do they stop down and try to take a full-on fight with Divine here? I don't think so. Orca down to about half HP, and they've got to worry about getting in. Meanwhile, Falcons has popped an E-pickup, so they should. We'll keep an eye on them. The Expendables, they had Forest coming down to them over in that fishing pier, and yeah, you can see Forest doing a good job of scouting out, and I think Baron may have sniffed it out.
Yeah, this is good stuff for Forest in terms of just not thinking that bridge was going to be free, or even the area ahead of it, because a lot of times teams will set up traps on the other side of the bridge. Falcons up in the air. Circle is indeed going to be Sosnovka. There's no question about it. There is some places to land. I mean, there's the facility that's just to the west of the radar tower mountain that's available for the Falcons right now, just underneath BB. That's probably the primest of real estate that we can see available.
Sure, yeah, whole south side is still really available as well. I mean, you can see Theraton 5, but other than that, that whole area down in the southwest is clear, at least for the time being. You see the Expendables still just trying to reposition. They were ready, man. They were pulling off a camp here. They wanted to take a fight, and unfortunately for them, Forest just too good at scouting. So maybe they got used to seeing that over in APAC. Who knows? Like it's oh look, an E-pickup has been popped and left.
Yep, here you go. Good find by the Falcons. No damage, a little bit to kick. He tried to go up on top of that tower. That is wide open to BB's position.
Whoa!
He's got to get down, and he's going to go for the parachute. Trying to climb his way through. This is really, really tricky. Oh, kick.
Somebody's got to return fire there to give him a little bit of freedom. But, I mean, all four, well, not four. 3 of BB are all just staring right down at him. And unfortunately for Kick, he just is going to be the lone casualty here for Falcons. As a BB team, why not get a crate to go along with your troubles?
Heckin' yeah. I kind of wonder if that's just maybe a parachute mistake, or for some reason they thought that the top of that was not going to be as dangerous or something.
Yeah,
hard to say for sure.
I mean, at this point, you got to feel like a full squad's going to be at the top of Radio Tower.
You'd
right?
assume.
So, yeah, maybe maybe a slip up there. Who knows? But they still got 3 alive. They got great position. They're fine for the time being. Obviously, you would love to have Kick with you, but you know, all is not lost yet. 4 a.m. Meanwhile, down to just Godvi and Atong Mu, trying to make their way into Novo, where Twisted is still posted up. They've got 1 player and looking out into the sea, and that's Example, probably not the guy you want looking down the scope in your direction as they pull on in. And yep, Example just going to wait for them to come in, and the trap will be sprung shortly.
Oh, that's just bad news for Atong Mu. Not much he can do there. Now you're stuck in the water. You got to get underneath the boat and around to the other side. But even then, trying to go up that ramp, that's a perfect angle. So yeah, got to swim towards another direction and see if you can sneak underneath Twisted's noses. But Batulin's there, right on the other side of this. Godby, I don't know if you can get up there, and he is in trouble. 4 a.m. just from bad to worse as this game has started.
It's not great. It's not great. As you can see them currently sitting on 26 points, way down there. And, you know, we talk about at least 60 you feel like is probably going to be there unless E-Arena gets extremely lucky. And Twisted Minds has nothing but time on their hands to go ahead and find this man. So I think it's just got to be hoping that he can waste enough of their time where they stop looking, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I was going to say if they wanted to go fishing with some dynamite maybe. But they're just going to be looking around.
Some gold bars.
Yeah, just take that.
That's a come
Take
up.
that and run.
Yeah.
Who needs to play the game if you get the gold
so
bars?
Sneaky. So sneaky. Oh.
This is clever.
Yeah, okay. We saw him. We found it. And now we fish with dynamite. How deep can you go, Mr. Godby?
Aw.
Oh, well.
He's trying.
He's doing his best. And unfortunately, it's not going to be enough there as we see, a couple of teams running into each other on the bridge as Gen G and Petrichor Road going to get each other on the high side and the low as Chewy has already been knocked 2 down for Gen G as well. Ike's left trying to make things come alive here for Pero in the final day.
Wise to get out of there. Nod's going to have to hold his own against a bunch of Furia. There's the UMP, and that makes quick work of Non on the backside. Gizera, last one alive for Furia, but last one on his feet. Tosi? No. Yes. Ming down. Aches left. Last one for Pero.
Oh, boy. And he has Americano on the other side. Oh, he tried to go across to flush the kills, but Americano wasn't having it. Shuts him down, and now we'll try to go for these revives. Might be able to get away with it as well as, remember, Furia was down to just 1. They've got some revives to work on their own.
Yeah, Furia's not going to be able to mess with this anytime soon. And again, you can see that the lack of utility there for Furia kind of encouraging them to go for these third-party opportunities where they can maybe pick up some freebies, and they're able to at least get something out of this game, 1 kill. Forest has gotten through the Expendables with, well, 2 players died somewhere, but that's not the end of the world, I suppose. You can still kind of cheat your way through the military base. There's a lot of kind of nooks and crannies to find your way in. And Divine coming in very late after losing a player early to Gen G.
Yeah, they had to take their time coming out of Lipovka, and now they're going to be pulling into Novo, where it looks like if they time this correctly, I think Twisted Minds will be leaving, but they're still going to be kind of hovering around. So now Forest on the move once again. Will try to make their way through 17. It looks like they should be able to do so, but they're going to go south and find themselves right in the teeth of a 4-way Expendables split. Expendables made their way all the way down to the southwest, took up a lot of real estate, and cutting it a little bit too close maybe for Forest here as 17 is hunting.
This is going to go real bad probably with Duck-Juice and the Expendables up here as well. They're going to try to stop at this shack, but Duck-Juice has a great position to punish this, has a frag, could get it through the door. And then that could be the end of Forest. Grenade out. Is it going to be on the mark? Tanvu already softening him up. Just splashes at the car. Only going to get Baron out of that. Can you find a way onto Olympus? They're going to go for the res?
Wow.
Surely there's an angle.
Stick it as well here as Tanvu just can't find the narrowest of angles. And now the Expendables getting shot at as well by 17. So they have to kind of pull back to slow down for Duck-Juice. Well, they at least know they have Forest dead to rights inside. And 1 grenade, well-placed grenade, will be the end, and that might be it. No, it's not going to find its home.
Taking some funky bounces off the hillside
Yeah.
there. Meanwhile, Delwyn's just
there you go, Delwyn.
keeping players at bay. Taikula, actually, Souza going to get involved there. Keep Delwyn from fully flushing. Onto 17. Not sure that is easily resable. Xiaowu is driving back to Lil Ghost, as is 7-7, but he is bleeding out. Looks like they might just get there in time.
Oh my goodness. Okay, saving Private Lil Ghost. They're going to get there just in time. He's got to position himself right behind the tree to make sure he avoids the line here. But no, Sosid from the other side. Oh, you hate to see it. He made it. He made it. The effort was put in.
I mean, look, they tried. They needed to throw a smoke there, though, so I don't know
he didn't have time,
he didn't have time, you're probably right. Well, you could throw it while you're driving.
That is true.
If you're really good.
And he had somebody else over there that maybe could have thrown a smoke.
It was hard no
him.
matter what.
Yeah, well, yeah. We'll cut him slack on that one. More than expecting the shots come from that northern side there from Sosed, but that's Navi on their 4th kill. They are down to just 3 players, but they do not look to be slowing down from their first days. We get a quick replay of that Gen G Petrichor road fight.
Oh
and
my
off
God.
the bat, no way. Chewy just got to be mad about this one.
Oh, what a turn there on a dime to get the splatter. Tosi just barely able to outduel Ming Ming, although pretty quick to trade was Aches left. Americano on the cross angle, and the woes continue for Petrichor Road. And now we see.
Oh, look at them. They cleaned up. They then turned around and cleaned up Furia,
It's
too.
a huge game for Gen G.
Go ahead, Gen G. And they still have 3 up here, although 1 knocked currently. Americano looks like they might be able to get their res on that one, as I think he got knocked from BB Team up high. And meanwhile, Navi starting to make their way over. You see Divine will go out in the end. It looks like they succumbed to the blue zone, and Novo and Twisted Minds, perhaps a little BB Team in there for Spice. And 17 have a little bit of a ditch to play as a duo.
Well, likely going to be uphill sledding for 17 on the edge of this current circle. And just got to see where this one ends up. BB can just kind of turret up there. The funny thing is this is one of these circles where you start to consider your ammo expenditure as BB, because you're going to just be farming that ADR. But, you know, beyond that, you need to have some bullets left for the late game. As Twisted, you know, of course, keenly aware somebody's going to be up there, and they're just keeping their eyes out. Perfectix gets a little bit of a spot onto Besto, but not really much that he can do there for now. Just retreating to the safety of the hillside. They are relatively safe. Oh, God.
Dancing, happy feet. 17, keep it on the move. And they'll survive for now, but Taikule has got a few more that they can send over. But, yeah, playing on that high side outside of the bowl should keep them safe for the time being. And now, yeah, Taikule has got to move as Navi has line of sight. So 17 getting a little bit of protection from on high.
I think you have a decision to make here as Navi. Do you try to fight through, 17, get those kills for free, and then figure it out from there? But what in the world? A good grenade is going to cost Twisted Minds a knock. Lou is down, and they're having to back off quite a bit and spread out because Example and Perfectix took a ton of damage too, so have to go through and use some of those first aids. Meanwhile, Gen G's Orca driving up behind this. Gen G really split, though. Orca maybe just going on a fact-finding mission.
Yeah, Rock doing a 3-man compound hold inside the sniper tower. And oh my goodness, Suze immediately finding 2 as TKL, they've come into the wrong neighborhood. Gonna try to hide behind the wheels, get a heal off maybe, but those are gonna be another one picked off as Delwyn goes down, as TKL starting to come alive here in day number 2 of their campaign.
That was nasty stuff from Souza. What a spray there to find 2 off the rip. And that's going to be 3 kills total for him in this game. Having a nice start here. Taikula, any extra points are very, very nice right now. Get a little bit closer, but Zilong from New Happy has other thoughts. Has that Dragonov, puts Don's on his knees. Now looks for more, hits the head too there. Just a little bit too far away to get the confirmed insta-knock. And it is going to be a flush as Clory's trying to figure out where in the heck can he go.
Not many places, and he's got a long way to do it too. And maybe he might be able to hop into that I mean, the US might be his only option, really, but you can see Zilong still having that angle, looking down. They need to be careful, though. They have to make sure they watch their backs, as you see Padampong and Rossita Jr. starting to sneak over there, but it looks like 16KK has spotted them. So, Okay, we're good. All right, 17 still will keep 2 alive, still have a way to make their way inside the zone, and you gotta wonder when Falcons will start getting involved here. And yep, there you go, shots from Tiggleton. We'll find Xiaobei, get him down to half HP, but won't get the knock.
I mean, I don't think there's many worlds here where Clories is able to get too much further. Has only a couple more first aids left there. Na'Vi losing players to BB. Circle pushing them into the gun barrels of the BB team up on the hill. And Sosa going to do what he can to heal through this, try to find another angle through. H-Win has collected a Lynx for himself, so Falcon, some upgraded weaponry, upgraded armor, going to be in their inventory, and he's just going to hit by a bullet and immediately die to the blue.
Yeah, unfortunate. Twisted Minds was able to get everybody back on their feet, and combined with the powers of BB, they dispatch with Rock. And now the sniper tower is clear, but Twisted does not look to be too terribly interested in wanting to go play that. Don't want to put themselves in a tough spot, but they might not have a choice, as they are fully aware that Orca is up on their north side. You can see him looking over there. BB team, meanwhile, it's just fish in a barrel for them at this point. It's ADR farming. They are going to have some phenomenal-looking fantasy points after this thing is done. 9 kills already, and it is only, you got to imagine, going to go up from here.
I agree with you. I mean, they should be raking in quite a few off of this. I would think 15, 16 very doable in this position, given this circle. Ranger X, hits a headshot with the SLR onto Inuyasha. 1 HP left there on the new happy player. December the 12th, 16KK trying to find a flank angle onto T5. You still have to consider TKL and the surviving player of 17 as they try to find some kind of fair-ish fight, but with the high ground advantage that T5 has right now, you're going to have to find some pretty big knocks, some pretty good outplays to open this up. Inuyasha got the heal through and is trying to regroup with the rest of his team. I don't know where they're going to go. This is really tough. I mean, you'd love to fight through here. That's a great start. Inuyasha finds a knock.
Nice opening knock there. Good return grenade, but not going to find a knock as a trade comes through. Inuyasha, after getting that initial knock, will immediately get taken down. Fluky, looks like Ranger X is going to try to go for the res, but December 12th doesn't want to have any of it. He's going to push right up into their face. His flashbang's going. The res comes through, and now December 12th maybe in a little bit of no man's land here. He's got the high ground. 16KK going to go down. Then he's not going to get spotted. He doesn't get the knock before he goes back down. There it is. He's going to get 1. He's going to get 2, but he's going to get taken down in the end as Theraton 5 wins the 4v4.
Yeah, a really tough fight there for New Happy to take, having to go up some steep terrain just to get into that position, and some great usage of the stuns from Theraton 5 to buy some extra time. And even then, they took some fights with some weak players, but they knew they had to. They knew that New Happy was going to be danger close, and they're able to get the job done. Well held, but New Happy there just couldn't find any kills even, so Theraton 5 going to get all 4 players up and running. And if there's any team that can figure out circles like this, it is 100% Twisted Minds, the Mountain Goats extraordinaire. 7-7 will fall to the blue. Aduzi couldn't find that in time to get the kill. Now he's going to turn his eyes to Theraton 5 over on the southern side.
And meanwhile, Falcons, they're in a little bit of trouble over on the west. They had to leave their compound. You got to feel like north is probably the play, but they would like to see if they can maybe avoid these line of sight from TKL. They're just kind of hugging the wall for the time being, but they should be safe. We'll just see how they play it out. Wait for that next circle to pop. Meanwhile, Theraton 5, after that big win against New Happy, that just seems to be the way for New Happy this tournament, doesn't it? Like, even when they get really close, they just can't land that last kill to win the fight. And it's just one shy. And okay, we get the hard Eastern shift in the late game. So BB team still gets to hold on to their high ground, but everybody off to the west, TKL, Falcons, Gen G, even Theraton 5 to an extent, have to make their way over. This works out great for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I love what BB is doing. They're making sure that western side is as clear as possible. Keep their back safe. Make sure no one's going to be coming up towards you. Falcons did steal that knock that they just had, and they're going to start making their way up and over. Cold's corpse right next to them as they just scooch on by, see what they can find. This is rough sledding, though, of course, because you have a bunch of teams above you, and maybe for the best that TKL, they're busy for the Falcons, and Trimsy going to lead on point. Tiggleton right behind him, getting pretty close to Souza. Oh, where is he? Well, never mind, doesn't matter. He's not.
Hey. Here we go. BB team giving a little bit of aerial defense for the Falcons, and also going to spot out Orca. Remember, that snake of the grass could come up and strike at any moment. But BB Team, what are they at? 738 damage for Phil First right now by himself as they are sitting on 10 kills. Big spray from Orca. Will get the knock on to H-Wing. Can't get the flush. We'll try to return it with a grenade. We'll see if it can get high enough. It's just going to bounce back down as, oh my goodness, Tiggleton cooked that to absolute perfection. Chef's kisses.
That was a missile coming in there. That just splashed right on top of Orca. Well done. I think the res is doable here. I don't suspect that Spaceman is really going to have an opportunity to come down. I think with BB Team right above him, he just can't really move too far. Still has to get into the next circle, though. So now Smoke's out for the Falcons. They know they got to go forward. Still pretty tricky with how high, BB Team is. To get through even with Smokes can be a little bit uncomfortable because BB might find some angles you can't quite account for. Twisted, though, just going to claim the center of the circle. Just try to lock this down, and some good grenades are dealing a lot of damage. But there is that Lynx for H-Win. Finds the headshot onto a doozy.
Absolutely huge there, and that's going to open up a little bit of a room here. And cutting back to what you were talking about earlier, look at this. Look at the ammo count for Phil First. He's been doing a lot of work with it. Spaceman will get the knock on to H-Win. He's going to get the knock on to Shrimsy as well. And a doozy and BB Team will steal them all away before eventually taking down Spaceman. It's 13 kills for BB Team, but they still have a 4-man squad of Twisted Minds and Theraton 5 on that south side to work with. Meanwhile, Tiggleton, all he can do is hide in the cracks and hope to survive to late game.
Well, there's still a world where Tig
There's still a world.
Still a world. I mean, it just depends on kind of what BB Team does. If they can just annihilate T5 here for you, and then they take a fight against Twisted Minds, Tig could find his moment to scooch around that southern side, get in there, try to take the game away from these two teams that are still left. But if Theraton 5 were the ones to go down, who knows? Maybe they can get out of that position. A little tricky for them for sure. They should be well under the sight lines of BB Team, you would think. BB Team, though, starting to flex out, seeing if they can corral and isolate and identify where the Twisted Minds players are. But yeah, you can see they're finding damage under the vehicle. It is just messy. Although I think I saw a BB Team player without a helmet.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? We were talking about it earlier. You have to make every shot count. Phil First almost
out of ammo.
Almost to 1,000 damage. Only 23 rounds left, but he will explode that vehicle. He's going to find Fluky. He doesn't need many bullets because each round he is sending down range is finding at least a little bit of damage here onto the T5 boys. They should be able to get that res up, but you got to feel Theraton 5 is very much backed up against the wall.
Oh yeah, this is so bad for Theraton 5. Just trying to get up this hill, trying to use these cars to inch your way forward. Maybe just found enough of an edge at this hillside that they're going to be able to hang on until Phase 9 starts, but they're going to be right on the edge of Phase 9, so they aren't going to last there for very long. Meanwhile, maybe some ammo passed over there or something, because Phil First was running very, very low on 5.5, and that's what most of BB Team is running right now. I did see 1.76 gun, a barrel in the hands of somebody, and Patulin's thinking about grenades, and Twisted Minds wants these points.
Unfortunately, they can't hand over helmets as the grenades will get cooked. They're going to land. They're going to find them all instantly. Twisted Minds will pick up 4. They are up to 8 kills, and now it is a 4v4 with the wild card of Tiggleton in the midst. Twisted Minds already has center dot, but look at the terrain that these guys are having to work with. This feels like it might come down to a heel-off, Paper. I mean, this is going to be really tough.
That's actually not entirely impossible, maybe? I don't know. It just depends where the center is. It looks like it's on top of Twisted Minds right now, so BB Team has some work to do, but they've got the high ground. They have the positional advantage. It's just how well hidden can Twisted Minds remain. And again, ammo and armor going to be a concern here for BB.
Yeah.
They are beat up.
No helmet on a doozy. I mean, you saw the helmet was one shot away on one of the, I think it was on Phil First, but Twisted Minds, they look comfy. They still have a little bit of utility left, and see what's left there for BB Team. What a turn from Batulins. And that's what happens when you get in a peak battle with somebody and you don't have a helmet on. Batu had the time. Meanwhile, the grenades are now starting to come out from Twisted Minds. And don't forget about Tiggleton. He could come up at any moment here. Phil First trying to work that far side of the road. The utility just not landing. That is very, very hard stuff to land. It is a doozy, and Bestalok gonna get immediately spotted by Batu. He'll get another one. IGL who? He'll get 3. He gets almost all of them, and Twisted Minds will get the first victory on the final day of group stages.
That's got a huge smile on Batu's face. Well deserved. A great game from Twisted Minds and BB. Both doing tons of damage here, getting a ton of points and looking to try to get into that grand finals with smooth sailing. Falcons doing a great job salvaging some points. Even though they lost kick early, they come through, get pretty deep into it. They're fine. They're good to go. Yeah. They're grooving.
No, they're absolutely vibing. And I mean, credit to BB team, man. They've got a great position. They got a lot of circle luck to go along with it. But man, they were absolutely farming. They still had enough at the end to really kind of be involved in that final fight. It just came down to who had more armor, who had less helmets. But what a win there for Twisted Minds. Let's throw it over to the desk to get us ready for game number 2.
No, EMEA killed a third of the lobby. Gosh darn it.
A third? That's gotta be more, I think.
Probably a, oh god, oh no.
No, almost half of the lobby.
Oh, what a shame.
No, but this is a crazy game, right? It's really rare that we see these endings just south of that high ground, right? But yeah, there's multiple occasions where it's like, oh my god, what a fantastic start to the last day here of the group stage.
Agreed.
One of these here, like, oh, some driving over, some dynamite fishing to kind of start things off slowly with a little bit, and yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah. Then we go to the late game, and we jump over to BB. They just go absolutely ballistic.
Yeah, well, let's be real. If BB team didn't get a semblance of what they did in this game, I think it'd be criminal, right? Like, they had to do something big from there, and they did. That said, though, Twisted Minds, but Toolins at the end, absolutely ripping apart BB team. That was
disgusting angle
for the books.
Yeah, disgusting. And then being able to get out of this one here from Brock, obviously, with 4 guys alive. The triple nade onto thirds on 5, we're going to talk about. This is the kind of like big brain plays we see, right? But to do it with a triple nade, to time it like that, and to just completely destroy thirds on 5 is obviously massive.
I mean, being EMEA, it's just kind of par for the course, really. That's what we expect. Great plays all the time. I'll stop, I'm sorry. But it was.
You're going to make me laugh.
But yeah, I mean, thirds on 5. Down to the south, they actually did quite a lot down there, to be perfectly honest. And then they realized, obviously, we really can't move from here. We're just being looked at from every single angle. So nades were bound to be a huge factor.
Yeah, I feel like with a few smokes, you might have been able to get closer.
A little wiggle, yeah.
But they might have been aware with Falcons still having tickets in life for some time there. TKL obviously having a huge impact on them. Them losing 2 here made it that instead of you have somewhat of a chance that it's complete salvage, right? But still third place for Falcons.
Here it comes.
This triple grenadier.
The bombardment.
The bombardment, some might say, if you recall Richard. But he's not here. Look at this nade. One is great. Luke get 3 of them. And then the second one's following up from Batu. That's just huge. This here, that disgusting angle there. They did not expect that. And then... that's...
He did him. He did him. Oh, brutal stuff
did
there.
him dirty. Look at that. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Let's talk about the implications, though, here, James, right? Because Twisted Minds now with 5 games to go.
Yes.
With a win and that amount of kills.
Yeah.
Almost guaranteed at this point to go to the finals.
Yeah.
What do they do with Perona? Even harder?
So, obviously, kind of what I expected came to fruition in this game, right?
Sure.
Twisted Minds separates off towards school, Pero goes towards apps, friendly agreement.
Not worth it, though.
Not worth it there for the second. However, now, as you say, dynamic suddenly changes, right? If you're almost guaranteed, as we take a look at the numbers coming in, there's a bit more incentive to put the boot in against Pero, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. Here, yeah, 26 kills, obviously, with including Twisted Minds and BB team. that's going to be a 34 of the total guys. They killed more than half of the potential lobby that they could kill. That is crazy. That is huge. 2,700 damage as well for BB. They farmed, but again, with such a high ground advantage that they have, it's just massive here. Perfectic, usually one of the guys that pops up, but in this case here, it was all the other guys, obviously, with a triple nade from Lou. Massive impact.
Big stuff, big stuff. Obviously, great timing across all of those nades, obviously. But it looks like Lou probably going to be taking that man of the match here, all things considered. And as you say, in terms of the potential ramifications of what could come on our next Erangel, maybe even further down the line, this is a brilliant start for Twisted Minds for day number 2 of their group.
And they were on 37 points when we started. We're 13 kills and a win, that's 23. That's 60 points, James. They've chased down the Rapids successfully, right? And at this point, with the new Petrichor Road being on 24 when we started the day, and them having 0 in this game, James. They had 0. 0! And now, Twisted Minds. 5 games to hot drop. 5 games to potentially contest Petrichor Road here. Could be scary times for Petrichor Road.
Could be. At the same time, let's take a look down the leaderboards. Obviously, EMEA did very well. Falcons with 11 points over on that west side as well. In the end, I mean, things considered where it's extremely harsh terrain to make work in those final circles. I think that's a really nice amount of points for Falcons to get. They move into 6th place here. And Twisted Minds
just 7 games.
Yep.
Yeah, that's huge. And obviously here, this 60 now is the cutoff point here we're talking about, right? Twisted Minds, they just need a few more kills and they're fine. BB team also jumping into 64. That's massive for them. A lot of really good performances here, obviously here at the very top. This have huge impact. Once we get to the other half of the leaderboard, it leaves so much less points available for everyone else, James, right? We could potentially see a complete crazy cutoff point for this one here. And Petrichor Road, 24. You need 30 plus points by game 4 or 5 today. Otherwise, it looks like it's going to be scary once we get to Miramar.
So I would guess, okay, shoe on the other foot, right? You're talking about the idea, does Twisted Minds go that way?
Sure.
At the same time, I don't think Petrichor Road leaves.
I don't think so.
If Twisted Minds goes that way, right? Because Petrichor Road, I think, is very clearly, even if they're in a rough position, I think they still want to fight out. I think they still want the spot.
I agree.
They're thinking about the whole year. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree completely.
Most teams would try dodge it, considering this scenario, but I don't think they do.
No, I think there's too much pride. There's too much belief in themselves to be able to come in and say, oh, we're just going to dominate. And also, they won half of them, right?
Yeah.
Half of them. Let's see. We're going to be seeing some more hot drops here. They win half again. If they win 3, that's 12 points just off that. And then in some of the games that they win, they could pull something crazy off. Still, we're going to need to see 1 or 2, 1 big game or 2 above mediocre games for them to be able to get close to this 60 points cutoff, right?
Yep.
And it kind of leaves a lot of space in the lobby, which makes everything kind of crazy.
Well, our players filtering in. Let's get to our second grassy pastures of the day here as our groups continue on.
Thank you very much, James. And we have 1 game in the books and European dominance through 1. I hate it, Paper. They're way too happy.
I know.
I don't like how happy they are.
You know, it is kind of weird. You know, James, he barely sees the sun. I kind of am starting to wonder a little bit about him. You know, he doesn't like garlic.
No,
you know, have you ever seen him eat garlic?
I've never seen him in a mirror.
Never seen him in a mirror?
That's
I'm surprised he shows up on camera.
Well, regardless, I mean, that was just a fantastic performance from Twisted Minds and BB Team. Obviously, we expected BB Team to do well with the position they had and the circles they got. But, I mean, man, that was a lot of damage and a lot of kills. And then Twisted Minds at the end, that was about as clutch as a finish as you can hope for. And now they have put themselves in a good position to, well, figure out what they want to do about this whole Petrichor Road situation. And right now, off the bat, it looks like they are heading back to that school apps spot. Are we going to see another one? No, we are not, because Petrichor Road, they read the tea leaves, and they knew that that is not the smoke that they wanted. They will drop in Primorsk.
Yeah, that was the one game that Twisted Minds needed to basically qualify. Not basically, they've qualified for the grand final. So Petrichor Road, they know it, and they still have a ton of work to do. Desk was talking about it, so got to get it done as Petrichor Road, and it's going to have to be alt drop city for them. Primorsk is going to be their home, Chewy, going to be fanned out a little bit towards one of those coastal compounds. But yeah, definitely a little bit scary for them. The Expendables as well. Still some work to do. But for Petrichor Road, maybe the gamble paid off. Maybe those tea leaves were seeing even further into the future.
I'm telling you. Those are some good-looking tea leaves. Got to figure out where they're getting their tea. Taikula, I mean, well, not going to hot drop anybody this time. The wild card is hugging that western coast, but you can see Suze just kind of staying behind as they already have a spot inside the zone. But now you start thinking about, all right, how do we make our wraps into this? Southern Road obviously going to be a little bit dangerous. Western Road going to be a little bit dangerous. Coming from the north through the Gatka Fields is probably your best bet, right? But you look at a team like the Expendables who are just split up everywhere. I feel like this is going to be a pretty bloody early game just with people trying to get inside this first circle.
Could be. No, it absolutely could be. You expect teams like maybe Rock to make the wide wrap down towards Sosnovka to come through in from the southern edge, but a lot of teams are going to be wanting to come through the fields near Gatka, and that's the Expendables territory, so that's always a little bit scary. Plus 17 will be in the neighborhood. Not going to be a ton of fun, but let's hear what Saucet has to say from Na'Vi.
Ми просто змінили споти, тому нічого такого не змінилось. Граємо в центральні також споти, там ігра цілком не відрізняється, тому відіграємо центральні наші споти, які ми тренували, будемо грати так далі. Нестабільна гра на попередньому турнірі була із-за контестів в основному. Зараз у нас контестів немає, тому ми просто показуємо свою гру з центральних спотів, котру тренували, і будемо грати так далі.
There you go. It's pretty I think it would be easy to say, pretty obvious that Navi's performance in PGS 8 having a lot to do with the fact that they decided not to engage in the hot drops with 17, and now they are finding a great deal of success. And we'll see how that works out for them in the grand final, because that team looks very, very good when they're not doing what they were doing with 17.
Yeah, out in open space. I mean, they have some real firepower, so they are a force to be reckoned with, and it just kind of goes to show you.
I'm telling you, man, I'm never going to get a four-man grenade. Every time I get one of these, it's the first grenade goes, and it's just three. You guys got Ibby yesterday. You got Captain back in the day at Face It. Every time it's me, I get three. But you know what? That's still about as pretty as you're going to see as we get to look at Batulin's just, I mean, once you get in the mountains where the goat reigns, this is, they had no choice. They had no chance.
I feel like if any circle ends on the mountains, just put all your money on Twisted Minds. They're just too good in these scenarios. They understand the terrain better than anybody on the planet, it feels like. And yeah, you can see that one's got Batu pumped up, and rightly so. You know, they want to come in, you know, okay, so PGS 7, a lot of contention for drop spots, things like that. You know, you can kind of consider yourself successful in a way. You got to the finals. You're able to kind of essentially start bullying Petrichor Road here over the course of these two events, and that sets the stage for the rest of the year for you, and that's where you're now turning your eyes as Twisted Minds. You know, obviously there's all these events coming up, plus they haven't won a PGC. That's still in their crosshairs.
Absolutely, and I think that's seeing that at the end game there is probably terrifying for a lot of these teams, because Twisted hasn't really looked like last year's Twisted so far this year, at least through PGS 7. And now that game started to look a little bit more like old Twisted, and that's a terrifying proposition for all these teams, as they don't want to see those lads in blue and pink hoist a trophy 3 times in a row again.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but the Batu cometh. I mean, he's
inevitable.
He's inevitable. He is starting to acquire more of the stones for the gauntlet. 4 a.m. They're gonna pop the E-pick up out of Yaz this today. You know, no T1, so they are A-okay, but another one of those teams that has a ton of work here to do today. You can see that right now the cutoff for 16th at 36, so still hovering a little bit low, but you know, with a big game from Twisted, and who knows, maybe a big game from Theratop 5, the Expendables, something like that, and all of a sudden that cutoff starts looking more and more out of reach. So you need to get it going right here, right now, if you're one of those teams that's outside looking in.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and you only have a limited amount of maps left to do it, and you probably don't feel like you want to be relying on Tego or Rondo for anything. So You would probably like to get as many points on air and goal as you possibly can as we check in with Divine. It has not been a very divine weekend for them so far. Only 15 points on the board, but they have a pretty nice spot centralized south of yeah, good rock.
BL?
Okay, we're good.
We're good? We okay?
We're good. Everything's fine.
That was just a love tap.
Just a love tap.
Just letting them know.
Well, Navi is going to be the first thing that Rock might run into here. They've got a little bit of a 2-1-1 split going on that southern road. Meanwhile, New Happy, you can see where they're posted up. And this is all just kind of begging the question, where does 4 a.m. go? As we take a look at what New Happy did to Petrichor Road in taking that position. Non finds December 12th, but in the end, looks like New Happy will come out on top. So Petrichor Road's troubles continuing as they are down to just Ike's left and Ming Ming.
Yeah, that's a real backbreaker for Petrichor Road.
Especially considering they had the zone.
Exactly, right? Exactly. That is...
You try to pull a 2-2 split, and sometimes it just does not pay off.
That is trouble. But we've seen duos that can get deep into games. I mean, the Expendables were doing it yesterday, so who knows? Maybe, again, you always look to those two, Ming Ming and Ike's left, as players that should be capable of something like that. 4AM had no other options, but Petrichor Road's drop spot in Primorsk that was left available. Corey's already very well occupied, and pretty much everything else, maybe you could have gone Ferry Pier, but this is probably the best of bad options for 4AM.
It's not too bad. Yeah. They get a vehicle for it, too.
Yeah.
As HSM found. And now they do have to get on the clock as TKL starting to push down in that direction. Gen G, meanwhile, coming in from the north side where it is just wide open. Forest has a four-man split kind of hugging that western road, so that may be the first thing that Gen G comes across. Furia, meanwhile, looks like Rock is sending some long-range shots over in this area, but they may be pushing into Twisted Minds right now. Twisted Minds in a little bit of a 2-1-1 split across those southern Pachinki fields.
It's been a bit of a disastrous PGS 8 so far for Furia. They're really going to have to step up in these last 5 games if they're going to get anywhere. But being on that edge, pretty tricky. A lot of fields out there, so that means that you're going to get potentially harassed as you try to make some crosses. There's Twisted Minds that fanned out very near you as well. So have to keep our eyes on that. BB going to be coming in very, very late from the very, very northern part of the map. I mean, they are taking their sweet time, but that's okay. They are pretty comfortable with 64 points. You wouldn't expect them to get 0 the rest of the day, so they should be sitting just fine for going into that grand finals. And it is going to be Lou driving out just ahead of Furia there. Probably heard the cars coming and wants to retreat a bit closer to the safety of his teammates to make sure that if a fight does occur, they are going to be able to bring the full weight of their forces down. And E-pickup popped here for the Expendables. I mean, they're pretty close to the center of the circle, so this is kind of an interesting one, and they're getting harassed by 17.
A little love tap there from Xiao Wu from range. It'll drop him down to half HP. I don't think that E-pickup was ever intended to be taken in the first place, but that'll make it a little less likely for you to do it now. Another E-pick now popped by Navi, so a lot of teams just popping those preemptively just in case the circle does something kooky, and the circle, in fact, will not do anything kooky and will center up just north of Quarry.
I'm a bit sad.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I'm kind of hoping for the Primorsk finish.
I can only do so much, all right, with these weird
I appreciate
circles.
You, though.
We'll wait for the last 4. We'll see what I can pull up.
All right. Okay. I need you to really dial in, okay? Let's lock in here, Poro.
I'm locked in, buddy.
Lock in.
I'm ready. Well, Gen G will take that little ditch, dip, and get a little bit of harassing from TKL and Theraton 5, but for the most part, looks to be okay. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, down to the 2, as we said, just south of Quarry, trying to peacock and make themselves feel a little bit bigger than they actually are. 4 a.m. slowly coming in behind them, so they're going to hear those shots, and now 4 a.m. going to pop their own E-pickup. It's an E-pickup party.
It is, but this is a really early one from 4 a.m. in relation to when the next, I guess it'll be right at when the next circle starts closing, but you're probably not going to get to see the next pop, I don't think. We'll have to wait and see. Petrichor Road still trying to get deep into this game. This would be a great opportunity if they could suss it out that there's some stuff open inside of the quarry itself. Maybe one of those warehouses around the edge. Maladoct track down Kiss a little bit, see if they find the damage. They're going to get a shot to connect. Are they going to find any more? A lot of bullets whizzing by. There's one. Kiss, you're almost out.
Oh,
one more bullet. Oh, the tire popped too.
Oh, he's way off in the distance. This is where, there he is. He gets it. Molodok will be the one that gets Kiss, and he didn't even see the bullet hit. That's how cool this guy is. I mean, look, these guys have experience with this very recently, having a little bit of high ground and just raining terror down on everything around them. This high ground may be a little bit lower this time around, but fortunately for Forest, it looks like they should be able to get Kiss back into the whip and back over to the team. 4AM, meanwhile, did, in fact, take the E-pickup, and they're going to go dead center circle. Looks like they're going to lose one in the process, but Longs, Etanmu, and Godvi will manage to get on the ground.
This is classic 4AM. Just find a dip in the center of the circle and try to play it out, and that's what they're going to do, and see if they can find some better results this go around. It has been, again, very rough sledding, losing a lot of players in transition in the previous game. Divine's turn, it is just E-pickup party.
Did we put these things on ×2 this time? What's going on? We did so many E-pickups in play.
Somebody's back there turning the knob.
I know. We're just cranking up the dials, man. Well, I don't think we'll see one. Yep. Nobody taking that one again. It's just filling up the flight pattern more than anything, really. As Wonderful and Divine will just continue to hold their little small 2-2 split on that roadside. Theraton 5 off to their west with a duo in that Witch's Hat compound and another duo just off to the north of Quarry in the Shacks. So that's going to be a tough one for Theraton 5 to defend if anybody does decide to make a crash, but we'll see if that happens as the game goes on. Hackatory being the tip of the spear here for Navi. Just listen to see if there's anybody around on that hillside. He's not going to spot out. Well, now they'll spot out Haven, but it's going to be Stead that gets him, and Haven just going to hop in the whip and get on out.
Yeah, he's got to go. That is not a fight that he can take cleanly right there, and Navi kind of just seeing what they can do with it. They can't quite catch Furia in time. It is going to be a clean escape seemingly for them for now. Circle is going to go hard over towards the west, so a lot of quarry, a lot of the swamp inside of the center of this one. So that's going to actually leave quite a bit of terrain here for teams to kind of find their way through. There's a lot of options for you to kind of hang out on the edges of the quarry walls, get up on top of the quarry. There's that forest of, whatever the Rorschach test of that animal you think it is over to the east of quarry. A lot of options available still. I was kind of wondering, with all these helicopters, does PUBG just have a pit crew like in Formula 1 that's just nice, ready to go, just getting those things flying up in the air?
Just dumping the gasoline in,
yeah,
ready to go, hit the red lights, and we're off to the races. Well, BB, they're going to push in to TKL. TKL was trying to bring everybody back together on the top of Quarry, it looked like, but Don's just a little bit slow, and Suze, fortunately, is still close enough to be involved. As you can see, he's going to hop back into the car. I think they might be leaving Don's on his own here. Yeah, I think they've said, wish you the best of luck, my dude. Unfortunately for them, a doozy will finish him off. And that's another kill picked up by BB Team. And TKL will reconnoiter on the top of Quarry.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those splits that you're hoping you can get away with. And seemingly there's other stuff available around you, and if that's open, you would expect that maybe a team might try to go for that instead, but BB Team had other ideas, and they don't really lose too much out of that other than a little bit of damage to some of the armor. 17, they're out on the eastern edge. They have New Happy, who still has claimed this kind of rectangular shaped compound over to the west. Let's take a look at the replay of Orca's kill onto HS. Wow, he is leading that a mile.
That was beautiful.
That is nasty. Oh my God.
And he actually caught it with the last shot.
He did the turn away.
The cool guys don't look at explosions, but they definitely shout out and let the boy know what just happened to you. Well, problem for Navi now, as they take a little bit long coming in on that south side, and now they're running into Rock. They're going to lose one immediately. Now Sosit has been knocked. Rock trading, but 17 is now coming around, and they're going to third party this.
Dude, Hackatory is going crazy. He's got a P90. He's got an SKS, and he's putting them to good use. Sosit around the corner. Santastico Looking for the grenade, cooks it. Is it going to be good enough? No, it bounces over, hits the edge of that rock, and that sends it flying to his right. Another one.
That's a better one.
That is a lot of damage, but Sosa's still standing tall, trying to back him off. Another grenade coming through, and he dodges it. Really nicely handled here by Sosa.
Happy feet from Sosa, keeping him alive for the time being. As the Molotov will come out, that's going to be a flashbang. It looks like the offensive utility may be out for Santastico. BL going to provide him some support from the low ground. Stayed just playing around on the edges of that molly. While you can see kill feed starting to light up as Twisted Minds have an angle on this from range. They're going to find 770. Well, they're going to find Sosed, and now Santastico has been taken down, but Stead going to get taken out by BL.
Yeah, Hakatori now still has couple things to worry about. BL out in the blue though, and he does have some level 3 gear, so in a 1v1 he will be favored. The Expendables suiting up and getting in towards the northern side of the circle. 4 players strong right ahead of Gen G, so it's gonna lock that position down a bit. Meanwhile, grenade right next to Hella takes a bunch of damage here. Divine trying to bully their way underneath this forest compound on the shark fin. So far, they've just taken some damage, no knocks. Forest busy kind of messing with the Falcons to keep them at their backs. But, you know, Falcons looking for an opportunity to strike. Maybe if some knocks come through, they might try to wrap through.
Yeah, hadn't really gotten a chance to talk about that zone pop. Everything cutting hard west as BL still in a beautiful spot. Will spot out Perfectix, but Tulins is taken out by Xiaowu, so now all of a sudden, Lou, the last player left alive for Twisted, and he is way separated from the rest of the squad. Does BL spot out Example? That wasn't his knock, so I don't think he knows about it. But Hakatori, I think, was the one that got the knock on the Batulin, so he's going to be able to go and flush that one out. So Twisted Minds might be in a little bit of trouble here with Lou eating a whole bunch of blue zone. And a couple of more E-pickups popped as New Happy going to take one. 4 a.m. was trying to take one, and they're getting gate kept by Petrichor Road off in the distance. Now Falcons, they have taken this fight with Fury, but good grenade from Posa will find the knock on a kickstart to open things off.
Oh, Haven there almost got knocked by an explosion too. Grenades are ringing in the Falcons' ears. They are extremely beat up right now. Tiggleton is the anchor position quite far away. These smokes keeping him at bay, and Posa continues to make it rain, and him and Gizera combining to find more damage into the Falcons. Here comes New Happy fresh off of an E-pickup of their own. They are swinging in towards Furia. They want to do a bit of a backstab.
Oh, they can get him too. Zakraken not even looking in that direction. No, but he spots him. Good spray from him will take Zilong down to less than half HP, but here come the grenades. Furia now in exactly the position that Sonics were just in against them, and Inuyasha will find Zakraken. Zilong will go down to Haven as the utility still coming over. Furia landing this beautiful utility from both sides of the hill. It's down to just 16 KK, and they know exactly where he is. Gizero will get the kill.
That is huge for Furia. What a stand they make.
Is Tig actually going for these reses? No shot.
Well, he is.
He might actually get away with it too, because Furia have to stop down to get their own revive.
You're right. He might have just found the right window to at least get one, maybe two back up. He's got a couple of frags to consider.
Oh, Posa and Gizera on they're on their horse. They're on their way over here.
Oh, here come the frags. Gizera already got one in hand. Tiggleton trying to get ahead of the curve a little bit. Grenade out. It is just past, and it's going to get the finish onto H-Win. Trimsy holding on with a sliver of health. And Tiggleton doing some work. That's 2 big kills. Trimsy coming in for the flush. Haven now the only one left for Furia as Tiggleton comes alive.
Are you kidding me? Tiggleton coming, as you said, alive for the Falcons. Got Shrimsy as a shotgun rider here after they bleed out from H-Win down to just 2, but man, they letting Furia know you should have finished us off earlier, because we are going to come right back and take it to your chin. And you can see in the kill feed there, Navi going to go down in the end to 17, as 17 trying to make their way through Quarry against Taikula. Meanwhile, Falcons just still holding on to this ridgeline, but Forest, they've got 3 men coming this way after playing around in that Witch's Hat compound. They took a fight with Divine. It looks like Divine down to just 2. The Expendables still in that beautiful position on that northeastern edge to kind of gatekeep all of this.
Yeah, Haven went into full salvage mode. just didn't want to risk it any further with the way Tiggleton was heating up.
They almost had that, man.
That
was looking real good there.
They took 2 fights so well, and they just suffered enough damage in that new happy pull-up that they couldn't just thwart Tiggleton, or didn't have the confidence to do so.
Heck of a spray from Tiggleton, though. The back-to-back knocks is absolutely huge for him. Well, this is what we were talking about on that northern side of Quarry, as TKL trying to make their way through 17.
It's a little bit uncomfortable, and that's why.
Well, there you go.
That is a lot of explosions and gunfire right on top of Suzette. So 17, 5 kills, not a bad game here at all. 53 points, so cruising their way into another grand finals to try to repeat as your champions. Oh, oops, that's not good. Sorry, Xiaowu.
Well, he's got everybody looking at him, doesn't he? Little Ghost, the last one left up here as BB Team, once again, BB Team 4 alive and quietly making their way into the late game. Only got 1 kill so far as Divine trying to make their way up from that compound, immediately spotted out by Tanvu. But Dayon, he's got a grenade. If he puts this in the right place, he could do some serious damage. Unfortunately, it's going to bounce just outside.
He shorted it. He suspects Tanvu's up towards the crest of that hill, but kind of gave away his position there. So now the flashes come through. Molly to sort of try to bully his way across this angle. He's taking damage from Delwyn now, and he's going to pop at the right moment. Tanvu down, Tanvu out. Nice little outplay there by Dayon.
Wow, it's actually shocking to me that the Expendables allowed Tanvu to get flushed right there. They've got 4 alive. All 4 of them were looking in that direction, although they do probably need to start looking over into their southeast as Theraton 5 is starting to make their wrap up to the north. But Dayon still being that pain in the butt. Scappy, though, will get rid of that for him as Forrest starting to look over in this direction as well. 3 APAC teams fighting for dominance in the northeast.
Like to see a grenade there from Clories, but they've got problems. BB as well as Forrest starting to cut them apart. 1 player left here, just Clories. Good news is Theraton 5 is also getting backed off by the Forrest boys as things are kind of stalemated a little bit. Scappy trying to find his way, using the cover of these hills to get a little bit closer towards T5. And there's some more damage done. Headshots found. T5 scrambling. This is the edge of the circle, and it's not going to last too much longer.
Just there it is. Okay, that's the angle. We got the flush and a nice grenade to follow things up. Patapong will take down Clories. Actually, Moloduk getting the credit for the kill on to Delwyn. So another point picked up by BB Team. We've seen BB Team work from this south side, from the swamp, to great effect. We saw it in PGS 7, and now we're seeing it again here in PGS 8. But don't forget, Gen G still 4 alive inside the compound. They haven't had to leave just yet. You still have the duo of Falcons over on the west with nobody looking in their direction either. So 18 left alive. Big spray from Patapong will get the knock on a Scappy.
Yeah, and they're able to get back. They only take a little bit of damage in return. So that is a really nice pickup. A nice up and over, well coordinated by T5 to just take down Scappy and then reclaim a little bit of the edge of the circle for themselves. Meanwhile, Baron trying to scooch in towards Gen G. Here's Ming Ming. Nice shots. You kind of just expect this from a player of his caliber.
Oh, I told them about Ming Ming's mini earlier, and everybody laughed at me about Ming Ming's mini. But Ming Ming's mini is absolutely insane.
I don't think they're laughing at you. I think they're laughing at the way you say it.
Oh, okay.
Because it has alliteration to it.
Well, I can get behind that.
And it's clever.
And I'm not clever, chat. I'm sorry, but I'm. You know what? If Ming Ming's mini will get you guys laughing, then I'm all about it.
Normally, I'm laughing at you, but
I think everybody is really. Well, Furia will get picked out there by Best of Luck as Molodok will collect his second kill. A little bit slow, a little bit lower on the kill count this time around for BB Team, but this is still them again. 4 up, and we only have 5 teams left, 15 left alive. BB Team is just, again, showing that they are a team, a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, now Molodok is your top fragger for the group stage here at PGS 8. He has 19 kills. That is incredible. He is having a whale of a time. Gen G's compound still going to be in, so just making sure that you do as much damage here to these teams as you can, but Tiggleton has a hillside that he can use to obscure himself from the vision of Gen G. The Rock as well going to be helping out in that regard. Shrimsy trying to find some open space, making sure Tiggleton's back is clear, playing that anchor position. Baron has found a little bit of barren real estate to prone down in. The real issue is if somehow T5 kind of scooches up behind him, they might find an angle down on top of him, but it seems like they're angling in a different direction. However, BB team is there, kind of play a little bit of harass from that side. So BB, one of the teams that probably has the hardest decision to make here.
Yeah.
Try to crash one of those houses. You know that the house, the red house, the one story closest to you is open, but at what cost would it be to get in there? You could go to the kind of edge of the swamp, I suppose, but you got to harass T5 and maybe find a knock and then make your move.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. It feels like BB team getting a little bit squeezed out, as you said. But both teams, ooh, Patapong. Molodog had him dead to rights, but we'll hop out of that driver's seat just in time, heal up a little bit as the blue zone is encroaching. And you can see on that leaderboard right now, Theraton 5, Gen G, 15th and 16th, right at that cut line. So a win here would be absolutely huge. Neither of these teams wanting to make any unnecessary mistakes, but they also want to try to make sure they secure that victory, but get a few more points to go along with it to make them give themselves a little breathing room with 4 games remaining.
Absolutely. I mean, and you would love to just thwart Gen G or T5's hopes here of getting a ton of points. I mean, that would just feel so good as BB or Falcons, but BB eventually had to make a move. They couldn't find any knocks, so now they're paying the price. They lose 3 to Ranger X and Fluky in transition. 1 player to go, and T5 has him tracked down and dealt with.
Very well done there by T5, and it was always going to be tough for BB team there. There was always going to be almost an impossible ask, but Theraton 5 doing really, really well to make sure that they dispatched with BB team without taking a single knock. Now Gen G, they've got Falcons on their doorstep. They heard the footsteps, but they didn't hear the footsteps of Shrimzy, as he's going to get the immediate double onto Americano and Tosi and flush them out. So 5 points now for Falcons, and all of a sudden Gen G down to just 2.
Just disgusting stuff here from Shrimzy. Patient play. Finds the edge of the house where he is undetected. He wins another. Takes down Bean. He's got Orca left.
Give him all of them. Give him the 4-piece. Shrimzy looking for every last remaining member of Gen G. Theraton 5 has to be sitting on that eastern side of the circle just loving this, as they don't have to dig out this team from the compound. They can just wait for whatever comes out in the end. Forresta's Baron still alive as well on that northwestern side, as Shrimzy, he's going hunting. He's hunting. He's Orca hunting.
It's Shramzy time. He is just absolutely
Free Willy who? We're coming for you.
That whale ain't getting back out in the ocean.
No, it is not.
Keeping him
this
in the house.
This is not a feel-good story.
That's right. That's right.
This is a feel-bad story.
He's over in SeaWorld right now.
Exactly.
All right. T5, though, got to be feeling great. Their biggest threat in this game has been dealt with. I mean, unless you consider the duo of Tiggleton and Shrimzy to be a bigger threat than Gen G.
Well, BB team really, it felt like was the big hurdle. And but no, Shrimzy and Tiggleton kind of looking like a dynamic duo right now, as Orca will try to throw out a prayer. So he tries to spot him, but he will spot Tiggleton as he vaults over the fence. That's unfortunate. And now it's Shrimzy. Orca gets a spray down, will come out, try to chase, immediately pre-firing, but Shrimzy pulled around the corner, is able to get the heel off, and Orca not proving to go down very easily here. Shrimzy would love to get all 4 dog tags of Gen G in his pocket, but now you got Baron as well. And Orca looking for the top. He's going to get him. Revenge has had from Orca.
All right. I guess Willie will make it back out into the ocean this time. As what an attempt, though, from the Falcons. Goodness gracious, Shrimzy and Tig both had crazy good moments in that game. Theraton 5 trying to be in cruise control, and it helps when you can just spray with the mini like that, put a ton of damage into Orca. Baron also noted, also taking damage. Grenades ringing out in his direction. They're bouncing just a bit past, but he's trying to go for the heal, and he got it off just in time, but here comes some more frags. How is he still alive?
How is he still alive? Baron refusing to die, as that one will find him. Okay, Pathapong sent the slow trickler over the top of the hillside to finish him off, and now they know exactly where Orca is, and Orca is dead. Theraton 5 gets a big win here in game number 2.
Well, you were saying it. We were looking for APAC, and now Theraton 5 has showed up for Thailand and APAC. They have gotten themselves a ton of much-needed points. You can see relief on the face there of the players. Rosita Jr. very happy with how that one turned out for his team, and they handled that endgame nice. I mean, really dealing with BB as cleanly as efficiently they did, holding on to the edges up on the north side. That's great, PUBG.
You got to feel like Gen G was probably sitting in that compound. They know they have to leave eventually, right? But they were probably thinking, okay, if we have to wait for BB to try to push into Theraton 5. What we hope is that fight goes on for long enough that a few knocks come in and we can come out and third party it. Unfortunately for them, Theraton 5 so clean with it. And now let's throw it over our desk to break down game number 2.
APAC continues to show up. Theraton 5 get themselves the victory from the high ground as the compound gets absolutely ransacked by the Falcons boys, but then Orca was able to do something about it. But it's Theraton 5!
Yeah, first denying, obviously, BP team. That was...
Come on, more energy, come on. Yes.
Completely closed.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, but T5, they needed this. They were in the lower side of the leaderboard, James, here.
Yes, correct.
And now, they're looking good. They're closer to the cutoff point. Maybe even potentially into the 60s. What do you think?
Maybe. We'll see.
I think they're high 50s. Yeah, I'm not sure. But overall, extremely difficult circle here, James. Obviously, with Primos kind of being the starting things. We're going to be ending, north side of Curry. We've seen this area, obviously, a few times, but still, it got really heated in the middle. But the late game was a little bit more slow. Tiggleton obviously had a huge clutch against Furia. That was massive for them.
He's on fire today.
He's on fire.
He's banging today.
He is. You're really excited about how banging he has been out today. Yeah, but
correct.
Falcons now completely safe. Absolutely no chance of them not making it. Now, are they going to be making funny things? Are they going to continue to try to get into the triple digits?
Good question.
Nice.
Well, of course, there's lots to talk about from this game.
Yeah.
I think, well, they probably could get to the triple digits. I would like to see that, considering how well they're playing right now as a squad. I mean, even when they're down wounded a little bit, Falcon's still looking fantastic. Theraton 5, as we take a look at some of the highlights from this game towards the very end as well, was able to dominate that that east side, and then really put in the pong moves coming in there with some nades and stuff. So very, very impressed by them to take the win. And I'm happy to see APAC continue this with Mr. Ranger X doing a lot of work as well.
Yeah, tons of kills for T5 in this game, obviously. And for them to be able to come in and take this control here, kind of taking it away for Expendables. It felt like they got kind of sandwiched a little bit, obviously, with Forrest as well, being able to put under some pressure here, but they also managed to get top 3. They got 5 placement points from that, plus the kills they're able to get. But a little bit weird ending. You have this road here that goes into the middle, right? And then you have both sides has a lot of natural cover, a lot of dips, a lot of divots.
Yeah.
But still, it slowed down a lot. There's a lot of control for the two teams. And then Gen G were like, oh, it's a free compound. Oh, it's a free win.
Like that?
Nope, not today. Grimsy said, bang, bang, bang. And he gets 3 of them.
He did.
Tons of points for a game where it's like, you're looking at Falcons in that situation with Fury, right? It was like, okay, it's Doom. Tiggleton's alone, he was driving away. But then the third party happened. And then, of course, he's able to take a clutch 2 reses while on the run.
All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Whilst we look at those numbers, Avenger, do I have permission to talk about some of the funny moments from that game?
Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, okay, first things first, whilst we take a look at the numbers. Interesting. We theorized about where Petrichor Road was going to go.
That's a funny moment.
We thought that, Pride will prevail. They're going to go for the fight. No! They went Primorsk. I'm shocked. Not appalled, just shocked.
I'm shocked too. Yeah. But not too many points for them coming their way.
Tough stuff.
So was it worth it? Giving up your pride. But as you say here, he was able to get 5, almost 300 damage. It feels like Rosetet Jr. and Flocky, they did contribute the majority of the damage for the team here, and he was just able to get a few last hits. But still, the amount of points being able to be had from this one here, 18 points, obviously being 36 points before this game here, is going to propel them towards the 50s. I think they're going to be at 54.
Yeah, it seems like when I was in the gym with them, and that's no flex, although they were flexing on the other side and putting in the work. And Pathompong with the weight, the lift, he gets himself man of the match here. 5 kills goes the way of the Pathompong himself.
Yes.
Lovely.
That's huge. It's a great game for them. Albeit a little bit slower here on the eastern side, but they had the control. They shut down BB Team. Obviously, they control the other side of things.
Yeah.
While you use your binoculars to look at it.
The binoculars, yeah. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on everything that's going on at the moment for this tournament as a whole as we take a look at the numbers as well, because we've got 18 points going the way of Therathon 5. Awesome stuff for them. Genji from the compound get 11 points. That's big for them considering they were in the danger zone. However, not able to hold it down against the Falcons boys.
No, but you're 4 alive.
Yes.
You give 3 1v1s, well, technically, because they are not able to turn around on Shrimpsy. He opens it up and completely badonks them. This was the game that they could have said, okay, we're going to get a win and we're going to get like 20 points.
Yeah.
But they didn't. They only got a little bit. They need to continue here, obviously. Theraton 5 propels them into 12th place here. Obviously still top 16. 7 more points. Then they're going to be ahead of the Chasing the Rabbit arena, obviously.
But some strong propulsion into that top side of the brackets here. Now, do I have permission to talk about another funny thing, actually?
You can
take a look at the overall
You don't need my
leaderboards?
permission to talk about anything. You just talk.
There was a great moment in this game. Do you want to know what that great moment was?
Yeah. Besides?
4 AM not only used 1 E pickup, they used 2 E pickups, and they went for the 3rd E pickup. The awesome leadership of God V, unfortunately, did not quite get them to where they needed to be. That on that 3rd one, I think what happened, and it was clear to us, New Happy ruined their timing on that 3rd one. I was hoping that they were going to be able to fly on in, but New Happy pops one. That's rough there for 4 AM.
24 points before this game here for Pitchgoro. They're able to get 4 in this one. Now they're on 28 here. Still not in the top 16. Genji puts themselves into 15th place here, James. Expendables on 16th. Our PGC defending champions on 16th place. Little bit of a surprise for me. We didn't really see Flourish come into this group stage just yet and have that massive impact that we've seen him have before.
Yeah.
And that's really a little bit of a worry for me.
I would agree. However, we know...
You don't need to agree.
Well, I'm not entirely agreeing.
Okay.
Because I think that they're going to be able to get into the final, handedly, eventually, like a little bit more points. And then we know how they kind of turn things on during a final, right?
Yeah, that could happen. I could see that happening easy.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have the wild card maps on the way. Don't go anywhere. More on the other side of this break from PGS 8.
Powered by the most advanced WindForce cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
as long we will never settle. Hard days, no way with a heavy metal. Real life main stage, tear it up, like a torch to a flame when it burns hot. We won't stop.
Ni hao, I'm Tiger and Lily.
No, Lily.
Two games in the bag and 4 left on the table. Our leaderboard is starting to take shape here as we keep very close eyes on that 16th place cut line. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Paperthin. And now we have Erangel in the wraps, and we are ready to go over to Taego, Paperthin.
Heck yeah. I mean, I'm really having a good time today because these Erangel games were
right?
great.
Well, oh, come on, man.
I'm just joking. Of course, this is
thanks.
It's always fun to hang out with you, my friend. But I mean, I think, you know, with Theraton 5 getting their win, they just need a little bit more oomph behind them to really carry them through these last 4 maps, and I think they're going to be sitting nice. This team right here, probably good to go. Not probably, they are good to go. You know, so 17, probably a little bit of work too, but I think they're okay.
I think they should be
I think
all right.
with 50 some odd points, whatever they're at, they should be all right.
You think Petrichor Road makes it? Now that we've moved away from Erangel.
I would love to see it. I mean, I really would. I think, like, you know, PGS 7 might have been kind of a gut punch for them because they expected a contest for their spot and they couldn't quite get it done. So now it seems like they're lagging a little bit here in 8.
It does indeed. Well, we are ready to get into Taego. The plane is in the air. The players are ready. We're waiting to hear the hootin' and hollering, and it's not coming. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was waiting for it. I thought they were getting serious, man. I thought they were. But
can't have that.
No, not at all. We have way too many APAC teams in this lobby to not have hootin' and hollering at the start of the game. Well, there you go. We have a east to west plane for the most part, so it looks like everybody should have their drop spots available to start things off. But we got to keep a very close eye on things because now that we're starting to see some teams that have their spots in the grand final secure, we might start seeing a little bit of shenanigans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now you can start targeting teams. Now, if you're one of those teams who qualified for the grand finals, you have the ability, you know, if you're going to be a team like Twisted Minds that has a Petrichor Road who would be contesting you for drop spots on Erangel, now's your opportunity to maybe try to go for them, set up some traps or, you know, that kind of thing. So even in this case, you know, Buxansa going to be under Twisted Minds' control. Meanwhile, Pero has to go for the terminal split, so they've kind of swapped spots here versus where they sort of normally loot.
That's not where Twisted Minds normally loots. Yeah.
I think Petrichor Road realized it and decided we gotta play this smart, we gotta play this right. because these hot drops are basically a 50-50 coin flip with us and Twisted. And this is a nice find here at the North Mountain Temple.
This is going to be nice for 17 as they don't have to worry about having an unfriendly neighbor with them over in Terminal or just off to the northeast. And look at that, Books and Sa going to be right in the middle of that circle there. So the Twisted Minds boys, the play working out to their favor as everybody's going to have to make their way down south. But it looks for the most part like everybody has played nicely off the drop.
Absolutely. Palace for TKL, free and clear. No real issues to be noted. Genji is driving still, or trying to find vehicles, I should say, just to their east, but my guess is this is a go-duck angle for them. Falcons, they are way off by airport as usual, so just going to be scooching around and looking for some stuff to pick up for themselves in terms of vehicles, and maybe an e-pickup would be a nice find for them in this situation.
Well, we had a chance to sit down and talk to Mr. Batulins during the break, so let's see what he has to say.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm with Batulins, who decided to wrap up that first map 1v3 against BB, and you were like, boop, 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 we're done. Can you walk us through that final bit?
Well, actually, it was very random. Example just gave me bicycle. I was like, wow, maybe I can try to like jump on the rock, because like without bicycle you can't jump there. So it was made by accident. Smart play, you can call it as you wish. And then I just played over-aggressive against them, and they were not ready for it, so it worked out for me.
It was perfect team play from Twisted Minds.
Yep.
All right, thank you for that, and let's go back to Tego.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. The GOAT himself.
How does he find these things? Like, who's bringing a bicycle for him there? Unbelievable.
I love how examples like, oh, by the way, I've been lugging this bicycle around the map
Grenades
the entire
be
time.
damned.
Yeah, we don't need that. We need this bike.
I love it.
But man, yeah, they put him in the perfect spot, and as he said, he caught them slipping, and you could just see, like, sometimes things just start working out for you, and when you're Twisted Minds and things starting to work out for you, that's a bad news bears for everybody else as they run up on Owo, 7-7 Owo. He will get one knock, but immediately get taken down in return. How much more of this would a 17 really want, as Lilgos will take it from the high side. He'll find Lou. And now we also have another scrap here between Na'Vi and Furia happening just off to the west of center circle.
This is a massive fight for Furia. They got to come out of this a lot cleaner. They can't afford to lose another player at this stage in the tournament with their point situation being what it is. That Molly comes up just a bit short for Stayed. He's trying to spot players, and he gets a good angle onto Zakraken. Able to track him down as he tries to shift from smoke to smoke. Gizera just going to pick him up. Are they just going to try to put him in the car and leave?
I think that's the best bet, right? Like, they have a Navi's going to have to be slow about how they push up over this, but Furia, if they're going to get out, they got to get out quickly, and it looks like they will do so and honk the horns and let them know, okay, you win, you get this is all yours. But you can see in the kill feed, Twisted Minds, they're going to lose even more as it's all down to Perfectix. The Expendables, meanwhile, they end up running into BB Team, and that is a buzzsaw that you do not want to be running into right now, especially when you're fighting for your tournament life here, as the Expendables are.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tanvu, though, with the shotgun right out the door. Gets Besto on the ground, sees another, but Aduzi's ready for him and takes him down. And the Expendables go out in 16th place here on Tego. That is not the start they wanted, being on the bubble.
That is very tough. Very, very tough. They have that 16th place line held down firmly right now. You can see the teams that are still in the chase right behind him. Rock, Forest, Petrichor Road, 4 a.m., New Happy, Furia, and Divine. And most of those teams that are close still have 4 alive, as it looks like 17 is down 1. They do lose 7-7.
So I kind of wonder if
ahead.
Twisted, they drove away from the center of the circle, just so we're all on the same page there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that wasn't a play to try to catch Peril.
It might have been. It might have been a play to catch Peril.
And
Maybe
they
it
just
was a play to
found
catch
17 instead.
Yeah,
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely, it felt like an aggressive play, right? And you heard, I mean, Batulins in his interview was talking about, you know, I went up there, got and played aggressively. Well, that's the situation that Twisted Minds is in right now, is that they can afford to take these high risk, high reward type plays because their grand finals is certain. Right, yep. So every other team in the lobby needs to be kind of worried about that, because this is one of those teams, as we were mentioning, that has the ability to just go out hunting and try to get involved and try to have a say in all these other teams' run towards making these final stage.
I think it's 100% the right play from Twisted.
Absolutely.
I would do it too, as we do have Bean snagging a car for himself off of an E-pickup there. They went way down to the southeast by the hospital. Plenty of vehicles should be available for Gen G, as nobody really was in the vicinity of that area. And it is going to be Forest setting up in towards Songam. And Rock watches BB team leave from their successful wipe of the Expendables. Rock just going to maintain their position. They do have RBN way out by Hosan, and he is just kind of checking their backside, making sure it's clear like this from Rock. One team got by you, that's A-okay. Just make sure that there's no other threats that are going to be back there. Tosi gets the final bullet to connect on Godvi, but a Tungmu going to be able to respond with a long-range AUG spray.
All right, 2-2 trade so far, but the rest of 4 a.m. nowhere near this, and all of Gen G in vehicles heading on over to make sure they get that revive onto Tosi. 4 a.m. starting to head over this way as well. They may end up getting there at exactly the same time. You have Divine just off to the north that also looks to have an angle on this. They're taking some long-range shots over here. Those are the tracers that you can see flying across your screen right now, coming from a third party. So it looks like Gen G will just get their knocked man and get out of dodge.
I think that's very wise from Gen G. You're in a position now where you're giving yourself a shot at getting into the grand final, something you couldn't do in PGS 7. Very disappointing group stage in PGS 7 to be in for point of fact here for Gen G. So they are going to wisely make this retreat. And, you know, had Divine gotten a little bit further involved, who knows? You know, maybe it's just these three teams that are kind of bottom to middle of the pack, just cannibalizing each other, and nobody really comes out, all the better for it. And, yep, Divine held up back to safety with his squad, and they're 2-2 split. And there is the glider.
APAC gliders.
The APAC gliders. Oh, and Olympus, too. Come on, more dogfighting.
Telling you, APAC gliders are a thing of beauty. As you see Olympus with his high spot taking long-range shots. I'm not sure even at what. I don't even see what's on the screen that he could be shooting at, because I don't even think he's on. Where was? Okay, he was taking shots at Rock, a million miles away. All right, well, fair's play. Falcons, meanwhile, they got 4 up alive, and they will take a spot just off to the north of Ouyang, just off to the north of the 4 a.m. 2-2 split, and just to the south of a new happy 2-2 split. So Falcons 4 deep here, playing as more of a death ball, not really opting for that information gathering split, and instead just playing the circle that's in front of them.
We'll just have to wait and see how the next circle kind of shapes up, as everybody has claimed what they can. A lot of fighting early, though, in this one, with the Expendables already eliminated, Twisted down to just one player. A few other casualties here and there scattered throughout the rest of the lobby. New Happy going to get in their cars and get ready for a pre-rotation. Do have T5 trailing. Of course, that glider is going to spot things out for them, so it's just going to hard shift away. No more water in play right up in between Buksansa and Hosan. And, yeah, Petrichor Road, we're getting a circle onto them. That's definitely an important position for them to try to lock down. A lot of teams are going to try to get into these hillsides, into the safety of the cover that the mountains and trees are going to provide you there. And Falcons going to be one of the first to the party. And there's quite a bit of open space in front of them. Driving up towards Buksansa, though. Maybe want to try to play the edge of the city here. A little extra cover available.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, this is a good move by Falcons. This is an aggressive move by Falcons, just kind of playing yourself on that southern side of the city. See if you can catch anybody as they're making rotations through. But the thing they don't know is that they have a snake in their midst in Perfectix, but he is in the center of the city. He looks like he is hoping to just kind of remain unnoticed while Falcons play this little aggro type little maneuver here. Going to force New Happy to continue going off to the north, so they may end up running into Theraton 5 or have to take a little bit of a different rotation path than maybe they were initially planning for.
Yeah, they were beat to the punch. They tried to use a pre-rotation, sort of strategy, and it just didn't quite materialize.
Oh, here we go.
Yes. Oh, boy. Those were grenades right on the landing spot. And that didn't feel too good for the Expendables. Oh, Besto.
Goodness.
Besto. Bill first. Yeah. Oh, that's on the motorcycle. Yeah, that's easy pickings for a pro player. Tanvu trying to do what he could. But Aduzi knows exactly where he's at. Can just hold the angle. Expendables, got to get it going. Last 3 games. That is, again, not what they wanted to see there. New Happy found some open space, but Theraton 5 just kind of got bullied away by 17 from where they were trying to get to, so they're not going to be super close, but I don't think anything's going to come out of it, actually.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that we're down to 54 alive, there's still just wide splits. I mean, every part of this circle is kind of taken right now by somebody. So it just feels like there's no real pathway in that you can take without getting shot at and having to adjust and change and do something different. So it'll be real interesting to see where this next circle decides to go, if it hard shifts in any particular direction, because no matter where it goes, there's going to be a lot of teams that are on the edge or towards the center that are going to have to move and get real close to each other. So Fluky with that eye in the sky, hopefully maybe spotting out the next path here for T5.
This has got to be a good game for Petrichor Road.
They need it, man.
They need it bad. I mean, this is looking somewhat favorable for them. 2-2 split. Comes down to some timing, of course. You know, how aggressive is Gen G going to get over here by Chewy and Nan? That's a kind of question mark I have. Gen G generally pretty passive, though, until they find their moments, and they've got the Falcons to consider on their eastern flank. So that's going to be Americano's watch spot to see what the American squad is up to, as we just kind of wait for this next circle to make its way through and show us exactly where we're starting to head towards as this game rolls on. That's a Groza there for the Falcons.
Ooh, like that.
Hell yeah.
A little candy in there too. Why not? Little Levy 3, little helmet, little chesty.
Is that
everything?
Is another flare?
Okay, there we go. The hard shift. Hard shift going to the northeast. So Buxensa still in play, which is great news if you're Perfectix, and pretty decent news if you're Falcons. Bad news if you're Petrichor Road, though, or if you're anybody that was on that southwestern side, because your rotation paths, as you can see, I mean, it is just everybody is everywhere, as already Petrichor Road, BB Team, Divine, and Gen G are going to run into each other on the very southern tip.
Oh.
And right off the bat, it'll start off with 2 Nox trades coming through with BB Team and Petrichor Road.
Oh, this is disastrous for Petrichor Road, potentially. Ming Ming able to claim Aduzi's life, looking for more. But Gen G opportunistic in this moment, finding some damage of their own. They do suffer a knock onto Bean, but they have put some serious damage down themselves. Divine out in the open. Hela not able to be tracked down by Orca. Really not able to find much with that 3x spray. Would love to have a little bit back.
Forrest now may be getting involved in this as well, but while this is going on, it's going to provide a little bit of an open door here for Petrichor Road to go for the res onto Ikeslef, so they could get back up to 3 strong if they can play their cards right. Olympus will spot out Hella as Forrest has arrived on this southern side. A 4-way fight. Petrichor Road will get out and turn it into just a 3-way, but Forrest picking up Divine right now. It is down to just wonderful.
Yeah, this is kind of Gen G sort of wondering, did we just leave some points on the table here with Forrest rolling in and claiming a lot of Divine lives? And wonderful strikes. He's got Orca down. Bean was rezzed. Tosi, though, able to track down that last dangerous man from Divine. Yeah, that is massive for Gen G. If they can get 4 up and running here, they might be able to thwart Forrest's attempts at trying to get through on this southern edge. Forrest seemingly wrapping a little bit, but maybe just looking for a new angle into Gen G.
Yeah, I think things got way spicier on that southern edge than any of these teams had anticipated, but that's just the way it happened to work out because everybody was so spread. So Petrichor Road able to get Ixlef back on his feet. They go back to their compound. They're still 3 strong. They're just playing a little tower defense for the time being. They're inside circle. Gen G hop into their vehicles. They're on the move, getting a little bit closer to Buxun Sa as they had not a really good read on exactly what Forest was doing. So getting out of there and getting the res onto Orca, getting back up to full strength, exactly what they needed to do. And now they're playing it a little bit safer here with 44 left alive.
Yeah, so Gen G coming in with some well-disciplined play so far, especially today. I'm pretty impressed with their decision-making in the heat of the moment, when they choose to fight, when they choose not to fight. I mean, other than Shrimsy kind of catching them with their pants down, I'd say this is a pretty solid effort from them in the PGS 8 group stages. So credit to them and Lakelo, their coach, doing a good job. Getting them ready here after a disappointing PGS 7. Still not sure if Perfectix has been identified. I saw Kickstart getting real damn close to him on the mini-map, but so far they haven't made any contact that I'm aware of. And for now, I think you got to play a little bit of edge control as Falcons, but that snake there, that is a real threat.
That is very dangerous. As Tickleton still kind of holding the southern side, takes a few shots towards Gen G, and it's going to force them to continue wrapping around on that eastern edge of Buxun Sa. Falcons just holding down the city, but as you said, Perfectix could strike at any moment. He is moving around. He's not just hiding in a corner. We can see him just kind of slowly making his way between buildings, but he's still right in their midst. 4 a.m. also with HSM and Godby on that northwestern side.
Oh, no.
As you see, Petrichor Road, Ixlef led the charge, but now getting very, very close to Na'Vi. New Happy, they're going to find Gen G. They're going to be the first thing that Gen G runs into. No knock to start things off with right off the spray from New Happy.
Na'Vi just made contact with a couple different teams, and yeah, Akatori has got a knock on to Chewy. It's immediately traded by Aches left. Fairest fighting another team out on a different angle there for Na'Vi, so they are really maybe biting off more than they can chew.
Oh, that's huge for Na'Vi.
That is really, really big. That should get them this res too, so Na'Vi tried to spread out. Both.
No, get it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, well, just being able to get that res back onto Chewy and get back up to 3 strong, as Na'Vi was, as you said, taking multiple fights, very spread out on the southwestern side. Gen G now still involved in the fight with New Happy. Trades have been coming through, but it looks like no flushes just yet. But now Forest once again arriving just at the worst possible time for Gen G here.
They've just been trailing them from behind. They really want Gen G out of their way. And Americano just able to find enough cover behind that tree. Orc out in the open is December the 12th. Who's going to find the knock there? Escapi trying to get down on top of those vehicles. And 16 and Inuyasha going to get Americano. Inuyasha turning his eyes over towards the retreating players here. And Gen G is just in shambles. Tosi going to find one. And he is going to try to get these points where he can. But he is the last player on his feet.
Is Ross, yeah. I mean, once Forrest came in and started shooting him from behind again, they just they had to hit the escape button, and Tosi will be able to get on out of there. New Happy going to take a few more shots in his direction. Theraton 5 has just been hovering around on this northern edge, and they just have their food delivered to them. Uber Eats just bringing Tosi right into their midst, but you got to hit your shots, boys. Get your point, get your kill. Tosi somehow, some way still alive, as he is getting peppered from everywhere. There you go. Patapong will be the one that takes him out in the end, as we see our new pop come. And Buxun Sa, the very north side of the city, still in play. Falcons have left, though, and they are pushing behind Forest.
Rock is starting to bear down on top of Petrichor Road, it seems like, but they've gotten in vehicles. Grenade, though, doing a bunch of damage. So close to finding a knock. Baron up front, and it's the Panzer from H-Win. He paid the price for trying to catch them off guard. Olympus's grenade not even close to where the Falcons players are, and he's paying the price. Kickstart lights him up. Olympus trying to retreat, trying to get away so he can get a heal through, and it looks like he might just be able to do so.
Well, he might be able to. Kickstart got kicked by that, picked off by that last grenade. Nice spray from Kiss. Will get the knock on to Shrimsy, and that's going to slow things down a little bit. Olympus and Kiss have a nice little split going on here with Baron knocked. And with Falcons having the blue zone at their back, see if they can stop down long enough. Looks like they're going to go for the reses while the smoke wall is still active, and Forest is going to have to let them. There's not really much else they can do here.
Yeah, you got to make sure that this flank player is dealt with. Kiss is a real factor in this fight. Falcons can't really push to their west. They're going to have a tough time. Petrichor Road starting to do some damage. Godvi immediately dealt with after he knocked Ming Ming. Here you go. Aches left, the only one alive now for them. Wants to get Ming Ming alive again. HS Perfectix still a role to play in this game. Here go the Falcons. Kiss up on top of the hill, backed off
Oh, he
by
got the double.
Oh, he got a double?
Goodness gracious, he had the trailing members, Tiggleton and Trimsy, trying to be the anchor, trying to push into the hill, but they get the back ones there as Kiss is coming alive. Tiggleton, though, and Trimsy still playing around that smoke wall. Kiss hiding in the midst. Can Tig do work with that Groza? Kiss gonna find Trimsy. Does Kiss get all of them? Of course he does! Give Kiss 5 kills. Forest has 6.
Oh my word. What a lockdown from him, but he's immediately knocked.
Raid boss down.
Yeah, raid boss down. Let's go just clean up the ads here. As Olympus trying to once again fall away and scramble to survive for Forest. He is seemingly able to avoid disaster for now. Baron playing a little bit of cover for him as they're going to try to work their way through Buxansa. Perfectix trying to be a thorn in the side of some of these teams here over on the western edge. And he is wrapping around. Aches left had been knocked. Ming Ming's turn to play res. Gonna get it done. Perfectix, no frags, so he can't really just throw one in there, and he's out in the open, and he's done.
There you go. Ming Ming and Aches left, presumably on their 10th knock apiece, as they have just been crawling their way across this map, but they're still in it, still alive. 7 kills for that squad. Meanwhile, Theraton 5 ran into Rock on the western side. Rock already took out 2, but Rossadin and Junior and Fluky are causing problems, and now 17 finally going to leave their compound. They get blessed with a little bit of circle, but they want to get active. They want to go get some more points, and they have T5 looking the other direction right now.
Yeah, now here goes Petrichor Road. They're going to try to cut through Rock, seeing the knocks onto them. Rossadin Jr., splash damage being taken, and that's Aches left who strikes, backstabbing RBN, but it is going to be a counter knock. Sold doing what he can, but Petrichor Road, Ming Ming now with 4, Aches left with 5. The dynamic duo, you just felt like it was a matter of time.
Look how fast he's bleeding out. Ming Ming's got to get there. He's got at least enough time to pop the smoke, as he will get to him in time. Nobody else around there, although Forest, Baron, and Olympus still making their way out of Buxansa. They might see those smokes. They might be able to catch them slipping, as they have a long way to go to make their way inside zone. Meanwhile, 17 was so worried about what's going on the southwest. New Happy was able to come in from the east. They have a spot in the zone now for themselves as well.
This is so crucial for New Happy. 7 kills in this game. They have slid up the leaderboard quite far. And it's going to be Xiao Wu taking another life, as he has been wont to do throughout these last couple of PGSs. New Happy, though, looms on his flank, and he's well aware. Some crates come down in the middle of the circle, so a little bit of love there for some of our teams. You can see Spaceman vibing just on his own in his little tin can, just floating through outer space.
He's having a great time.
I mean, they're playing well, these events, man. They look great.
Okay, here we go. This is what we're worried about here. Olympus will sneak. Oh my God, Ike's left. He knew. What a flip, and they're going to spot out Olympus as well. Give him a couple more kills. Why not? At least Olympus will go down to the zone, but that's 10 now for Petrichor Road, and all of them in the pockets of Ike's left and Ming Ming. We've said so many times, if you get these guys down to a duo, it still feels like you're going up against a full team because of how absolutely dangerous they are. But again, starting to get a little bit close to those snake players off in the distance. That's the only thing you feel like might take them down now.
I mean, I just kept thinking in the back of my mind every time it's just these two, I'm like, surely this time. Surely. And finally, it does start to materialize. Spaceman, yep. Just waiting.
Yep, there he is.
There he is.
There he is.
Oh,
well,
that's
Fluky.
a P90 there, too, that came out of those crates.
Buddy.
Oh, boy.
Well,
if you got Xiao Wu on your fantasy team, you're licking your chops.
Oh, not enough first aids for Fluky to get him back in the zone, so he'll probably bleed out. It doesn't look like anybody's looking over in his direction either. Meanwhile, Xiaobei and Lil Ghost will go back to their compound, but they'll leave Xiaowu inside the crates. So they have at least one on the other side. Does Ikeslef spot him? Yep, there you go. Another one picked up for Ikeslef, as they now have 11 kills and continue to climb up the leaderboard. We were worried about what had been happening with China, the Chinese teams, as 17 seemed to be the only one that had shown up. Well, everybody here on the final day of PGS 8, they have decided to show up in a big way.
Everyone RSVP'd.
They sure did.
This is looking good,
Get a
though.
plate.
That's right. That's
we made one for you. We were waiting. We were ready and waiting for you to get here, guys.
Grill's hot, beers are cold. Come on in.
Let's go.
Let's see what 17 can do. They've got the zone control. Are they going to be able to maintain it against so many different threats that they might have to face? Petrichor Road has to swing down the side of this hill to keep themselves obscured from New Happy, and they know it. But once they get a little bit further down, they're going to have a tough go of it. Xiaowu trying to back up, trying to slide through, but that's going to open him up to some great shots from Ikeslef and Ming Ming.
They're just hitting everything right now.
Dude, they are outrageous right now.
They got the magnet bullets in, and they also get the magnet for the circle as well. So that thing cuts down to the southwest. 17 and New Happy will have to get involved first. Zilong will get taken down by a Little Ghost. And now it's down to 16 KK and Inuyasha. They are on the other side of the road. They do have vehicles, though, so they do have a shot here. And it looks like the call might be to cross that road and still push the compound. Just straight up take that 2v2. New Happy wants the smoke.
If Petrichor Road has been kill feed tracking properly, they should know there's a solo snake left somewhere. New Happy, this is a rough spot to be in, but this might be Spaceman's time to shine. However, already another knock found.
They don't miss.
There's that mini with Ming Ming, but here comes Spaceman.
Oh, Spaceman could throw a spanner in the works, but Ikeslef spotted him out. He's in kind of no man's land, though, but a good spray will get Spaceman down to 30 HP, and Spaceman will win it, and he pulls his hand away from his mouth, and he shouldn't do that, buddy, because Lil Ghost had you dead to rights.
Still, what a timing play from Spaceman to thwart Petrichor Road's dream of getting a win here. Now it's on to 17. I saw a Panzer there for Xiaobei.
Oh, don't do it to him.
Uphill with it, tricky to hit, but still doable. Looking for the edge player. He's guessing on the wrong edge currently. Spaceman a little bit further to his left. Not seeing much, but a grenade might give away the position.
Don't give him 2 1v1s here now. Oh, that was a good grenade. Lil Ghost gets knocked low. Spaceman knows exactly where he is. Xiaobei
just run at him.
Yeah, just kind of waiting for these smokes to dissipate, and they're about to. That grenade is great again. Doesn't fall close enough to get the knock, as the Panzer will find him, and Xiaobei, yeah, he's laughing about that one. He knows that he just pulled off a nasty Panzer shot for a victory here at game number 3.
That's huge. 17 firmly into the grand finals with that one, and they will be back to try to defend their title of the PGS 7 championship. So, man, oh man, what an ending. God, that was so close for Ikeslef and Ming Ming. I mean, you just got to start pulling for them with how rough things have been. You just like, maybe this time they're going to come through with a 14-kill win, but Spaceman had other thoughts.
I mean, it looked like it. They were struggling throughout that entire map, but they were persevering, and they got a boatload of kills to go along with it. But 17 gets the win. But again, all top 4 teams from China. So has the Dragon awoken here on the final day with 3 games remaining? Let's throw it over to the desk.
The chicken on Tego was crispy and juicy for China. They get themselves all 4 teams to the top 4. And 17 Gaming, though, has managed to round it out for a big old win. But it was a lot of kills going the way of China. Whoa!
Yeah, and it was Pero that made the most of it. Look at that. They are able to come out. And it's only Ming Ming and the Ikeslef show here, right? For this one. And now, top 16. What's then going to happen in the finals? Are we going to see Hot Drop Maniac again?
Oh, we will find out. We will find out if they continue on something like that. That was wild coming out from Petrichor Road, but 17, a small victory. small, but a victory.
Sure.
What do you want to talk about?
Probably, yeah, I want to talk about this.
Sure.
The BB back up onto the Expendables now.
Yeah.
Now Expendables, with just 3 games to go, could be a little bit dangerous for them.
Agreed.
Obviously, BB running into this one here afterwards and losing all of it. Starting that kind of snowball effect that we saw on Petrichor Road was obviously massive. That could be the confidence that they needed. But then again, if they intend to just go into the finals and just continue to hot drop, what does it even matter?
There's a good question. We'll find out later on as we take a look a little bit further into this game. Some great nades flying on forwards as Taikula get a little bit of points on the board. And that, really, we just saw kind of the first moments of the rampage that Ixlef and Ming Ming started to go on. As for Rock, we heard notable frustration coming out, maybe, as they got destroyed in this game.
That was a top 2, top 3 maybe position for them.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
also 2 kills on Pero. That's like potentially 5, 6, 7 more points for Rock in a game where they're, kind of on the outskirts of the top 16, right? That could have put them in top, like in 50+ points.
Kiss, man.
Kiss has had, in the group stages, has just been popping off. It's been looking good for Forest, obviously, but they're still in the bottom 8, not really coming up where we want to see them here in this one. Yeah, Ixlef finding multiple of Rock. This could have been a great game for Rock, so I understand the frustration for these guys. Yeah. Instant lean back. It's good that you're seated in the under seats. They're so comfortable even you get knocked out even this early.
And Spaceman did Pero towards the end. That was a really impressive flick from him on the second target on the left-hand side. And eventually he does get shut down. 17 realizes exactly where he is and weeds him on out with some explosive action.
Yeah, the Panzerfaust will finish things up. Explosive indeed, but still, yeah, he had a chance. There was a few nades there. He could have put it into a 1-versus-1. It was a little bit more cooked maybe, and then it would have been a potential for them. But 17 here, obviously sitting in this compound for this long, locking it down, getting the points that it's just like a given win, right?
Yeah,
They were still trying a little bit. Xiaowu obviously went out.
Flex out.
There was a flex out, but it didn't really work for them. But still, closing it out, it really tells the story of how many of... That's insane. Pero actually managed to get first because of the amount of kills they had.
Yeah, and very clean kind of damage to kill ratio here for them. As we saw, again, as I said, Ixlef and Ming Ming really putting in a lot of the work of that towards the end as they're just 2 alive and just going absolutely crazy. So good stuff. This is the Petrichor Road we want to see. I would love to see them get through to the final so we could see more of that. Because that was terrifying. Overall, for Artego, Asia dominated. Not only China doing so well, being able to push themselves to the top 4, but also, as I said, Kiss being able to dismantle the entirety of Falcons the way he did was brilliant stuff. There's not too many kills going the way of 17, but it's enough.
I'll give an honorary MVP to Ixlef from this game here, obviously having that amount of kills.
Precisely, yeah.
Kind of nuts, to be honest.
I wonder what his damage actually was from this game. Did you see?
I didn't see how much he actually ended up, but it was a lot. But then again, they were pretty effective on the damage to kill ratio on it. So
true. So like 100 per kill or so.
Yeah,
right?
You might have ended on like 800-900, maybe something like that. So he has good on it. But it's Xiaobai that's going to be man of the match because they were able to close out the win and being alive with that.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing, right? When you see a player like Ixlef pop off the way he did in just this one, then that little pentagon looks a little bit smaller for our man of the match here relative to some others. Xiaobai just gets himself the 2 kills. But it will be Petrichor Road taking that #1 spot in terms of the overall points gained from this one. This is big. This is big because I know that for a lot of the teams going into that final, not a lot of teams necessarily want Petrichor Road there because they know what they're capable of when they're on.
And they know what they're capable of when they're not hot rubbing. But do you think they're going to be hot rubbing? Yes. Then is it going to be a completely different situation for them? There's going to be way more space. It's going to be good for some of the other teams. And also, they are landlocking basically Twisted Minds. That is one of the contenders to potentially take another PGS here. And we're still on 90 with 3 games to go here. It's kind of rare that we have such a low cutoff point at this point here. It's, I could say, a little bit scary for some of the teams in the mid-pack. We're going to see a lot of teams that's going to be fighting for that to get into that 60 point right now. And yeah, E-Arena defending currently 13th. Not that many teams are that far away, all the way down to Expendables on 19th. We're talking only 17 more points for Expendables in 3 games. It's very possible that we can see E-Arena get kicked out of this top 16 here once we're done with the game.
Yeah, as we looked at the start of the day, right? Normally a 60 would be arguably kind of safe.
Yep.
However, really kind of the pack is getting closer and closer as all of these teams from across the world are getting more time to play against one another. It is getting a little closer. So That means our cutoff maybe a little higher.
And I'm looking at the expendable boys. They're laughing. They're smiling. They're running up to the seats.
Yeah.
Clarice didn't look worried. He looked at our leaderboard and he didn't look worried at all.
Okay, good.
Obviously, MVP from PGC last year. And yeah, in this case here for them, they know that they can just go out and have a banger game. But for what just happened last one, you want to be consistent. You want to have those 4, 5, 5, 6 points every game to be sure. And then you have a banger game. Now it's just 3 to go and they need to outperform the other ones that are ahead of them, and they need a minimum of 15 to 20 points or so to be in that spot where they could be contesting the guys that are currently in sub-16.
A defending world champion, personally for me, I think it'd be a bit of a disaster if they didn't get to the finals of this to try and kind of keep the run alive. Obviously, last PGS didn't quite go their way overall.
But they were happy still.
They were happy still.
They were jumping around.
But I think in other world champion situations, we've been quite harsh on them when they've not been able to kind of replicate those performances in the past. But anyway, it is ready to rondo. Let's get this going. Game number 4 of the day. There's only 3 games remaining. Get those points on the board. Casters, let's go.
Thank you very much, and we do have 3 games left to play. Rondo going to be the first one, and right off the bat, we get a double plane to make things just a little bit more spicy here, Clinton.
Oh gosh, they are crisscrossing there like a pair of scissors. Just right down the middle of the map is one of them. The other one quite western shifted, so going to be a little bit tricky to get over to the eastern side if that's where your intended drop spot was, but yeah, plenty of loot available on Rondo. A lot of surface area, a lot of compounds to work with. Just have to wait and see exactly where everyone ends up. Petrichor Road out well and early. Twisted Minds seemingly not going to be going for test track because that plane path not super favorable for it. And man, oh man, Petrichor Road on the bubble now with that huge game they just had.
Right there, holding the line for 16th place with 3 games remaining. I can think of a lot of teams in the lobby that would prefer not to see Petrichor Road there and not to see Petrichor Road starting to finally get their footing here at PGS 8. But there's still 3 to play as we see Navi and 17 actually getting onto test track with each other. So that might, we'll have to keep an eye on that. I think Navi generally does test track proper, while 17 does test track proper. Navi going to go over to Neox. They should be able to share amicably, but just in case, we'll keep watching.
You know, you never know with 17 with a big win coming through.
Okay, the hard North Circle as Stadium. Are we going to, oh my goodness. We've gotten a Stadium ending before, and I loved it, and I would love to see another one. I'm sure these guys would hate it,
yeah.
But Stadium is so much fun to play around.
It's such a cool sort of just drop spot / fight spot because there's so many different ways you can attack it. It is. I hope for it. I do hope for it.
And I do too. The high and the low, the verticality also makes it a lot of fun to watch.
What if it just ends on that pagoda that's in that lake just to the west of that, like just in the middle of it?
Why not?
I don't think it's possible. But
let's get weird.
Yeah, I like to see. That's what I like. I like to get weird.
See, I told you. See, you stick around with me, kid. You're going to see some weird circles. That's how it goes. But 17, as you see, it looks like they are sharing, like the good lads that they are, and letting Navi hold on to that Neox factory. And we do have ROC that is still fighting for a spot. We had an interview here with RBN.
It feels okay because we didn't have a good day, but I'm also happy because we're in good position to qualify to the grand finals. I'm really proud of them. They made some improvements from the last PGS, so I'm really happy. Yeah, we did some adjustments. I put some roles on the team. I had some conversations with them, and we just talked that we need to just play and have fun and make sure that everyone is understanding each other.
There you go, RBN and the rest of the boys from Brazil, always having fun. Again, you talk about I know we talk about the guys from Thailand, they're always having a great time, but the Brazilian guys are always having a great time as well. They just would like to see a little bit more success from them, especially after the great day one they had after what was just a forgettable PGS 7, and now they find themselves, I mean, they're in striking distance with 3 games left. They're right on that cut line, only 1 point out.
That is unbelievably neck and neck there, right around the 16th position that Pero sits in. Only a 5-point gap between them and Gen G. And then 1 to Rock, 1 to Forest and the Expendables. So, and still, you never know, a New Happy 4 a.m. They're well within striking distance. Furia has to have a big one here. Divine, I don't know. They just seem a little lost in the sauce. So, have to wait and see. But yeah, point cutoff? Question mark?
Question mark.
Yeah, it's a huge question mark right now.
Truly. And if you stretched it back even to PGS 1 and 2, it's around the mid-50s as well. So 63, our high watermark at PGS 5. And given how the lobby is looking so far, it looks like it might be a little bit more on the high side. As we see Kiss once again in the air. Given what he just did to Sonics, man, put a gun in that man's hands and put him on the ground, man. I don't want to see Kiss in the air. I want to see him down on the ground fragging.
Yeah, he
did him dirty.
He did the Falcons dirty.
He did
to
him real dirty.
say the least. That was quite the play from him. But still, Falcons going to be quite happy with where they're at. They're on top of this current lobby, 4th place overall. So vibing, no doubt about it. They'll be in the finals, and now they can just kind of play to their heart's content, try to work on some things maybe. A lot of these teams now look at this opportunity. If you don't have anybody that's kind of messing with your drop spots, now's the time to refine, practice the little things, try to squeeze out some better communication, some better rotation, some better team fighting. All of those things going to be on those players' minds. Is Na'Vi going to take a pit stop to do a little check on where exactly 17 has gone ahead of them, as there is one player just out there for 17, a few trailing. So a little bit of a jostling of position here, trying to find that pole spot to get ahead of each other.
Yeah, worth mentioning, obviously we talked about 17 getting the big win in that last game, and Petrichor Road popping off in a huge way. Don't forget New Happy.
Oh, no.
New Happy did really well that round, as well as 7700. Again, the point man for his squad. He's going to run into dangerous territory, but at least this time it looks like he should make it through unscathed. And now he can tell the rest of the gang that, yep, we have a team in this compound. It is not clear. Let's go ahead and find somewhere else. Maybe go into the bamboo forest.
Yeah, you can just run them over.
Just run them on over.
Yeah, bamboo not known to be the strongest of trees.
Not known. But there we go. We got Divine Barpo up in the glider as well. And you can see Forest off in the distance. I believe that's Forest. Yep, still Kiss. And not surprised to see Theraton 5 probably have a glider in the air. I believe, I'm going to guess Fluky.
Yeah, he went out in Narnia to get one.
Yeah.
100% that's a glider. There's no other reason he's going that far. A little bit of damage on the Molodoc, but I think he's okay. Going to go for the tires maybe? Nope, couldn't really find the shots there. So for BL and Rock, I'm just going to have to watch BB team just drive on by. That's way outside of the circle, by the way. Way south.
Way south. Way south.
This is scary.
Oh, yeah, this is
Ming Ming.
Yes, it is, and neither team really has everybody here. So this is a 2v1, Lil Ghost and Xiaobei versus Ming Ming, but Ming Ming knows that they are there.
Well, you know what's weird about this is his car might give this away. The way that it's positioned, if they crest that corner, they might see the car first, and it might kind of alert them to his presence where he's hidden. You can see that Dacia down there. So as tucked in as he in, it might not be as much as of a surprise as he would like, but 17 seemingly suspecting something that might be around this corner, and they are being extremely cautious. In fact, Xiaobei even taking a minute to blow his nose.
Why not?
Had a bit of a sneeze there.
Yeah.
Happens.
Look, sometimes it happens. It's dusty air in here. It's dusty from all the confetti that they dropped from 17's PGS 7 championship, right?
It's still floating.
Yeah, it's still floating in the air around every now and then. Get a little good gold in there. But, yeah, I mean, interesting to see Petrichor Road. Ming Ming could have easily just got out of that position, but Petrichor Road knows that they have to hold on to that spot. If they give that spot away, then their other, the other part of the split will be in a little bit of danger. So still holding on to that spot regardless of the fact that they've got somebody right on their doorstep. It looks like Ming Ming will now hop in the vehicle and go ahead and regroup with the rest of the boys as they hang out on that eastern side of stadium. But Patampong, oh, he's so sneaky. Not the Pico play. Oh, the Pico, but oh, State is ready for him. State gets the first spray in, gets him low. Will he get him? He will. And Patampong goes down as T5 running into Na'Vi split on that eastern edge.
That's a nice little play for Na'Vi. Keep themselves well within the grand finals. T5 as well, not looking too bad at all. So they're going to lose one and just rethink this rotation. Maybe wait for the fluky copter to show up and let them know what the heck else is going on. There we are. There he is.
You know, I worry a little bit about T5 is they obviously had the win earlier, but we saw this before, right? Where they get, I mean, they have the kill, the highest point total win in all of PGS history, and then the rest of the day they did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And then they had another win where they got 13 kills, did absolutely nothing after that. And then now we see them get a big win here, fighting for their spot. Last game they were in a pretty decent position on that northern side in Tego, and then they ended up going out early. So T5, they're in 12th right now, but they still feel like they're on the cusp.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting to see how feast or famine they are with how much they can do. That's a unfortunate situation there for Solds and RBN as well in a tough spot. So Rock starting to crumble a little bit, piece by piece potentially. TKL very well aware that there's going to be a player just outside, and everybody's coalescing around the spot, including Furia.
Yeah, with 3 teams all drawn to the same compound. The Kraken up in the sky, actually going to see both of them crashing onto each other and go back and regroup with the rest of the gang. The new circle pops, and this is in it. So this fight can take its time to play out. Santastico will flush out Dones with that grenade. Perfectix actually getting vision on this from range as well. Batu looking over in this direction. Cold will find Santastico. Santastico will find Suze. The trade comes through. The flush comes through onto Santastico, and now it's just Spaceman and Cold left to fight.
BL trying to get here, trying to help out as best as he can, but TKL able to cut off the angles. RBN has Spaceman right next to him. Spaceman did so much damage in that previous game. Just watches a Furia player fly on by. Gonna let loose with a molly in there. Seeing if he can open up an extra angle, but BL has found his moment to strike. Catches Spaceman on the outside. Now Cold trying to play a little bit of defense, stuck inside this compound. No throwables here for BL to speak of, so he can't flush this easily. Has to get it done with the gun.
Gotta make the push in, and he'll hear the footsteps, but he's gonna get beaten. His Cold will trade him, but good eyes on RBN. Will defend his teammate before he can get flushed, but Furia, they see that in the kill feed, and that is the dinner bell ringing. They will send the boys on over and see if they can catch BL before RBN is able to go and get the revival. RBN just kind of staying in his compound. He hasn't even left yet to head over here to his fallen teammate, and that might actually save him.
Well, the glider kind of gave the script away here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think that is why RBN just had to plant his feet. BL just unresable until Furia either pulls off or commits. New Happy, hello?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
They tried the E-pickup into the stadium, but the stadium was occupied, and 4 a.m. will pick off a couple. Zilong still knocked, probably going to be flushed here as well. Yes, indeed. 16K already down. Inuyasha now running for his very life. 1 HP before he drops down to get the heal on.
Oh, boy. At that point, didn't go over to Petrichor Road. Crucially, they would have loved to have scooped one of those up. They did get the knock, but it's actually going to go to 4 a.m. instead.
He's got 22 rounds.
Yeah.
That's not great.
That's not ideal. Somebody give this man some ammo. We know what he can do when he's got it. Give him a better than a 3x scope too, please.
Something.
Certainly there's got to be something floating around in some of those houses.
I mean, you would figure, right? Well, it looked like Ikesleft went over to pay him a visit, so maybe they were able to trade some goodies. 4 a.m. meanwhile playing on the inside of the stadium, letting Petrichor Road have eyes on the outside. I think Falcons actually might have spotted out Inuyasha at the top. They see some long-range shots coming in as everything is kind of centering up around this stadium location. Meanwhile, RBN actually able to get BL back on his feet. Okay, how does Furia let that happen? I don't know. They left Haven behind to keep eyes on it, but I guess he may have lost track.
That's a head scratcher. And with that glider up there, you should know that you're relatively free and clear. You might be getting the stadium ending, by the way.
Oh, man.
You may have pointed out to center field and called your shot on this one, my friend.
I'm ready.
Yeah, me too. This one should be good. The Expendables, another team out there from the southern edge, trying to figure out a way through. T5 over on the east, getting just towards that edge. BB driving down the road.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Yeah, they're immediately cutting in as soon as they see Navi. They'll go play that northern stack of compounds. Well, not even really compounds. It's just walls and carports over here. None of this really great to play. So BB going to continue going on. May run into Petrichor Road. You see the few shots coming through from Ming Ming and Ike's left as they get a little bit closer. Aduzi goes down. Nod. Pull back. We'll find another one there as Ike's left. We'll take out BB Team. I think only one left alive for BB Team. And yep, nope, they're done. 15th place for them as Petrichor Road holds their compound strong.
That's huge. Some big kills for Petrichor Road. Still 4 up as well. Rock has managed to find 4 kills in this game somehow, some way. So they are keeping up with the Chinese squad as Ike's left going to claim some much needed ammo, some other things there for himself. The Expendables have found a little bit of safety. Just momentary as Corey's just doing a drive around this hill to see if he can bait out a reaction if there were anybody up there. Instead, they're going to turn their eyes over to Shrimsy and the Falcons, who takes a boatload of damage, has to get back down behind the rock to go for the heal. Tonvu and company just trying to see now if they can maybe box the Falcons out. They are also one of those teams who desperately needs points.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the Expendables struggle. They will continue trying to make their way in. And it looks like the Falcons are just going to hop inside vehicles and get on out and go rejoin the rest of their squad on the edge of the stadium. Lucas, meanwhile, will spot out Stead as Forest start to make their way in from the northwest and start to square off with Navi. Scabby has an angle onto Ferris, and now Hella from Divine also spotting out of G. They are completely intent to hide inside this compound all by themselves. This is like a replay of Aaron all over again, it feels like.
It is a bit. It's kind of reminiscent of Gen G at Stadium last year, how they played it. They came in from east to west and ended up kind of trying to go through those carports on the outside. Couldn't really get too far into the game. Forest up on the western edge. You got Navi ahead of them. A little bit of gatekeep there. Just the Pico bus sending a little further out. Stayed as well. Just trying to do what he can to get a little bit of healing going. Get ready for this upcoming fight. Forrest just holding the line for now. Next circle going to be the one that kind of takes confidence. It has to go where it's going to go. If Forrest even wants to commit.
Yeah, I mean, only 50 left alive. But I mean, if I say only 50 left alive, it feels like a lot considering the circle that we're working with. And we are getting the stadium circle finished. I'm so excited about this one. 4 a.m. New Happy with already in there. Petrichor Road obviously has a great spot on that eastern edge. Navi, Forest, and Vine all going to have to fight for that northern spot. They're already sending it. Rock, they've left BL to be their tip of the spear on and a little bit of a route to play just on the western side of that lake. You see an E-pick out of the sky. Lukey going to get picked out of the sky by Ferris. As God V is just left to be angry about his dinner being taken.
This is going to get weird. For Team 5, they're trying to drive through and get towards Navi. Navi, though, put a little bit of fire down on top of them. As T5 had found a bit of an edge, but there's, like you said earlier, Coral, there's only these carports to kind of work with. They're going to have to find an entrance, but no, you don't have to ticket. God V trying to block the door, and it's actually going to be HS's grenade that is going to wipe out T5.
You got to have a ticket, man. You can't just show up to the show and not have a ticket. They get summarily executed as we see the E-pickup flying right over the top of Stadium. Furia, where are you going to go? There's not a lot of room on that high side. Remember, we saw what happened to New Happy when they tried to do the same thing. Now Divine trying to make their way across this bridge, but they've got Navi in multiple spots around the back door, still on the north side. The rest of the boys on the south. Gen G now starting to find angles on this as well. That's more Arpa to drop down as Furia will make their way into the stadium. Do they have tickets? I don't know. Haven didn't have one.
Tickets, please. Tickets, please. Well, Furia able to at least get the knock, so they're going to take a bit of a pause here as 4 a.m. has to get this res to come through. And it's going to look like they're going to shut the door and try to reassess the situation. Poza throwing some grenades there. Door's already closed, though, my friend. You're not going to be able to get those through, so maybe the better idea here is to just get inside and hunker down.
As if they can. As Posa immediately will pick up that Uzi. Likes his chances with the SMG just a little bit better. Godby will come out. He'll spot him. And that'll be Gizera goes down, but immediately traded out as Kiss will continue his reign of terror as numerous teams all fighting on the western side of the stadium. Petrichor Road gonna leave their spot. They're gonna make their way into the north side of the stadium. Twisted Minds, remember, still in there on the east side of the stadium, and then you have fights going on the edge of the zone on the north and the south. 17, the Expendables, Falcons all on the south, Na'Vi, Divine, Gen G on the north, and here is what is happening with that fight.
Right on top of the stadium we go, about half in, half out. 17, the Expendables may have a fight looming there on that eastern edge, but the Expendables have a little bit of a safe zone. X marks the spot for them on the map.
That's where they're fighting.
That's a good spot to have for the Expendables. They should be able to try to lock that down. Gen G doing Divine dirty. They are having a little bit of trouble. Tungmu trying to find a way through. Petrichor Road feeling confident after that last game. Starting to do some damage, starting to clear some space. They have claimed the northern side of the stadium for themselves. And Posa is just inside of the door there. Baron trying to do what he can down that hallway to do some damage, but Forrest has 2 players on the ground. You've got New Happy on the outside looking in.
Scappy and Kiss still bleeding out. They can't even stop down to try to go for these revives, as they are just getting pressed from every angle. And looks like Posa still keeping it in for Furia. 13 teams left alive, 37 players on the board as Divine will go down. Wonderful, will be spotted out by Tosi. And it looks like the Expendables 17 still fighting on that southeastern side. Na'Vi and Gen G are beaten. Gen G down to Tosi and Americano. Na'Vi down to just 3.
Yeah, that's not going to be the easiest path for either of the teams on the north. It's really hard to get in from up there. Like you alluded to earlier, there's not a ton of cover despite what it looks like on the map. Long's there trying to throw out some smoke so he can make a breakout. Scappy, Resible here for Baron potentially. They're slamming with the Pico right on top of Petrichor Road. Not taking a ton of damage, but it doesn't matter. Pero's ready and waiting, and they claim Navi's souls.
Beautifully done by Petrichor Road as they immediately wipe their biggest competitions in this lobby. Twisted Mind still has yet to come alive here. So they still have 2 alive, and brutal. Oh, where's it gonna go? Oh, in the tree. Oh, you hate to see it. Well, sometimes this is why we have Arbor Day, right? Because you never know when you're gonna need to rely on a tree to save your life. As H-Win, well, it looks like they're all done now. They'll send one more out for good measure, see what happens. And nothing. Okay, I'm just gonna say, yeah, I don't. I know I don't currently have game sound, so I can't hear it. I can't hear it flying. As oh, there it is. Okay, one just landed, but now they are trying to make a full send over into that edge of the zone. But they do have this nice little ridge line to play, which is great. And if they can get rid of Rock here, immediately pulling up and just peppering this thing with utility. He's got the pack. Oh, whoa! Oh my goodness.
Background, they are finding knocks here and there, but actually the Falcons and Gen G getting involved. Luck maybe running out here.
Oh, this is beautiful from Falcons.
Beautiful angle indeed. And that's going to be some knocks, potential points as well, as the Falcons continue to charge forward.
They got to keep on going, though. They're getting shot in the back. Somehow Forrest had an angle onto this, but they know that they've got 17 pressed up against the wall. Okay, dodged up, I believe. And there you go. Tickleton will be the one that does the honor. 17 game goes out in 9th place. That's 4 kills now for the Falcons as they have complete control over the South.
That is phenomenal stuff from the Falcons, using those mortars to harass, waiting for their moment to strike. And they come through with a clean sweep over 17 and continue to extend their lead for who is in this lobby, up to 3rd place overall right now. Olympus, Forest, work to do, points to be gained. They really need this, and we are just right in the damn stadium.
Yes.
This might end right inside of it. I mean, right on the pitch.
This is what we wanted. This is what we needed. And right now, Petrichor Road, they need just a few more points to go over in their direction, and they can go into these final 2 games feeling very comfortable. But look how many teams we have that are in the chase that are still alive here. And you can't discount any of them just yet. Forest still has 3 up. New Happy down to 2. 4AM down to 2. Furia down to 1. But anything is possible once you start getting into the weeds here inside the stadium. But it's going to be tough. You've got a 4-man Twisted Mind squad that has just absolutely controlled the eastern side. You've got Falcons that are on the outside working their way in, and they could get involved at any moment here. Forest, they look very scary.
Yes, I pray the fans can hear me.
Who knows?
Yeah,
I pray they do
we're just going at it, and we'll just see what happens. As a little bit of work to. Inuyasha's still alive. He's still alive. My goat.
He's so comfy.
Yeah. Says Shomaru be damned. He's still alive. All right.
He's got 1
I know.
grenade,
Okay, I got some Inuyasha lore to drop potentially if it comes down to it.
Please, God,
Where's Kagome when you need her? All right. Falcons just getting in the Pico bus. They're gonna have to send it somewhere.
Oh boy, this feels so.
Look at where Twisted Minds is. This is not ideal. Yeah, already taking a chunk.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're in the zone at least.
That's C-swap.
You got something going for you.
So that's nice.
I mean, Twisted, they have nothing else to look at really besides the Falcons. But this compound, fortunately, still inside zone. And until any of these teams on the western side of the stadium start trying to make their way over to the eastern side of the stadium, Falcons is going to be in some trouble, but they do have some utility to drop down. They may be able to get a little bit closer. Twisted Minds their eyes starting to wander a little bit more. They're starting to look back over to the east to see if they can spot anybody, but everybody just playing around in these hallways and being very, very careful, waiting for this late game. Scappy, go for it. Go for it. Go for the high ground. You know you want to.
Yes! My goat. Get up there. Inuyasha might have heard that, though.
Well, he's on the inside.
Yeah, he's on the inside, so...
I don't know if there's anybody else that knows he's up here besides
4AM. Yeah.
And maybe Petrichor.
Maybe. This is tough, though, for both of these players. I mean, the thing is if Scappy checks this, he might just be able to kind of peek over and take Inuyasha. Oh, he gets over! Oh, boy, the timing there. Almost disaster. Now, Scappy, well aware, he's got reinforcements. Kiss zips up to join him. Inuyasha just going to try to hold the line here, do a little crouch peeking. They're going to throw out some stuns. This should be nigh undoable. They're flanking out around him. They're buying time. He gets one. Can he find another? Scappy up and over, and yeah, that is going to be the end. It's actually Longs from 4AM who finds the kill.
Of course it is. They just happen to look up there and like, hey, what's going on up there? Well, Lou is lighting up the Falcons right now as there are 3 currently knocked. The smoke wall went down, and look at this. Yeah, they're immediately dropping smokes. It's starting to send it back over here. The grenades are going to fall. They're going to be just a little bit short of the doorway. That one could find him, though, and there you go. I got my 4-man grenade kill. It's going to be Perfectix that hits it.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Twisted Minds. They are finding their moments in these late games to do a ton of damage. 7 kills overall. And now Ming with an M249. He's got that machine gun ready and raring. And you've got Forrest along the outer edge. So this one just going to come down to some peak battles along these angles. But having a machine gun here could be pretty nice. You could just kind of unload. Got the extended mag in it as well. And there he goes, letting him know. Scappy, just 22 damage. What is going on down here? Post is still alive. Post at a micro, can't do anything further. In fact, Example claims one of those points.
4 HP. Long's barely staying alive, but this was huge for 4AM. 8 kills, and they've managed to make it to the top 4. They are still within striking distance as we have 2 games remaining. That cut line at Petrichor Road, 16th place, 56 points. Petrichor Road, though, could add to that total as they have Forrest pinned to the top. It is a battle for the roof of the stadium.
Yeah, just a little bit of spray damage through the smoke there, taken by Ming. That backed him up momentarily. Perfectix found him along the edge. I don't know if Petrichor Road could do much about that. They're busy trying to scramble down below. Lou pinning him down in that side of the stadium. Now a bit of a spray battle between him and Chewy. Chewy just can't quite find it, and that molly should be the end. Doesn't matter. Perfectix has it. Perfectix 4 kills. Batulin's knocked, or excuse me, Lou knocked. Oh, the grenade from Chewy from the grave finds another knock.
And that's 2 down. Can Forrest actually get down, though? They have the high ground here. And Twisted Minds, despite the fact that they see the kill feed with 2 knocks, Forrest cannot get down in time to take advantage of that. And you still have Longs making his way here, but Example is keeping an eye out for him. They know to expect this final player coming through. Longs trying to make his way in, but Baron will spot him out. Take the spray, but he stays alive. There it is. Example will be finishing off.
Twisted Minds into the late game again. Example outdone by Baron. Barrel from above. He's going to find that level 3 gear as
Olympus
well.
made it down.
Oh my God. Kiss doing a great job here. Batulins, they're up and running again. 3 left here for Twisted Minds. Olympus can't do anything more. Yeah, that's really nice from Perfectix.
I mean, it was bold. It was a bold play for Olympus. They had to get somebody down low, but he got spotted out. And now if you're Forrest, like, what's the play here? You know, it's the second you try to send somebody, you're just going to get sprayed down. So is it
heal battle?
Are we going to see it?
Heal
are we
battle?
going to see the heal battle?
Heal battle. Look at this. Kiss is loaded up. He's ready and raring to go, but doesn't have any boosts. That's actually
Scappy.
A little bit worrisome. They're dropping down. This is crazy. Perfectix just tracking him. That's 2 for him. Now you have to go for the heals. You can't commit anything else to this.
I mean, I hope Baron is sitting on a few first aids here because this could be GG. Yeah, he's just going to hold the rope. He's got 8 first aids. And Perfectix will try to go up, take the spray. No, sir, Baron will take that one. And he says, thank you for 1 more point, sir. And here we go. Heal battle. You ready?
I'm ready. I was born ready. It just comes down to the timing. You might want to touch the blue a little bit so you can pre-pop that first aid a little bit sooner. But you have 2 players for Twisted. So you got a little bit of an advantage. Let's see how this one shakes out. It all comes down to timing. Lou, oh, he's going to go for it.
He's going to go for it?
Does he have enough time?
Might try. No, he can't. And Baron doesn't. Does Baron? Oh, he spotted Lou, was able to get down before he could claim the point. Oh, that feels bad. All right, Batu versus Baron. Who you got in the heal-off of PGS 8? Baron, he's got a little bit of damage done. Batu's got he's got the backpack. And here we go. He's going to try to pop it. And it goes down, and Forrest gets the win.
Unbelievable there. You don't get to see that every day, ending right on top of the stadium ledge. And it is going to be Forrest who weathers the storm and is once again going to best Twisted Minds in a late game. A bit of a different look, but they still get it done.
Definitely a different look, but Forrest, yeah, it seems like we've seen Forrest. We've seen this story before, and Forrest won last time as well. But what a wild game there on Rondo. We get the stadium finish that we haven't seen in so long, and once again, it proves why it is one of the most fun endings on Rondo. And this time it's going to go the way of Forrest.
Huge win for them. Much needed points as they get ready to try to make their way to the finals.
2 more maps to go. It is going to be Miramar, where we will end the group stage, but our desk is going to help us get ready for those last 2 maps.
Well, we haven't had a good old heal off in a while. I mean, for whatever it is, it wasn't really a heal. But Mod, talk to me here. Forest gets the win.
Yeah, Stadium ending is a rare one, obviously, and Forest be able to clutch that one is huge. The heal off is real, though, and to completely be very effective about it, obviously, you drop your blue zone backpack.
Yeah.
You take a tick so you can heal before you're able to take enough damage, and then both of them have blue zone backpacks, obviously, so yeah, but it potentially could be getting you 4 more points if you're doing that and executing that perfectly. On the other side, there's also the other thing, right, which was I was wondering is, surely you're 3 guys, you send 2 guys up back to back up the zip line to put enough pressure on them, and then potentially that could have an impact as well, right? And yeah, but First is able to close it out. Being on the top is obviously you always have that kind of free space.
Yes.
Whereas sometimes when you're on the bottom, you might not be able to get into an open spot, even though Batulins did find that open spot.
Obviously, we rarely get heal-offs nowadays, so I can understand why the pressure is on in those moments. You're like having to try and make these quick decisions in a very small window of time. But there is a world where you could make that decision, right, and maybe just survive an extra second with a heal at a perfect timing. But looking at how everything in Stadium went, absolutely manic. We had like 4 AM super early here and gets absolutely blasted upon entry from all of these other teams, because at some points we had like 7 teams just crashing into this spot and just causing absolute chaos.
That's what Stadium is, right? You have the Stadium and you have all the area around it. It's effectively like a mini urban ending, right? You have so many teams and you can accommodate so many players. You have the high ground, you have the lower parts, you have the inside, you have the small side buildings. I actually love Stadium and it's so fun to play here. But for sure, that high ground control is obviously where it comes in. This one from Lou, the back-to-back Dragunov headshots on the guys and pre-firing that on kickstart. And then obviously they're just going to send it in, get some nades in, and completely shut it down.
I'm going to be real, there's been a lot of amazing grenades so far and some great gun plays and things like that, but those Dragunov shots back to back to back, just like their PGS wins.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's huge to see. Twisted Minds obviously able to get tons of points here. Could they break triple digits, you think, Jay?
Maybe. I mean, they're looking good for it, right? 2 more games left as all things go. It's interesting how it all went down between Twisted Minds and Forest, because we're talking about...
Come.
We're talking about 2 players going up the zip to try and kind of dislodge him. At the same time, for Forest, 2 players jumping down to then parachute is technically slower than zipping down.
Sure.
So if you want to try and make that play, it's kind of...
Yeah.
It's a bit rough.
Yep, it is. A little bit of execution there. That's, again, as you said before, pressure, timing, everything. It's on. You're on there, right? And to execute that perfectly is obviously going to be a little bit harder and more difficult than some of the things here. But yeah, we've had some crazy games today. And again, I feel like it's been some of the tightest in our mid to the kind of lower pack that's trying to get into the top scene. And again, here, it's Forest. It's some of these teams that need to get into the top scene, that needs a few points here and there. We might have the highest cutoff point we've ever seen if it continues like this.
We may, considering how close it is down there at the moment, and considering that unless Twisted Minds comes out and absolutely blasts these next 2 games, going into the triple digits, trying to push up against some of those #1 spots we've had coming out of group stages, yeah, it might be very close.
Yeah, last time we had the highest cutoff ever was 130 points from Twisted Minds, and then the next one was like 89 or something like that. So there's been a big disparity in that. So yeah, we'll see how deep we go. We got a few more games to go though.
We do. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, it's the penultimate game. We're going to the Dusty Dunes. 2 Miramars will decide who moves through into the grand final.
above, it's Jet. Hook, line, and sinker. Bet. Here comes the storm. It's Flash. Oh, heavy. A fortress in motion. It's the greatest sport in the system. Rivals Hover League.
Luke gonna force the issue. Sungjong around the corner.
Oh,
finds
Sungjong.
two. Unbelievable. Ruining the Falcons' day here. Just held the angle around the corner of the car. Can he find any more?
And look at that, the mortars from Suze are going to land right on top of Jacob and Nurens. So the ditch was not to play, dip not free. No dip is free. The mortars are in the lobby.
They've got vectors, they've got utility, and you can see Petrichor Road just has a lot of bodies stacked up on top of each other.
Ooh.
Oh! Whoa!
This is where Forrest drove down the hill. Kiss. Wow, 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 wow.
Okay.
With a barrel. Finds two. Then he gets another. Just running them down.
He'll try to use the moment to push. He'll find Logos, but he gets traded down by Xiaowu. Xiaowu gets Phil first as well. It's all down to one for BB Team, and Xiaowu wipes them. He's the last player. That's going to be a 1v1v1. It's 17.
Boom, but he gets shut down right by Xiaowu. Xiaowu's up, and he's got the win.
More steps toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. Destructible terrain on Tago. And a new way to hide your vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.2 patch report. First up, we're continuing to work toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. This update adds vending machines, previously a Miramar exclusive, to Erangel and Tago. You can also keep an eye out for medical vending machines that distribute first aid kits, bandages, and med kits. All these machines still have their chance at a jackpot, so test your luck when you run into one. In addition to this, Erangel is also getting Tago's destructible pots. Breaking these has a chance to give boosts, healing items, throwables, and even secret. So embrace your inner Link and smash away. And speaking of destroying stuff, destructible terrain and the red zone have made their way to Tago. As before, explosives and the Panzerfaust will alter the terrain they hit, adding a bit more realism to that big, cool explosion. We've also added the pickaxe to the map for those who'd rather dig their trench a little more discreetly. For now, destruction on Tago will only affect terrain, so don't worry about the building you're in caving down on top of it. And on the topic of discreetness, you can now find vehicle camo netting on Erangel and Miramar. Deploying the camo netting to your vehicle will help it to blend in with the terrain around it, making it harder for enemies to see while obscuring tire positions. We've also toned down C4 a little by making it a deployable weapon that requires 4 seconds to set. This adds a little more risk to the reward instead of it being used as a nuclear grenade. There's also a new Survivor Pass, enhancements made to the inflatable boat, some improvements to the flare gun's UX, and lots more info about everything else we talked about. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.2 is here. So pack your favorite explosives and get ready for a little light terraforming on Tago. Just make sure you hide your getaway vehicle from the other survivors. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
I'm Tigger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
that?
Wingardium Leviosa.
No, 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 no. Forward. 你鬼名都没鬼明白。
What's up, guys? I'm Falcons Tiggleton, and this is Pro POV.
Hello.
Hello.
大家好，这来自漂流的明明。
안녕하세요. 디엠플릭스의 살루트 우재현이라고 합니다.
Hello guys.
Wow.
Hi, I'm example.
So clean.
Always just like, hello. All right, how you guys feeling to be here?
Very excited.
Yeah, excited. Banger.
이거 잼플 선수나 티글튼 선수랑 하고 싶습니다.
最想跟死路特吧。
Hello. 你有女朋友吗？我有的。
Beautiful。我觉得我们俩一起应该有信心。
1, 2, 3.
打。不是一个人赢吗
1, 2, 3.
We're cooked. Example wins, no? He did paper, we both did rock.
Тиглтоны. Я думаю, нам будет проще, потому что можем между друг другом коммуницировать, потому что английский мы будем использовать, а другие друзья не смогут, я думаю.
I hope you've been learning Chinese.
倒了。
右
边。
I can speak Chinese.
OK.
我是中国人。
OK.
Давай.
掉。
Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
One more M. M app. Let's go.
Okay.
W.
OK。
Go. Forward. He went forward. Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
S. Okay, good. W S. Okay.
Open your inventory immediately. Open your inventory right now. Loot the MP5K.
Let's go.
Loot. Ammo. Hollow side. Reload.
Stop.
To the left.
Jet. Z. Okay. W.
Okay, look the best.
And F. F.
And hold. Peek left and hold.
Yeah, D.
Okay.
ADS.
Okay.
Yeah. When he peeks, to the left.
No, D.
Yeah, D.
OK.
U, I?
OK.
I. Let's go. Oh, AUG, get.
OK. Apple.
Apple.
OK.
And open the door. And see, monitor.
OK.
Okay.
One.
Open the door.
No, one.
Okay, one. Reload.
R. OK.
There's no helmet. Okay, just push. Leave the door. Давай. Forward.
Давай.
Okay, open the door. Turn left. Forward, 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 forward.
Color.
Forward, 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 forward. Go, go, go. Давай, 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 давай. Open the door, open the door, open the door, open the door, open the door.
No. There. Da. Okay.
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 Hey.
Through the doorway. Turn to the right. Go forward.
Okay.
Turn to the right.
Okay.
He's in the room, he's in the room, he's in the room. Go forward, go forward. Take the room slowly.
Okay.
Стрелять, fuck!
Okay.你亏屏都没亏明白。
언제 왔어?
Let's go. Jump.
Okay. W. F. 공跳。No. 蹦 No. No. Yeah. F. W.
Vault on this.
What is your vault button?
It's not mine.
S. 转 U. W.
Okay. Left. Left. Stairs. Left.
Wheel.
W. 哦，看我，
Easy.
Oh! What is this? What is this? What is that? What is that?
Okay, easy game.
Welcome back, guys, to PGSA. Of course, as we're just kind of fixing things and getting things good to go. We have got to talk about the cutoff, though, because we only have 2 games remaining, and we want to get the breakdown of exactly who can potentially make it, who do you think's going to make it, or where are we at here, Avenger?
We could have the highest cutoff ever, right? We could be looking at 65 plus points if everything kind of lines up. We've been having some teams here already now with 2 games to go. We're looking at a cutoff currently at 56 points or so. And you're going to obviously see that once we jump to the leaderboard here for the overall standings. But yeah, it's been pretty exciting, especially with the teams that are kind of lower end. We had big expectations from them, right?
Yeah.
Obviously here, Twisted Minds getting tons of points here in the last one. Is making them completely safe and secure. They could be breaking into the triple digits. They need 15 more points or so. But for the teams at the very cusp here, Pero at 56, we have a 2-way tie for Pero and Gen G. And we obviously have TKLers with 58 points. And we have some on the kind of lower bottom here. Expendables is one of them. 4 Angry Men is one of them.
Yes.
Rock is one of them. And if they have a huge day, that could also be crazy, right?
Yeah, there's definitely still needs to be a bit of a jump for some of these teams. Now, what was interesting whilst we take a look at the numbers from this previous game, and Forrest doing well. Up at the top, Baron's going to get himself the man of the match. That's good stuff. He was up there doing all right for the team overall. I actually want to talk about the very beginning of that rondo, actually. Because obviously, you see Twisted Minds coming in here, getting 14 kills and stuff like that. It's not their traditional drop spot at all. They went a little bit on the hunt for good old Petrichor Road. And it's kind of understandable, right? There's the potential that they could open up swaths of room for them going into the finals if Petrichor doesn't make it.
Yeah, and if that's the focus, then what's going to happen for the next 2 games, right? Are we seeing a direct hot drop, a direct chase?
Right, exactly.
But surely, even with Petrichor Road, we've seen them kind of divert some situations.
Yes.
We saw them, and they're still able to get points, still able to get kills here and there, and that's what they need, combined with some of the teams on our lower end that needs to kind of have a little bit of a hold. On the other side, after 4 games today, and what we've seen from Na'Vi so far, I want to talk about them a little bit because they have had a not so good day so far. Only in 67 points, right? They were in their 50s already once we started, but
53.
Yeah, they had not had a good showing so far. And with that, what's their take going forward? Because they're aiming to go into the triple digits here. Forest 60, Arena 60 as well, tied. Petrichor Road here with a tie with Gen G 56. as we're talking about, we could see Expendables have a good game. We could see Rock have a big game. We could see Petrichor Road have obviously a fantastic game. The cutoff and the 17 team could very likely be E-Arena.
It very well could. And I don't see E-Arena surviving the onslaught that is about to come their way, right? Especially with 2 games in hand. It is too difficult considering how close the 3 are alone. Never mind anybody else being able to make a big shot, right? If a Rock came out and suddenly got a win, then that also puts the nail in the coffin, really, for old E-Arena. Who, I mean, they got into the finals last time around. They looked good for a good portion alongside all the rest of APAC. But we are just a few moments out. So the question is, for me, Petrichor's not coming to Twisted Minds on Power Grid, but do they then flex out? We've seen Petrichor go to places like San Martin and other locations. Does Twisted Minds go on the hunt now again?
We saw them on Erangel go extremely early out and drop out, and the situation was like,
so
okay,
maybe they go elsewhere.
Yeah,
completely.
so they're just going to drop out extremely early and see where there's space, and then just kind of divert. That's kind of what I'm feeling, right? Obviously, we're going to have to see the plane path, and the guys in the cast is going to kind of go into that. But it's an exciting time for them. But still, they need to outperform both the teams that are on the chase, but also the teams that are directly competing with for that. So that's kind of scary.
All right, let's get to it then. The penultimate game of the day as we head over to the casters. Miramar on the cards. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, and we had to make sure that you could hear each and every one of my dulcet tones as we've got 2 games remaining to play to figure out who will be making it to the grand final. I am Poor Source. Joining me once again is Paper Thin to bring you all the way home as we have the Dusty Dunes online. The plane is in the air, and who will make it into that top 16? That is the question, Paper Thin.
It is indeed. Still a lot of things can happen with 2 maps to go. A lot of points on the board. And towards that 16th spot is where our eyes will be firmly placed.
Oh, yeah.
As we find Miramar plane path, well, just a little bit south of Picado, so a little bit southernly shifted. Now let's see what exactly happens in and around some of the contested drop spots. Petrichor Road right on top of New Happy. Los Leones maybe also getting a bit spicy.
Also got Rock and BB Team and Gen G looking like they're going for Monte Nuevo, so we'll keep eyes on that while we keep eyes currently on New Happy and Petrichor Road. Now Los Leones, very big, definitely big enough to house both of these teams if they want to loot, but the question is, can they remain separated? It looks like one might be going for a little bit of a push here. December 12th. The spray going to come through, but a little bit on the ambitious side.
Well, yesterday they were able to take a day trade player out of the air.
They were
as they were landing. Oh my goodness! Southwest Circle.
Chicken leg.
Let's go. I haven't seen a prison ending in so long.
I haven't seen anything outside of South Los Leones for so long. It feels like.
Yeah,
but we get to cut over to the west a little bit this time, thankfully.
Yeah, I doubt this goes Prison Island. There just isn't shifted far enough to the south that it makes it likely, but who knows? We can only dream. As Petrichor Road dreaming of a grand finals, working their way around the southern edge of Los Leones with priority on a southern rotation, potentially, depending on how quick this all goes. So could be another solid game for Pero, and they could really continue to climb that leaderboard and get into the grand finals again and maybe do some more damage as they're looking to be a little bit more comfortable with some of these alternative drop spots that they've had to take due to the fact that they didn't want to mess with Twisted Minds much anymore.
Yeah, it does definitely look like they're back on their feet again as the drop in Monte Nuevo previously between Rock and BB Team. BB Team got Monte Nuevo. Rock just went on to the south side. As we check in with 17 Game, we got a chance to talk to Lil Ghost and hear what he has to say about the grand final.
Hi guys, it's Bella with Lil Ghost and our lovely translator Kylie. That last Panther against Spaceman, 17 Gaming was having a pretty fun time. We saw a lot of smiles. So can you tell us what the team reaction was like?
你们即将锁定角色的位置。我们看到这个火箭筒击败了 Spaceman 之后，你们团队的反应是怎样的呢？
当决赛圈我看到插北拿上了火箭筒，我觉得他是世界上最好的火箭筒使用者。我知道那一把我们有了，我们一定拿下那把的胜利。
From the final circle, we see that I saw that XBay took the Panther. I think he was the best Panther player in the world. So we believe that we will have the success in this game. So we are very confident about our team.
All right, that was lovely. And let's go back to Miramar. 再见. 再见.
That was a very long and respectful way of saying, I thought it would be hilarious to panzer this guy to close out the game. Lil Ghost and the rest of the 17 gang in beautiful position, getting themselves situated for this final stage. 74 points, and they can just kind of play however they like. Lil Ghost leading the way into the north side of Chuma right now. Twisted Minds just off to their west.
He did also say he thinks Xiaobei, best Panzer player in the world. Ooh. Oh, Lou, the one tap with the Dragunov. Another one. Oh, my God.
And
oh, he pre-fired that?
Absolutely disgusting.
That is ridiculous.
Just disgusting.
The grenades are in there to finish the job.
Good night, sweet prince.
Oh, Lou, that is the Dragunov of dreams.
Like, even Kickstart's smiling there. You never see Kickstart smile when he gets killed, but even he was smiling off that. He's like, okay, yeah. You know,
got to tip the cap.
I mean, honestly, yeah. At some point, sometimes you just got to tip the cap and let him know, like, okay, you got me. But that was beautiful stuff from Lou with that Dragunov, as we've seen that weapon get. I mean, it seemed like everybody was playing it for a while, and then now it seems to kind of like pulled back a little bit. A lot of guys going back towards the Mini.
Yeah.
I mean, but the Dragunov at the end of the day is still a weapon of absolute destruction in the hands of the right shooter.
It's a little bit weird because it has not the greatest bullet velocity, so it kind of drops like the SKS. It hits harder. It is a little tricky to wield because it kicks pretty hard, but within that striking distance of a couple hundred meters, if you hit the head, it's just as good as a bolt. So yeah, that's nice, but it's a lot of these like longer range fights that these teams are going to take. It's tracking down vehicles, so stuff like that's a lot easier with the Mini, with the Mark 12. That's why you're seeing the shift back towards that for the DMRs. A few players here and there, though, very happy to grab a Dragunov, and if they can get to late game, it is a difference maker, like we just saw there.
And we see TKL loading up the mortars into the back of the Bronco before making their way. They're actually dead center circle right now, so they don't really have to make their way much anywhere. Petrichor Road on the southern side, just looking off into the distance. May see Theraton 5, may see New Happy. You see the cutoff points historically have been around that mid-50s level, highest being 33 in PGS 5, but I think I agree with Mr. Avenger when he said that it may even get up to that 65 mark, which would be crazy. Oh, it's a crack in, and that Bronco keeping him alive.
We were just talking about the Dragunov and Posa putting it to good use. Got a kill there, but it's a Kraken out in the open. Duck Juice can't find the angle again, but it's actually Tanvu who's going to find one, a flank onto Posa, and he's going to keep marching forward. Duck Juice somehow able to get to Kraken, and Furia in shambles. He's going to let loose with the SKS. Can't quite find the shots onto Haven. Haven trying to get there to do something about this, but Tanvu has other ideas.
I mean, the Expendables need these points, right? Like, they have to make this push. And there you go. Haven will get spotted as well. Furia in a world of hurt. Now, although the Expendables do lose Clories in the process, these points are going to go a long way towards their climb towards 16th place. It is well within reach. It is just outside of their grasp with 2 games remaining. That is a heck of a way to start things off.
Now, this is kind of their MO on Miramar, is to just scrap early and just see where it takes them. And that's where they put up some points. So they do lose a player for that, though. So being down to 3 this early, it kind of puts it in the back of your mind. But if there's any team that can fight through it, as we've already seen in this event, it's the Expendables.
Absolutely.
They are just tenacious.
Well, this might be a problem. Forest, they're still rotating, but Olympus spotting this all out, seeing it off in the distance, and you can see the rest of the Forest gang, they're not continuing to drive down. They're actually stopping off and putting themselves in locations where the Expendables may eventually drive through. So we'll keep an eye on that as the blue has come in on them. Meanwhile, TKL just on the doorstep of 17-17 with the high ground of Chumacera.
Well, that's going to be interesting for 17, kind of a potential pivot point. Sometimes these circles kind of end up in that weird dead space in those canyons between the mountains, and it gets a little tricky to kind of navigate that. So some high ground action early. Could do some damage from up here. Just got to worry about Taikula a little bit. What they're going to do. Everybody else settling in. Even have Gen G, who's on the chicken wing proper. FAMAS available for T5 if they so choose. Obviously, a solid gun for sure. A lot of players will grab that. The armor is what you're also really looking to get on your body.
FAMAS will make you famous.
Ooh.
Get in there. Go get that. Pick that up. Go get you some points.
That's right.
Get you some kills. See, they're top 5 in the 2-2 split.
Oh, no.
But, oh, yeah, this is what we're saying. This is what we were worried about, right? Forest, they spotted this out from way downtown. Like they were rotating or wrapping off to the east, and they just pulled themselves into a position where they thought maybe the Expendables might drive through, and it ends up paying off huge for them right now. They have 60 points. They're still trying to secure their spot in the top 16. That one kill will go a little bit of a ways towards getting them there.
I think this is very smart from Forest because not only are you getting extra points, but you're stopping one of the teams who is a danger of climbing up into that top 16 that you have the ability to gatekeep. So this is very, very smart stuff from Forest as they are sending the last 2 members of the Expendables packing in a Bronco. A few parting shots from Olympus, but I think that's going to be the end of this. Maybe they just drive and chase, but kind of curious to see how they want to play it from here on out. The Expendables are just going to try to floor it and get out.
It started going south for a second. I got excited, but I think we all know where this is probably headed, and Theraton 5 know as well as they start pulling their gang back towards the center of this new zone. You see 17 already hopping in vehicles, trying to make their way down, but TKL in that 2-2 split. This is dangerous for Spaceman and Cold 119. They have to be extremely careful about this because I don't know if there's any way that Dones and Suze can come and join them. They might be involved in a scrap of their own on that western side with Twisted Minds.
And it seems like they're thinking about an escape, but yeah, like you said, Twisted Minds are right here if they do leave. So it's out of the frying pan into the fire for Taikula potentially, and there it is, the first knock onto Souza. And he is quickly dealt with. Perfectix gonna find the kill. Lou gonna clean it up. And now TKL in a bit of trouble, and they cannot afford this right now. They are in 15th position at 58 points. They are one of those teams that just needs to have a couple solid games to get through, and this is not the start they wanted, and Twisted Minds has bitten down, and they're not letting go.
Danger Town has Dones. Gonna peek the edge, and will just miss. Patulin saw him, though, and that'll be Dones going down, so TKL now down to 2. That 2-2 split, not able to cover each other. It gets punished in a big, big way. And 17 know exactly where this last duo is, and you can see they are just getting sprayed down from up top. This, I mean, if 17 really decides they want this, they can get that pretty easy, I think.
Yeah, those shacks are often a death sentence. They're just too easy to nade. Blue zones.
Especially when somebody watches you go into them. Is Orca
MP5
will spot out RB7 with the MP5. Gen G, they're not out of it yet. They're holding on to that 16th spot. They are the one that everybody's chasing.
My goat. My SMG goat. That gun shreds.
I'm just glad I got to make Free Willy references in Game 1.
You did, right? And that is a rare treat.
I can't tell you how many times I watched that movie when I was a kid. I loved it.
Really?
I don't know. I don't even know if it's still a big player in the kid movie game, but Free Willy was amazing. Like that had me feeling some type of way. I was crying for the whale. I was excited whenever he escaped.
You never struck me as a Free Willy kind of guy.
Yeah.
If it makes you, I don't know how you feel about that, but
I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. I was also a Homeward Bound kind of dude too.
Well, I mean, that's a good movie.
I mean, who wasn't?
I mean, for me, it was like, well, I was like a Star Wars and Ghostbusters kid.
Yeah, I mean, that's all in there too.
Yeah,
like, you didn't have to be one.
Land Before Time.
Okay. Tree Stars.
Yeah.
What's up? All right, 4 a.m. 4 a.m. was coming around on this south side. They were getting a little bit close here to this 2-2 split from Gen G. A weird 2-2 split as they've got 2 on Partona and 2 on the mainland. But fortunately for them, it looks like 4 a.m. is going to get stopped down by shots from on high from Rock. So Gen G's 2-2 split will remain safe for the time being. Meanwhile, the Expendables, they just got to hoof it. Going to take a lot of blue zone damage on the way. Falcons.
Hard shift
pick up
south.
in the air. Hard shift. Where are we going to go?
Hard shift. Hardship South.
Come on. Give it
Do
to
it.
us. Do us.
Do it.
Give me the bridge.
Well.
I mean. All right. Not exactly what I wanted, but I'll take it. I'll take it. At least it's not ending on those Theraton 5 compounds. I feel like we've seen that a million times. And right now, New Happy running right past the Theraton 5 compound. Actually, not even past the Theraton 5. They're going right into the T5 compound as T5 will try to make their escape. Falcons will try to make their drop from on high. A few shots being sent over in their direction, but it looks like they should get all 4 to the ground.
Yeah, and they found a dip there on top. That's a knock there for Ming Ming, but Zilong finds Aches left. So far, 1 for 1 in the fight over this longhouse. Grenades exploding around Peril. They're trying to get their leader to safety, cannot do so. More grenades ringing out. You're going to need somebody to go crazy. Ming Ming, he's going to get it started. A grenade from Inuyasha. Ming Ming trying to push ahead of that, using the grenades from his teammates to scale forward. Boy. But this is looking a little scary. Chewy down as well.
And now the dust storm coming through will put a pause on the action for the time being. See the kill feed. 770 going to go down for 17. Perfectic going to go down for Twisted Minds as New Happy, Inuyasha, and Zilong got to clear out this last player. Got to clear him out. Chewy. Ming Ming going to go for the res. Zilong doesn't see it. Still on the other side of the road, so the likelihood of him getting brought back up probably pretty low as we see the picture-in-picture day trade. I'm sorry, Teraton 5 really scrapping with TKL as Petrichor Road will go down early, and that is, well, that's rough.
That's disaster.
That is rough. They're still in striking distance. They still have a shot with 1 game remaining, but they need TKL to go down. They need Gen G to start slipping a little bit, and things will be feeling maybe a little bit better.
And you need Rock to not have a good game. A lot
also
of things.
That.
What in the world is going on here? Divine. Now they're going to make their attempt at this. One team already thwarted. Yeah, dude. Might as well go for it. That's 1 knock there for Hella. Grenade from 16, though, is going to get another knock, and he's just going to swoop down and scoop one up, and it is going to be Hella who swings out the door and knocks down Zilong. 16KK still on the other side of the house here. Divine trying to get some heals off to recover that grenade. If it's on point, it goes just a bit too far.
Just a bit too far as now Twisted Minds has come in for the third party. Somehow Example has an angle on that from miles away. Forest still coming in from the north side as well. They might see this, and they might decide that they want a little bit of a piece of it as Divine back up to 3 strong. 16KK will go down to the well-placed grenade from Barpo as New Happy is out in 15th place.
Well, Divine able to do what Petrichor Road could not, to be fair. A little bit of damage done there to New Happy, but still a nice push for them. Spaceman out in the open, needs points. Last player alive for Taikula. Only 1 kill. Oh boy, that is almost 1 HP, and he is in trouble. Circle is going to remove the water, as it was wont to do on Phase 4. Centers up, Falcons trying to hold the eastern edge along with Rock. BB just going to plant their feet down in the warehouse, twisted up on the north. So a lot of teams going to try to do some gatekeeping there. That Molly going to come up well short of anything that's going to threaten 17.
Just a bit outside. Spaceman has an angle there, and he can keep cycling these smokes. He's got 5 of them. So maybe survive just a little bit longer. Oh no, the return grenades though, they're gonna bounce off the hood of the car and find Spaceman as he's running away. 17 down to just Xiaobei and Little Ghost, but man, they are on point with the util right there.
That's huge. That's disaster for TKL as well. So Petrichor Road, all right, that's one team that they need to go out early that has. Gen G is the other. They lost a player to Na'Vi off screen, and they're trying to regroup and recover and get in, but 4 a.m. right on the compound along the road, just a bit ahead. And if they drive by that, I have my doubts that they could survive. So they're checking it out, being wise to it now. It's going to try to cut through the field and get up the hill the other route. Are they going to be able to keep themselves obscured from enough teams to find safety is my question. There's also HS for 4 a.m. way out ahead. So he's a solo. They got to do some damage here.
Well, this is rough. This is really tough for Gen G. Tough sledding up the hill, slow as molasses. Fantastico will spot out Americano. Tong Mu will steal it out of his mouth. Bean and Orca just playing along the side, and Batulin's right up on top. HSM, a little bit of an angle. He's got 3 grenades. That might be more than he needs, but Gen G already reading it as He tried to take a few shots over in his direction to slow down his approach, but it is not going to work. The grenade will find the car. The car will explode. Can Bean survive? He cannot. Gen G out in 13th place.
Oh boy. Things get real interesting. 15, 16, 17, already out, dude. This is madness. Perfectix gonna find a knockoff screen. Na'Vi now climbing their way forward. Rock perched, ready to try to defend. You do have T5 above this as well, so they could maybe swoop in, see if they could pick up some kills. We've seen them be a little bit opportunistic today with some of those third parties.
Sure have.
I don't know. I'm curious. I'm not sure if they have enough of an angle of safety away from like the Falcons, and who knows, maybe even that high ground that Twisted has. Oh, speaking of.
Speak of the devil, Twisted running right into Falcons as Rock holds the line in the compound. The approach from Na'Vi, they have got plenty of walls to play around, so there's no real hurry in how they approach this, assuming that maybe somebody might be on that high ground, but no, everybody just playing tower defense. But the circle going to cut all the way back towards the west. Look at Delwyn and Duck Juice from the Expendables. They lost too early, but now they are in beautiful position for this late game. Let's see if Rock, the bell is tolling for thee. You've got to get rid of Na'Vi if you want to have a shot.
Absolutely. Crucial fight here. And the grenade is out. Oh boy. If that had gone a little bit further, maybe the knock on the Sosa could have come through. Instead, Na'Vi just waiting for their moment. Blue going to arrive in just a little bit. So they're trying to find an opening, see if they can get that knock, see if they can catch somebody from Rock over peaking a little bit. Grenade being thought about. Maybe they know Solds is in that compounded. It splashes on the outside. Can't get through. Solds hangs on for now. It's just going to come down to kind of these attempts at isolating these fights for Na'Vi, but they're getting lit up, I think, maybe by T5 as they try to go through. There's one. Falcon's going to go down off screen, but that fight isn't that important. Fairest taking a bunch of damage, can't get the sprays to connect on the head.
Hakatori low as well. Solds holding on to that Panzerfaust, waiting for somebody to reveal themselves. The Panzer not going to land where it needs to, as 17 will go out in 10th place as well. El Calmo not going to be revived. Solds will get taken down by Lou as Twisted Minds has found an angle onto this fight. Na'Vi sees the kill feed. They know they can push. It's a 3v1 as BL will try to get back on his feet, but the blue zone has arrived and he's going to go right back down. But Ferris, Sentastico will find Ferris. He finds Sosid, and Hakatori will finally take down BL.
Oh my goodness. That was an absolute outplay from Sentastico, and he's going to claim those 2 points. They're getting through this. They're getting themselves still in contention going into the final game no matter what. You'd love to win this 1v1, but that grenade is perfect from Hakatori. And Na'Vi is going to win it in the long run. So Rock, couple kills, 51 points. They're in spitting distance, but they're going to need a strong final game.
So many people within touching distance of that 16th place cut line, and we may have more as 4 a.m. They've got 4 kills. They have 4 up. The Expendables still have 2 up. They've got so much real estate. Everything west of center line belongs to the Expendables, down to just a duo. Now T5 in a little bit of trouble, but Patapong, he has been on fire today. He'll find Scappy, but now Kiss tries to turn the tables. It's not going to happen. He will get one on a Fluky, but look at Theraton 5. They want to secure their spot, and now they have got 9 kills.
Yeah, and it's Twisted Minds who's yeeting some nades down there. Try to see if they can finish off T5. One player will go down. Hakatori, I think not longer for this lobby potentially. He's way out in the damn blue, so I don't think he's going to be able to get too much deeper. Ranger X, in fact, going to succumb to the blue as well. There goes Hakatori. There goes Rossita Jr. T5, though, doesn't want to give over any more points. I don't really think it matters here against Twisted. BB team as well, doing just fine in the point department. So I guess this is just yeah, you know what? There's no reason. We're good. Thanks.
There we go. Now, okay, we got to watch 4 a.m. 4 a.m., the Expendables. Last player alive from Furia, Gizera. Don't think he's got enough in the tank to be able to do much for Furia at this point with only 31 points. But 4 a.m., they could put themselves within reach of that cut line if they can put something together here in the late game. They've already got 4 kills. Twisted Minds down to 2, and they've got BB Team pinned.
This is an incredibly tense final, or not final match, but second to last.
Penultimate
That's
match.
the word.
Thanks,
penultimate.
James.
Yeah, thanks, James. Dork.
What a nerd. Am I right?
But no, but like,
there he goes.
Here's the thing. For the Expendables, if you can outlast 4 a.m. here, you're going to keep ahead of them in the scoreboard most likely. So that's kind of what you're looking to do. Just
probably jump rock,
just
too.
survive.
Yeah.
You know, but for 4 a.m., you win this game, and all of a sudden, you might just well be in the grand finals.
This is so close here at the very end. Everything on the line, a spot in the final stage, a chance at fabulous cash prizes and PGC points that these teams desperately want. BB Team allowed to leave the compound and will immediately get into a grenade throwing match with Twisted Minds, but look at Delwyn. He's got that gun trained on BB. Yeah, he'd absolutely love to be able to steal a knock here. It's Ongmu going to find the opening spray on the Batu while they're not looking in that direction. All teams collapsing on top of each other. Twisted Minds will try to survive as the utility from 4 a.m. is just going to fly over their heads harmlessly.
Godby leading the charge here for 4 a.m. Aduzi's actually going to be the one to get Lou. Godby wants these points, but he's going to be denied. BB Team now striking. Godby down. They've already claimed Twisted Minds. Agroza, though, for HS is going to keep BB at bay. Let's go Expendables, and they're coming in. Longs finds a grenade on to Phil first. Things getting scrappy.
Everybody wants these points. Everybody wants these kills as the Expendables, even down to a duo, are going to be aggressively pushing into the backs of BB Team. 4 a.m. They are down one Godby, but they will stop down long enough to get him back on his feet to give themselves the advantage as they push across the top of this hill using that smoke wall. BB back on their feet as well. The Expendables have not really struck just yet. What do they got left in the tank? They've got one grenade. They've got Delwyn. They've got 2 more points as the Expendables coming alive.
Huge stuff for the Expendables. But now BB's a doozy, stuck in the blue zone, and he is gone. Godby cleans him out. A 2v4 here. Huge implications for the leaderboard right now. Duckjuice, Delwyn trying to hold the line. This is all outside of the new circle. Smokes being popped. 4 a.m. could try to take a risk, send a player in towards this new circle somehow, some way. Exactly. Just try to keep the TE guessing where they're going to be because they have the man advantage. Godby pushing forward.
4 a.m. still deathballing. The last thing on earth you want to do is give either of these players 1v1s, but the smoke wall, that is dangerous for 4 a.m. The second they pop through, the Expendables will see them before 4 a.m. can see the Expendables. I think he's got an idea where Delwyn might be. He might have spotted something out of, maybe he spotted just the motorcycle as Delwyn will open things up with the knock on to Tongmu.
Oh, he has to eat some of that blue zone damage, though. Duckjuice trying to keep them at bay. Might have bought just enough time here for Delwyn to get the heal off, to get back up to a decent amount of health. Indeed, he does. So a Tongmu right on the edge of the blue. Not much that 4 a.m. can do with that, but the fire catches Delwyn's feet. He is burning. Gonna have to prone down, go for the heal. 4 a.m. still on the hunt. The stuns are flying.
Just clipped his ankles and did some damage. The spray from Duckjuice will do some more damage, but Delwyn goes down to HSM. It's all down to Duckjuice as he's just playing around the side of the smoke. He gets him down to just 1 alive. It's HSM with the blue on his back, but Duckjuice is in the blue. He's gonna secure the points and try to make his way back in, and he does, and he has a smoke cloud to hide behind as HSM only has 12 rounds left in the Groza, pushing out through. He will get the win, and 4 a.m. securing their spot.
What an unbelievable finish here in Game 5. 2 teams that desperately need points, fighting tooth and nail, and just barely 4 a.m. comes out on top. But oh man, the Expendables so darn close to a miracle.
As a duo, Paper, they got knocked out. They had 2 players taken away from them very early on, and then the whole game just played out so perfectly that they were able to come in at the very end, be those aggressors. Turns it down to a 1v1. Unbelievable stuff from them. We have seen it all in this PGS 8 group stage, but we've got one game left to play. We're going to see something even more spectacular. I just feel it. Don't go anywhere as we have the analyst desk set us up for our final game.
Oh, that was a banger of a finish here. 4am managed to get themselves a very important win. However, it was close here from the Expendables.
It was down to the wire. Expendables potentially could have taken this home if their third-party timing was a little bit better, finishing that off. BB team also obviously a great one here. They could have gotten more out of it, but the sandwich from Expendables came too early for Expendables. I feel like if they left BB and 4am to fight a little bit longer, they could have maybe had some more knocks than 4am. And everyone was outside the circle. There were so few teams left alive where a circle that could accommodated, 20 players or something like that. We were down to just 12. There was nothing left.
Yeah, very crazy, all things considered. I thought Twisted Minds was going to have a much better time of it in that north position, but obviously they felt they had to do the swing, and then they lost people on that move. But anyway, looking through this game, as it does kind of devolve down, we had, again, China's actually getting themselves quite a lot of points on the board, but it's coming at the behest of other China teams. What was very interesting to me was the very beginning, Petrichor Road going all the way across New Happy and almost kind of coexisting in Los Leones. A very unexpected twist to start things for me.
Yeah, to take some of the early cars, to kind of loot some of the scraps south of Los Leones. And obviously to set themselves up for this one here, they got crashed. There are some unfortunate situations for them. And for Petrichor Road, this last game here could be the doom.
Has to be huge.
It has to be a big game. Yeah. Because now with 4am jumping up, they're going to be coming ahead. With Expendables getting a second place in kills, they are going to be coming up ahead.
Yeah.
We are potentially going to be seeing E-Arena out with a 60-point cutoff, and we're going to be seeing like a new kind of all-time high from what we saw at PGS 5 potentially. We're looking at 63 points as the highest cutoff at PGS 5. It could be 64 here if all the right teams are getting points here. This is the timing we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Delvin and the T guys, they're like, maybe we get some kills here, but for me, and what I'm looking at this is like, they could have won this game if they waited with the third-party timing and had, 2 knocks on 4am, maybe 1 knock left or one guy left standing on BB, then pushed it, instead of where we had 4 guys strong on 4am.
Huge work against them.
They had to do massive work. Obviously, Delvin was able to have some impact, but still, it wasn't enough for them.
I mean, Duck Jews, of course, here. Those last kills coming in from the Expendables, absolutely sublime, almost as juicy as a black pepper Korean fried chicken, right? Like insane levels of performance coming out, but 4am able to just barely round it out at the end, and both of these teams super hungry to try and get themselves into
the chicken.
Well, not only the chicken dinner, but also just that top 16. Very important.
Yeah, obviously 8 kills here for T. It's going to be 14 points for them. And there's 7 kills in the win for 4am. That is massive. They were on 39 points before this. This is going to put them on exactly 56 points. Our 4 or 5 teams that's going to be fighting for that cutoff, for that 16th place, is going to be insane here. But it's a meme. He's able to come in and pop off.
Yes.
What were you hoping for?
I was hoping for a good old Godfrey. But, HSM, he's getting himself the man of the match. Love it a lot. Considering that he very clutch in those last moments. And also, kind of the whole what was going on. Obviously, BB team in a bit of a compromised position, right? It's always going to be hard for BB team to do something in those very late game moments when there is that sandwich potential coming their way.
It's always the third party, right?
Yeah,
you don't want to be third party. And they couldn't finish that. And they were trying to hold 4am out and then take on TE, but there was just not more teams left alive. So TE is obviously going for the third party to see if they can swoop up some points, even though the timing, I would have liked to see a better timing where 4am might have had, let BB and 4am fight and then third party. That would have been cool to see, but 5 kills here. The man of match for It's a meme.
So for these teams, in the highest moments of pressure, having that turn on, right? Obviously, very close to try and getting themselves into that top 16. 17 points goes the way of 4 Angry Men, 14 for the Expendables. They're on 5 is safe, right?
They're fine.
If I recall.
They're 60-some. They're going to be 74, I think, something like that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of keep a track of where we're at with the Chaser pack, right?
Right.
Looking for that 16th non-really moving goalpost for E-Arena up until the point where now we have a potential where it does have a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of movement, if some of these teams are able to do that catch-up. So here's the overall total leaderboard.
These guys are safe. We want to see the next one. Next page.
Good job by you guys. Lovely stuff.
5 more points for Twisted. Potentially the highest score ever. We're going to see it at PGS here, right? And now this is the interesting one, James.
All right, so currently the cutoff. If nothing happened, if no movement happened, the Expendables here with this. But we have the Expendables, 4 Angry Men, Gen G, Petrichor Road, and I would say Rock as well, with the potential to be able to jump into that top 16.
Dude, that is crazy. A 3-way tie for Petrichor Road, Gen G, 4 Angry Men. And, you know...
Ty Cooler as well.
Ty Cooler, yeah, obviously here too. But E-Arena, obviously the ones that are going to be biting the nails at the home right now. And I would love to see a camera on them just to see when some of these teams get knocked out. But obviously all these teams are going to be aware of this, James. They're all going to be, guys, we need 1, 2, 3 points here. We need to get a little bit. So surely all these teams are all getting 1, 2, 3 points, right? They're all kind of focusing. And then the kill feed tracking counts on top of that. They need to be extremely tight and safe with that. Getting deep into this game here is huge. It's just like we saw yesterday. Massive games on the last game. Massive amount of kills is going to make you safe and sound. And potentially making sure that you're third-partying the right teams, third-partying the teams that are also in the chase, and try to get into that 65+ points.
It's a very real chance that for some of these teams, their international games could end for the next few months right now. There is so many teams still on the hunt, so many teams still in the danger zone. There's an opportunity for them to get into that top 16. If you had to pick a name,
who makes it or who doesn't make it?
Who makes it?
I'll say, I think we can see a Expendables making it. That looked like they were looking thirsty, hungry. I could see them coming, and even with 2 or 3 guys left alive, they're going to be able to clutch it out a little bit, salvage some of the games. You can see it kind of changes the dynamic for them, and the fracking capabilities in this team is just through the roof. But yeah, it's going to be an insane game here. 5 teams potentially fighting for 1 or 2 spots here in the top 16.
The problem is the great shift in even attitude from some of these teams when you look across them, right? Some of them very, very focused, very concerned about their games ending. However, for others, they're already through. They're already qualified. They're already laughing. They're already happy. And from that comes volatility. Comes potentially crazy just attacks. If they see a team in the kill feed that they do not want to be in the grand final and they feel like they're near it, they could also pounce.
This is also the time, for the very, very top team to go in and say, okay, the third parties, the timing, the third party opportunities could be massive, obviously, right? But your main focus is the teams that you're looking at. We just saw Forest before, 65 points. I feel like they're safe. They need like 1 or 2 points to not worry at all. But I don't see the cutoff being above 60. Like, we would need those exact 5 teams to go in and get massive points. Double digits, some of them, and some of the other guys needs a few more kills here. What's the cutoff? Once we're done here, what's the cutoff? What do you think? E-Arena in or out? Surely out.
Out. Surely out. Surely out.
14th currently. Yeah, they're out. I feel like they're out as well. Expendables is going to do it. Tycoon is going to have a few points here. Then we have Gen G and Petrichor Road, obviously. It's going to be so close. 4 Angry Men, obviously, after that massive game. That momentum and confidence you're building off that's going to have an effect too. That's going to be some sort of snowball.
Yeah. I think another thing that, I mean, to not beat a dead horse too much here, I do think Twisted Minds is probably still thinking, where on earth was Petrichor Road? Where did they go? Can we somehow sniff them out in this game? Because it will leave so much room open for us in a grand final, to the point where Twisted Minds could say, okay, we could go for a 4th PGS, right? Like,
we can win half of them.
You could, in theory. but the fact that they wouldn't be with you in the lobby would be massive for a potential gain, right?
Yeah, I would love to see that. them after 8 PGSs. Imagine having 1/4 of them. That would be massive for them. But yeah, it was a huge detriment to them having Petrichor Road in there. Their last PGS was the worst performance we've seen from them ever. In a global 11th, I think, 12th or 11th, yeah, 12th. Yeah. And yeah, that's just so low. It's not what we expect from a team of that caliber. They're the team that we last year set up to be, okay, this got to be the year. This is the twisted era. They have to win PGC, but it's been rough for this one here. And now they might be able to set it up and close it out if they are not contested. But as we heard Batulin say, they're willing to throw it. They're willing to say, we need this. We're gonna take these spots here. We're gonna have and hold on to them. Rock on screen, 51 points. They need a massive game. They need double digits to jump into that 60s plus. Gen G also 57 points here, James, currently. Need 5-ish minimum points to be safe. Need 10 points to be very safe and not worry about it at all.
Concerned faces across the board. Definitely understandable why. But let's get to it now. Who is going to put the last stamp going on into that grand finals? We're about to find out. Miramar is on the cards, Porosaurus and Paper on the cards as well.
One final game left to determine who will be in our final stage, and it could be anybody. Porosaurus here, joined once again by Paper Thin to bring you this final match on Miramar of the PGS 8 group stages. And you can hear the teams yelling in the background, Paper. They're excited.
They're fired up, man. There is still a lot on the line in this last game. So much to play for so many of these teams. And they have to contend with about the worst plane path you could possibly get on this map.
It ain't great.
It is far to the east. And that means if you want to stretch west, you're going to have to find some cars. You're going to have to hope nobody else is looking for the same ones. Is there going to be any weird stuff? Petrichor Road, Gen G kind of starting out a little bit close to each other, but that doesn't seem like it's going to amount to much. My eyes on the Expendables up in the north. They're going past Campo Militar, where Forest has claimed their real estate. And it is going to be Petrichor Road just to the southwest of El Azahar, the truck stop. And that is going to be theirs seemingly for free. Gen G going to go further east. BB and Impala. T5 way south. Taikula drifting over towards Chuma. Where, oh where, is this first circle going to go?
That is the question. We have seen some incredibly wacky stuff happening during these group stages. We have seen some incredibly wacky stuff happening in Game 6s. But will it happen here today as far as circles go? No, that's not the worst. All right, we're going right back down into that southeast of Chuma area. Still a lot of that Partona Island in play, but you have to imagine it's going to cut back up to the north.
Yep, it almost always does. So
almost always?
Almost
We're not
always.
lucky enough for it to cut down to Partona.
Usually if it's going to be Partona, like the first circle's
like 50, it's like centered up on it almost.
Usually.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
we can still hope.
We can still hope, but for Taikula, there should be a lot of hope here because this is something where they're basically the only team who's anywhere near the center of the circle early. So a lot of priority for them, a lot of ability to get some loot, get up on the high ground, or do whatever they want to do. I mean, you'll see a lot of Western teams that are going to prioritize the church that we lovingly refer to as the Church of Los.
Yes.
That's
still
next to Chuma. Day. It's still his church, man.
Shout out Los HD. Miss you, buddy.
Miss you, brother.
But, yeah, Taikula, hopefully they learned their lesson from last time where they did the 2-2 split, but they had no way of defending each other. I mean, they were on both sides of that Chuma high ground, so whenever one got crashed, the other got crashed. Neither one could really do anything, and they ended up paying the price for it early on. But now they have their choice of where they want to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a coach here, I'd be wary of 2-2 splits because of how chaotic the lobby's going to be.
Yeah, man.
Because there's just too many teams at the top, right, that can play, do whatever they want. They can send it at stuff, and they have zero cares in the world. I think you got to group up as 4 earlier here, and you got to play for that late game.
Especially if you're Taikula and you have the center of the circle, right? Like, that now is the time. Like, go ahead, secure your vehicles, try to keep them safe. Make sure you do that, but information gathering splits, obviously fantastic. You want to use them as often as possible, but when things are this tight, this close, you start getting a little bit nervous about that. And if you're going to do a 2-2 split, at least don't do it incredibly wide. Make sure that you have the ability to support the other half of your split should things go wrong. Meanwhile, we see 4AM making their way down south. They are passing by Falcons. Actually, Kickstart taking a few shots over in that direction. We have an E pickup, 2 E pickups actually on the board. Is Navi going to take the first, and I believe Furia will take the second.
Yeah, very early E pickups here. Teams realizing that there isn't going to be much going on in the center of the circle early and want to try to capitalize on that with these early E pickups. So cut loot a little bit and see if you can get the job done. I mean, for Furia, it's over, to be frank. I don't think there is a 20-kill win in the cards for them. Stranger things have happened. T5 has shown us that it can be done. But in these late games especially, because, again, some of the teams that are already qualified kind of play a little bit looser. Yeah. So a lot of the kills kind of fall off the charts early. So unless you're just ultra opportunistic early, you really just aren't going to have any hope of putting up anything like that. So that's pretty much outside of the realm of possibility for Furia. But for Petrichor Road, there is still hope. There is still chance. There is still opportunity. Can you seize it here in the final game of the day?
Okay. Navi, first E pickup will end, and they're going to be dropping down on that southern coast. Furia up in theirs on that same path. You can see it flying just over the heads of this western edge of the new Happy 2-2 split, more towards the dead center. As you see Zilong looking off into the distance. This 2-2 split is pretty safe as far as they go. I mean, there's high ground off to the north and nothing but open fields in between you and your teammates, so pretty easily defendable. As HSM will lead the charge for 4AM. The rest of the gang still in El Pozo, still doing a little bit of looting.
Yeah, this one, though, for 4AM, you would think they should have some opportunities on the western edge to at least get in and claim some kind of chunk for themselves and maybe get deep again.
Maybe they need more E pickups.
That
could be it.
3 wasn't enough.
This is what we were worried about for TKL. The big split not coming together quick enough, and now they run into Navi, and Navi chasing it. Sosed still coming over there the top to see if he can maybe catch them on the other side. But Navi, yeah, they don't really have anything to worry about, right? Like, they are set, you would think, at 72 points. I hope they're set, unless something absolutely insane happens. But good enough chasing them away, scaring them away. And fortunately for TKL, they keep all 4 in it.
Well, that was a nice little chase there as well, because there's a world where when they're going over that steep hill, that maybe the car flips or does something weird.
Pop a tire while it's on a hill, that's GG.
Sosed could have just gunned 2 down and just basically ended Taikula's day and their tournament. Speaking of ending tournaments, wonderful. Puts the first dagger into 4AM, and they only have 3 left before they are down and out. And they are just trying to drive away now. Barpo.
Oh, they're chasing them.
Oh, Daeon. Yeah, they want this.
I mean, if you're Divine, what else do you have to do, right? You're 25 points. Tournament hadn't gone your way, but now you can start getting involved and maybe ruin somebody else's day. 4AM, HSM will at least get into that hard cover, and Godvi and Long's still off onto the north, so Divine just kind of splitting the 2 around. HSM will send a few angry bees over down towards Hella, but it looks like Divine will just keep on going. Or will they? Are they going to pull up here?
I feel like the AK shoots like wasps.
Wasps?
Yeah.
Wasps.
Something a little stronger than a bee.
Hornets.
Yeah, some hornets. Yeah.
Those big ones.
Yeah, like the Japanese ones.
The ones that I saw in sticks in the market after they got barbecued. Absolutely not.
Oh.
I have the stomach of a child.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, no, I wasn't taking that risk. Not without, a bathroom within sight. Who knows? Petrichor Road, meanwhile, they're going to pass by on that eastern side of Divine. It looks like Divine's still posting themselves up to maybe cause 4AM some problems here. So we'll keep an eye on that as Rock is making their way down on the eastern side of the circle just through Impala. Nobody over in that direction, so they should be safe.
Yeah, this is looking potentially pretty nice for Rock. If this goes easterly too. Yeah, 4AM just trying to do everything they can to avoid any more early fighting.
Well, they better hurry because they've got the Expendables and Forest.
Oh boy,
coming through Monte Nuevo, just on the north side. You'll see them on your mini map here shortly. As yep, there you go, Tanvu leading the charge. But oh my gosh, blessings from heaven. The sandstorm comes through at the perfect time here for 4 a.m. and it might be able to get them out of here safe and sound.
That is huge for them. They're taking a moment to stop. The Expendables are driving around the edge of the sandstorm towards the very edges of the map. Divine had stopped up to try to set up another trap, I think, for 4 a.m.
They started pushing up into them, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look, again, that's the scary part about this last game. There's a lot of teams. I talked about the teams at the top. Don't have much to worry about. Teams at the bottom in the same situation, or they can just fight because they feel like it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Absolutely not. Gen G, they're coming in on that south road just to the south side of Resort, but there's a couple of teams already posted up in front of them, BB Team and Theraton 5, so Gen G will have to be very good about their scouting as they start making their way through hills. Forest, though, it looks like, remember, 4 a.m. stopped down, but Forest was right behind them. And it looks like Scappy didn't see anything that gave away the game for longs. And 4 a.m. will just wait it out, probably eat a little blue, and then eventually start making their way back in. Where are the Expendables were up here, too, somewhere.
They drove way around. Okay. I don't know where they went.
Okay.
They went off into Narnia.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this actually could be a legitimate e-pickup angle for 4 a.m. and we're just centering up in between Chumacera and Los Leones.
Every situation is an e-pickup situation if you got the guts.
That's right.
That's the 4 a.m. way, baby. And, yep, you see the rotation path. They finally actually have a fairly easy path in here as the north side is very clear. TKL will get everybody back onto that cold 119 compound or not. Suze going to go and join Spaceman. They'll hold on to that 2-2 split. Is Bestalock going to get picked out by Gen G, and will they get more?
That is a massive point for Gen G, but they can't afford to lose anybody here. Headshot found from Phil first onto Bean. Gen G going to pull up behind the hill. Just try to figure this out from there. BB has the circle edge, but it's only phase 2, so not the end of the world. Orca trying to go for the quick peeks and the quick taps. Nothing doing, and he's taking a bit of damage in return. Phil first there, holding that down. Maladoc not interested in holding the line any further. Tosi, though, trying to find that angle onto Phil first, but Phil first has Orca knocked.
That's a good read from Maladoc to get out of there. Tosi was just sending it. He doesn't have any grenades, though, so no offensive utility considering this push, but he's got Americano with him as a rider, and Americano will get the knock onto Maladoc. And now the push coming through in the vehicle. The seat swap not going to be good enough. Americano will get Phil first. And if Gen G can secure these points, these knocks, that would be 2 huge kills for the team currently in 16th place.
This is massive for Gen G. They need these points. They need to come through this with 4 up. And they've got the reses through. Just one more member of BB standing in their way. Between them and the next circle, it's a doozy. IGL for BB team. Just going to hop in as Murado. I think this may be enough. I don't think you want to give, anybody any more points. You'd rather just try to do what you can to survive in this game, I suppose. But for BB team, again, already qualified, so not the end of the world at all.
Those
like
kills.
I said, the Expendables is still driving around out in the edges of the map.
out in the I don't even know, the sticks. Yeah. But, no, those points for Gen G will put them above E Arena. So they are now in 14th place overall. So that is absolutely huge. As you said, they're now chasing down the team in 13th place who does not play today. So I don't know how many points they have, but they've got more than 60 and less than 65. That's what matters as 4 a.m. have found themselves a home.
I think it's Bagel Pond 64.
64. Okay, that sounds right, actually. I think that I'm going to take your word for it because it involves Bagel Pa.
Correct.
So clearly you would know.
I am a Bagel Pa stan.
Yeah,
as it turns out. Who would have thought?
Who would have?
4 a.m. there at Longs. That's a Panzer in the back pocket. I'm just going to load it into the car there, re-grab the DMR, and just kind of figure out how 4 a.m. wants to continue on in this game. They did manage to escape disaster there and have found themselves a decent chunk of stuff in the center. It's just a matter of what happens here in these next couple circles and if anybody really tries to crash it. I mean, just looking at the Expendables coming in late, Forrest in a wide split out there towards that angle, Divine hanging out just north of Chumacera. TKL still holding that 2-2 split. They've got to get together as for right now. This is the time if they're going to make a move.
Center up, 17, probably closest to center. They've got the split between the church, which is actually getting crashed right now by Twisted, it looks like. Ike's left, and the rest of Petrichor just right on the doorstep of Na'Vi. They hear the footsteps, but they haven't seen them peek just yet. Na'Vi knowing they're there as well. You can see damage coming in from way behind. Ferris just letting them know exactly where they are. The grenade going to find him, and now Ming Ming and Ike's left both knocked. The heroes for Petrichor Road that have put them in the position to get into the top, the top 16 now down. So it's going to be left all down to Chewy and Nan.
Oh no. Petrichor Road, 57 points. And it looks like that may be all they get, and that would put them outside of those top positions. Genji starting to fall apart here. A couple different knocks. Solds wants to come in, wants to finish what he started. Rock needs these points as well. Americano trying to hold the edge, trying to buy some time for his player to get back to him to go for the res. Fantastico thinking about a grenade of his own. Meanwhile, Chewy dying off screen to the Falcons. Petrichor Road down to their last player. Genji on their last legs potentially as well. Only a couple players here trying to hold the line, and they are weak.
And RBN going for that back flank for Rock. He's taking shots into their backs. And there you can see Tosi is forced to go push into the line of sight of Fantastico, and he is more than willing to take that one as Rock collects another point, and they continue to climb up the leaderboard now as we see Gen G now down to just 2.
This is awful for Gen G and great for Rock. They could come out of this with all 4 up. Still 2 players on Gen G, Bean and Americano. The coffee duo trying to see what they can do here. The one that's a Bean and Americano. Can you blame me? Thank you.
No, that was absolutely perfect. Yeah. I am left in awe by you sometimes. And this is one of those times. Well, Gen G, they are above that cut line right now, 60 points, but they would have loved to get some more points before this. Is Souls just catches them slipping. Gen G out in 16th place, and now they are left to watch as they hold on to 14th for dear life.
Pain. You got to check those angles.
Just did not even.
They didn't even consider it.
Consider looking into that corner.
That's an oof. That's an oof for sure. Furia doing a little bit of damage off screen.
Okay.
Na'Vi, yeah. You got to take fights here as Furia. You might as well just go pedal to the metal, frankly, as Furia for the rest of the game.
I mean,
just see what happens.
Why not? Well, Nan, the last player left alive, he's going to get his wheel shot out. He's going to get his face shot out by Batulins, and that so ends the tale of Petrichor Road here in PGS 8, and Na'Vi will go down to Furia with a well-placed grenade from Gizera, but Na'Vi obviously very comfortable. Furia, they're not making it, guys. They're not.
Yeah, no.
4 kills, though.
No, I mean, look, fair play. You might as well just go out with a bang.
Heck yeah.
You know,
Send it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. Petrichor Road, the rebellion ends here. No hope left. And that is going to be a disappointing result for them in
go
Shanghai.
Back and watch highlights from that Tago match and think about what could have been.
Yeah. I mean, look, I was ready for them to make a run after that. I was fired up.
I think we all were, weren't we?
That's too bad.
They were absolutely busting, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. The Expendables, meanwhile, playing this very, very cautiously. They have been eating blue, coming in with the zone. They are right on the back of Forest. I have not seen them take a shot. I have not seen them even sniff around another team. They are clearly trying to play for late game here, but they might, as we see so many times, when you play cautiously like this, it actually puts you in a more exposed position. It also puts you in more danger, and this might be one of those cases. As Kiss in a perfect spot to take the spray down. He'll find Glories. The rest of the boys will try to make their way past him as well, but Kiss is going to find another one. The Expendables now down to 2 instantly.
And now they're going to go right into 4 a.m. again. Duck2's already on very, very low health. Long's thinking about the Panzer, not going to find the opportunity to use it. They're not going to go far enough that they're going to push right into it. Duck2's instead pulling up to go for the heal here. As the Expendables, he is their last hope. He is their last player. They are on the outside looking in. He needs more points no matter what. He has to play salvage. He was almost good enough to clutch it out in the previous game. Came just short in the very last circle. Now he is just waiting to see if Longs is going to make a go of this, but they're both alone on this side of the road, so really it would be ambitious for either to go.
And both of them know that Forest is just down the road, so Godvi and HSM not really inclined to make a push over TKL. Meanwhile, Spaceman's got to make a move here, retreat back to some hard cover as they're getting shot in the backs by Furia. Furia from the blue, still causing problems for the rest of the lobby. They are down to just the Kraken and Posa. BB team will get eliminated by themselves, apparently, as might be out in the blue as well. Posa will go down to the blues. The Kraken very low as well. Spaceman, this could be a huge point for TKL if they can secure it, but he's going to get them low. He's going to go down to the blue. No. He will. He will. He's going to go down to the blue. So the point doesn't even go over to TKL. That could be huge.
That is ridiculous. I mean, the Spaceman plays that about as well as he can, but isn't afforded the point. Twisted Minds, though, they're going to be bearing down on top of TKL, and you can bet if they feel like they've got the ability to knock them out, they absolutely would. They just need to find the right opportunity. TKL knows it. They're going to try to avoid this as best as they can, but the problem is you've got another qualified team there in T5. Right to your southern flank. Falcons ahead of you. New Happy holding the line to the other side of that. And Rock goes for the shack. They send it in. They have a player out, RBN. Their anchor gone. They're just going to have to try to hunker down and make that work.
And now Forrest will try to push in and get rid of the Expendables. Duck Juice, can he pull off some magic here? No, he can't. Kiss will take out almost all of the Expendables. Just one didn't make it. And now our champs out just within reach of that 16th spot.
Here goes Taikula. They're 1 point ahead of the Expendables, but still 4 a.m. has the ability to potentially get deeper into this game, so you can't let go here. Tan's taking a bunch of damage. He's trying to get out. He can't. December the 12th. It's going to be New Happy who strikes from above, and that is one player to go for TKL, and that is just Cold trying to hunker, trying to get down next to that car. Good news in a way is that T5 is up there, but
he might
get this.
He might get this off. He might get this.
Do we have any frags here, New Happy?
New Happy?
That's a little too far, actually.
Yeah, that's some distance. Yeah, no, I New Happy can't really push it either because of T5, and to an extent the Falcons, who are kind of sharing a compound here with 17. So TKL will get back up to 2 strong. Just death grip on 16th place right now with 59 points. You still have 4 a.m. with 3 alive on that north side. They're trading shots with Forest across the road. T5, meanwhile, trying to come in from the south. They're going to push right into New Happy, and New Happy is ready with a grenade from December 12th. We'll find Patapong.
Oh, and a headshot, too. T5 very, very weak and trying to get those grenades willed up to the top of the hill, but cannot do so. And this is a nice firing line for New Happy. These smokes decent for T5. Now they're starting to do some damage back, but that is a knock there. Rossiter Jr., the IGL for T5. Down a good grenade, though. Really puts him on the back foot. Another one from Ranger X, December the 12th. Gone. Inuyasha, though, from the back in the blue. Taking down T5 players left and right.
Very well done there by Inuyasha. Would love to have been able to secure that last point, but in the end, they will find Fluky. You have to imagine once they get December 12th back on his feet. Now, Zilong getting a vision onto Divine off to the north. So New Happy trying to clean out what's left of T5 as Fluky will get the first knock. He's going to get a second knock. New Happy, this guy's not going down. Okay, there we go. In the end, December 12th will get him. And TKL using this opportunity to get out of this bad position that they were in.
Oh my God, every point here so crucial for them. Gen G at 60 in 14th, also potentially in danger depending on how things go for TKL and 4 a.m. TKL trying to find some way through, but New Happy now that they can get these reses through, get some heals up, they might be able to turn their attention down to that western flank. Falcons as well going to be keeping their eyes on it, and who knows, maybe even Twisted Minds might get involved. I mean, for TKL, it's going to take some crafty maneuvering to get through. 4AM able to group up as 3 on the other side of the road. Forrest now grabbing a vehicle and trying to get the heck out of here, trying to regroup with Scappy, see if they can get a res through. Long put some party shots into him, just letting them know, hey, we're still here, get away, this is ours.
Okay, they should be able to rejoin with the rest of the boys. 4AM still taking shots from way downtown. The knock's just not coming, unfortunately. And the other kind of problem for 4AM here is that Twisted Minds is all by themselves, 4 strong on that western side with the high ground, and they are just looking down at 4AM. Meanwhile, Rock, they've managed to keep 3 up, and they have a shack for themselves. They're just going to try to survive till late game and hope that they can maybe get some more points here. They're only 4 removed from TKL. TKL still with 2 alive. Going to take a few shots over towards Falcons, but look how low that they got Cold 119. He was so close.
Man, if Dons could have gotten the headshot there, who knows? Maybe this could be a very different result for TKL, but instead, they're just going to try to find this edge. There's a hillside here that they can kind of wait behind. Twisted Minds aware of it. Got to be careful on those peaks. Meanwhile, New Happy is going to fall to the combined efforts of Forrest and Divine, but Divine out of this one as well. Nearly last place for them throughout. Looking to the middle of the leaderboard. There's Don's down, just Cold left.
Forrest goes down after they finish taking out New Happy, so they're very excited about their placement. They should be secure in 10th place as, once again, TKL down to just 1 will go for the revive after sending a few grenades to make sure that Falcons stays where they are. 17 now pushing into Falcons back. So again, TKL getting a little bit of a reprieve coming from a third party.
This is huge. The placement points now coming into play. Cold there stepping up. All of a sudden 17 striking. Cold wants that point. He's got it. That's going to be a kill. 14th now for TKL. 62 points. Gen G potentially in trouble. 4AM just 1 point behind. And this could be one of those weird situations where it comes down to what the heck happens off the screen because the team that's in 16th isn't in the lobby. Kickstart doing some damage. TKL just holding on for dear life, clinging to the edge. And this is going to be interesting. Now it's up to Twisted Minds.
Kingmakers, or final stage makers in this case, Twisted Minds. 4AM was under their watchful eye, but so was Rock. Both teams down to 3. And they have that 60-point cut line. If they can just get there, they can surpass Gen G. They can surpass E-Arena, who is not playing today. But 4AM has to open up a little bit of a hole here for them to make their way in. Lou will spot out Cold 119. So Don's now the last player left up for TKL.
So this is kind of a weird situation for 4AM. You're the furthest team outside of this next circle, and Twisted Minds are the ones watching you. There are some hills in front of you that you can use to try to get a little bit further forward. You're just going to send Godv out ahead. Twisted Minds putting some shots into that, but he's driving forward. He's found safety. He's gotten into the circle. Can he get any further? Souls lighting him up. Rock trying to deal with 4AM's captain. Grenades out. Grenades not even close.
They've got it now. 4AM has managed to survive long enough to get it on placement even with 0 kills. And now Rock will try to come over the top. If they can wipe them here, this would be absolutely huge. Another grenade will come in. Is it going to fall in time? No, I think that was not
the blue zone.
That was a blue zone. Okay. The grenade follow. And it's going to bounce just underneath the car. Will do a lot of damage, but it won't get the knock. And now Twisted will spot out Biel as Twisted Minds again playing Kingmaker.
They just want to do whatever damage they can. They're going to shoot at anything they see. Rock and 4AM trying to have a fair fight. Rock would have loved to wipe them out. Perfectix in the back. He gets one. He's immediately traded by HS. Example hustling to try to get over to his teammate to see if he can get the res. HS, machine gun, a dream. He's got them into the grand finals, but Trimsy comes from behind.
They just got BL back on his feet, and Rock was back up to 3 strong, but Trimsy came and snuck behind them at the worst possible time, but he had to pull back around because Souls and Santastico were staring off in that direction, but every position that Rock survives is another point picked up as Twisted Minds, they're pushing into 4 a.m. Can they take them out with a well-placed grenade? They're not going to fall where they need to. HS will stick the res onto Longs, and they're back up to 2 strong. But will it be enough?
No, the grenade connects onto Longs. HS out in the open. He's going to win the first duel against Example. Perfectix on the flank. Saw him get behind the car. He has almost no health, but he's getting help from Santastico. Rock keeping 4 a.m. in this. Batulin's turn. He's up to bat. He's going to try to find the angle down on top of 4 a.m.
Rock needs the point so bad as HS will go for the res once again. The grenade gonna fall just a little too long. Batu's got another one. The car's on fire. They've got to move. Long's on the ground again. Batulins will finish him off, and that's another punishment point picked up for Rock as they continue to climb. They're 1 away, so very close to securing a spot in the final stage.
They need to get further. TKL's Dons has held on long enough to get them into the finals as well. Now it all comes down to how the dice roll for Rocks. Solds on the ground still.
There's a four-way tie at 60 points right now. 4 a.m. Rock, Gen G, and E Arena from yesterday.
And this is it. That's Gen G out. Rock has done it. They've gotten ahead. Gen G there with those 3 kills, not enough. It looks like Rock will be going into the finals, and we have it all squared away. Down goes Dons. TKL did what they needed to. And my, oh my, Poro, what a wild finish.
Unbelievable stuff here from Rock as they managed to survive again and just to get that 1 extra point to leave no doubt and secure 15th place. And now it's a question of who will bring home the win here in the final game. It's a 3v3 v2. Twisted Minds versus Rock versus Falcons. Falcons have the hard cover, but Twisted Minds 6 kills in the bag already. And Falcons have 7 of their own actually. So all these teams really been finding a lot of success in this final round.
No doubt about it. And just slow and steady wins the game here for Twisted Minds, seemingly, but you never know with the Falcons. Shrimzy kickstart could definitely have a say in this. Rock is just going to play for every point possible, so they're going to scrap and claw, but got to get down behind the ridgeline there. A little bit of cover from the crate as well here for the duo of the Falcons, and the blue is going to force the issue, already touching the backs of Rock, doing a little bit of damage to them. Biel almost gets the knock there on the Lou, can't quite convert.
Still a lot of ridge lines here for Twisted to play around. And, big knock there from Shrimzy onto Lou. So it's going to knock Twisted down to 2. All of them playing with the blue at their back. Santastico has to pull back down after getting knocked low. Another spray there from BL will find Batulins. And now Example, the last player left alive for Twisted Minds, with the blue zone at his back. Kickstart and Shrimzy starting to make their way over. Kickstart will find Santastico. The grenade will come in, but it's going to fall short of killing them.
It was because they were prone, they didn't take quite as much damage there. So Rock able to use this high ground to their advantage. They're able to prone down because of it. Kickstart going to find another point. 5 kills in this one for him. Coming alive here at the end, but he's sat right down by Example. What a spray with the AUG.
The follow-up grenade going to bounce off Kickstart's back, and that might have kept them both alive as Shrimzy took a little bit of damage. We'll stop down for the heal. Example still playing those ridges on that south side. It looks like Rock has decided to try to take out Shrimzy to begin with, but that is Shrimzy and a deployable cover, which is the stuff of nightmares. Example been spotted out. He will make it into the smoke before Solds can land the full spray.
And he wants to maybe try to finish what he started, but he has to worry about Rock swinging out from the other side of that hill. Shrimzy done and dusted. Example dealt with by Shrimzy, but he's weak, he's low. He's just going to go into the blue there momentarily. Not going to do it, and Rock, they've done it.
Rock coming out of nowhere. They are no longer working in silence. They have loudly proclaimed that they are going to the final stage of PGS 8. What a victory for them, and what a final match paper. So much on the line, so many teams fighting for that cut line, and it was up and down and up and down. And at the end, I don't know how many teams are tied with 60 points, but it's more than one.
It's crazy. I have no idea how that leaderboard shook out. between some of the teams that were in Group B. You know, you felt like you got 60 plus, you're good to go, but the cutoff soared here today. Unbelievable. That last game from Rock was just enough. And a lot of other teams doing just enough to get through.
Well, our final stage lobby is set. After 3 grueling group stage days, we will now throw it over to our analyst desk to break down what our grand final of PGS 8 is going to look like.
With the post-match interviews, I'm standing with 4 a.m. Godfrey and Judy. They were the ones that made it into 16th place after an intense battle. What was going through your mind when you realized that, oh, we made it in the finals?
好 ，4 AM 今天也是在最后一刻拿到了第16名的排名，成功进入到决赛。就想请问一下，当你们知道你们成功晋级的时候的心情是怎样的？
因为我们在打的过程中一直在看跟我们竞争的队伍的那个存活，和我们必须拿够的分数嘛。然后，所以我们最后面我们拿了那个3分排名分之后，我们就知道自己已经进了。
So we pay really close attention to all the teams in the ranking list. So we actually know we only have to get 3 points to get to the finals. So we actually calculated the points.
It was all calculated, like, oh, all right. And you know, the last minute qualifying is always super satisfying, but definitely stressful. What do you think was the biggest obstacle that made it so intense for you?
那最后晋级的话，肯定是压力就是空前的，非常的大的。想问一下，你们觉得你们最大的阻碍是什么呢？
还是最后几把，有一些队伍针对我们做了一些在路上对我们的一些堵截吧，然后我们都注意到了，然后躲过去了。
Okay, so in the last few games, we noticed a couple of teams are targeting on us, but we've managed our way to our victory. So yeah.
Yeah, all right, that was beautiful. 恭喜 Godby. All right, thank you, Judy, for joining us, and best of luck to you in the finals. All right, I'll let you guys go celebrate. And next is Batulins. Come on up. Woo, 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 woo. Batu. All right, first of all, thank you for joining me, but shout out to Example for killing that most PGS kill. Congrats. I don't know where Example is, but...
Congrats, Example. Слышишь?
Congrats, Example. All right.
Good job.
PGS 8 Twisted is back. You know, a little different from a couple weeks back. You guys managed to turn it around very quickly. How were you able to do that?
As always, we were just playing our game. We were confident. We were doing everything pretty well, except from Taego game today, when we left Pero to get like 20 points, and they were close to qualify, but they didn't, so that's good.
Oh my God, you must love Pero. Keep hearing that name out of your mouth. But
we love Pero.
We love Pero. All right. You know, many see, obviously, Twisted as the top contenders for championships, but what do you have to say to the other challengers that you're fighting in the lobby?
Like, welcome back to us. Like, you should be ready for us to slay.
Oh, slay.
Is it a good word? Or like just destroy the server? Yeah, that's what we're gonna try to do. We'll see if we're gonna perform good in the finals. We're just gonna do our best, that's all.
Yeah, confident Twisted is scary. So
Kinda.
Yeah, watch out. And I know you like this little moment. So what do you have to say for your fans?
Я передаю привет брату, семье, чату, как и обещал, молодому, всем, кто смотрит. Ребята, спасибо вам большое. Надеюсь, вам понравилось это шоу. И до финала давайте. Удачи.
But what about the English-speaking fans?
To all the English-speaking fans, to Chinese-speaking fans, every single human who is watching our games and rooting for our team, thank you very much. Gracias. Thank you. Whatever. Like.
감사합니다.
Yeah, 감사합니다.
감사합니다. All right, Batu, that was lovely. Thank you for always killing those interviews with me. That is all from us. So we are gonna go get that final rundown.
Yes.
Congrats,
Bye-bye.
man.
Thanks.
Oh, wait.
Woo! All right, well, good job there, Bella, and congratulations, of course, to Batulins and the boys for being able to get #1 on the leaderboards overall. What a way to finish off the group stage here. Down to the wire. Rock, there was a seismic moment in the back. Oh, just sheer elation from the Rock guys.
Yeah, we were next to the room, obviously. We're sitting next to the room where the Rock guys are, and 2 times it's exploding, and it's just popping off.
Yes.
Like Rock explodes. Like the coaches, the staff is just going absolutely wild here. So it's obviously great to see here 7 kills for Rock and the win. Falcons always having a banger of a game here. But against Twisted, these 2 teams were kind of fighting towards the end to see who's going to be able to be on the top, right? So, and yeah, it's kind of crazy when we're looking at that, and in a situation where Rock, they're looking at how they're playing, and they're swinging around in some places. Then they go center, like, okay, this could be a winning spot.
Yeah.
And they manage to actually get a hold on it.
Well, let's take a look at the numbers, of course, from Team Rock as they were able to get the victory. I mean, they didn't need the win by the end, but they were able to finish off with it as well. So a bit of a fairy tale ending for the group stage for these boys as we take a look at who the man of the match is going to be as well. And it looks like it's going to be Soul, who's actually had some pretty decent pop-offs throughout the day. Being able to get this one towards the end, vindication.
Yeah, it's good for Rock here, obviously. And then, obviously, for them being able to come in here for their first PGS finals, that's massive for them.
Absolutely.
You can hear how elated the guys were in the back. That's huge. That's a goal, obviously, when you're coming in here. And for them to be able to come in this situation here, it's going to be massive for them. But look at that. It's going to be a well-known face at the very top here.
Well.
For our total damage and total kills here, James.
Good old Twisted Minds. Back to claim a 4th, maybe? I'd like to see it.
Then they would have won half of 8 of the PGS. Wouldn't that be insane?
So esports-wise, not just PUBG-wise, but esports-wise, that's relatively unheard of. I'm going to put it out there. I've watched a lot of esports. I've watched a lot of games in my time. And that would be insane. It was already insane that they got the back-to-back-to-back. Never mind anything else.
100%. And especially with the amount of teams that's competed throughout the PGSs, throughout the times. We're talking 30-plus different teams, right?
Yeah.
To have won half of them, that's completely insane.
Yeah, just bonkers stuff. Well, of course, we take a look at the overall leaderboards from this match, as it's going to be 17 points going the way of Rock. They didn't need 17, but again, this has been able to jump them up fantastically. Now, other names we were looking at, right? 4AM, obviously, in a very dangerous spot. They only got 3 points during all of this. But as we heard from GovV, you know, they felt like a lot of teams were kind of targeting them in certain positions.
It's coming back to also what we saw from TE and 4AM, the game that 4AM won. Expendables could have won that.
Yes,
they could have put that on, and we would have been in a spot where it would have been fantastic, right? And here, the lower half of the leaderboard, yeah, the cutoff obviously insane here. That's a three-way tie for 60 points. E-Arena, Gen G, and 4 Angry Men. That's just next level. It's just insane to see that. Yeah, unheard of, to be honest.
No, indeed, indeed.
Look how close Expendables and Petroglyph Road was on top of that.
Yeah, okay, so for Gen G, E-Arena, the Expendables, our world champion, goes out. Will not be in that grand final here for PGS 8. Likewise, losing some, you know, obviously some very important GPT teams as well, like a Gen G, like Petrichor Road on that side of things.
Yeah.
Again, I think it all gives credence
down there
to
too.
Well, yeah, but I think it all gives credence to Twisted Minds having the perfect opportunity here.
Yeah, I was expecting a higher cutoff here, but chasing the rabbit as we started the day with, it became pretty real. And a lot of the teams, they managed to do it. Bakerpalm maybe biting nails a little bit here towards that last match. There could have been a case where they could have been pushed out too, but 4 Angry Men did not get as many points as they were hoping for towards the end.
You know, actually, Martin, now that I'm looking at 16th place being the 60 mark.
Cutoff,
did I say it before the show started that
you
it would
did say
be
a tie.
maybe a tie?
You did say there's going to be a tie.
Bam!
And then everyone else said it's going to be 59, it's going to be 61. We landlocked you. We locked you
Yeah,
in. And you were right anyway.
They tried to price us right, mate. But anyway, never mind. Okay, we've got participating teams for the grand final. And what a lineup it is, Martin.
Yeah, it is. Exciting games here, exciting teams to become into the here. We're going to have a short break, obviously. Then we're going to be going to a 3-day final to figure out who's going to be winning PGS 8. Now, with how everything is kind of changed up and with what we've seen from Twisted Minds and Falcons again, obviously Twisted and Falcons bringing and breaking that triple digits. One of the lowest kind of cutoffs, one of the highest, or one of the middle cutoffs, but one of the lowest amount of points for the very top. Only 2 teams in triple digits.
Yeah.
And the other teams were chasing. Navi could have had triple digits. They had a terrible day.
They did.
We're going to be starting on Mirrorman, though, on Friday, and we're going to be having 18 games to decide who's going to be winning PGS 8.
Yes, we are. Maybe Vindication. I mean, not only just for Twisted Minds, but EMEA in general, right? Compared to the previous, obviously we get GK in, which is kind of huge. I didn't expect after losing Diffex for, you know, the PGSs that they were going to be able to get there, but clearly they took that week off. They were able to iron things out and did get to the grand final.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting things, of course, to come in here. New teams coming in and saying, okay, we're here to see and show what they're made of.
Yeah.
Rock is going to be amazing to see them, because here with this, the pressure coming off them, maybe they can relax a little bit again. We saw what they're able to do and capable of in PAS, so they're a team to be fought with for sure.
Exciting times, exciting times. So a huge thank you for tuning in here for the group stage, and thank you to everybody making it possible. We've got Crafton as well as Heroes Esports making everything happen here for PGS 8.
Yeah, and of course, OP.GG for overpowering your game and bringing us all the stats.
Yeah, we got Aris as well, as official PC partner here, making sure all these players on the stage are good to go.
And with AMD powering the computers with some of the world's most powerful processors.
Yeah, and next up we have Zowie, our official monitor partner here as well, making sure everything's crystal clear.
And of course, you got to be seated comfortably here in the seats. So thanks, guys, for bringing us all the comfortability.
And finally, we have Lexar here, our official memory sponsor. Memory. Okay, during the grand final, I'm just going to do memory.
Yeah, I mean, that's been your entire day. You've been having fun with it.
I've been loopy throughout the day. It's been a great day and a great result to kind of round things out as well. And again, can't believe you guys tried to price this right at me.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
A 3-way tie at 60 points. placement points matters, guys. And yeah, obviously being able to get the wins for 4AM here today was huge.
Yep. All right. Going to be good times. We are done for now. We're going to take 1 day hiatus. And then right after that, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we will have the grand finals for PGS 8. So tune in back then for more PUBG action. See you later.